Alright guys, so you can already see the length of this video is just completely crazy. That's why I really want to ask you, just give me 2 minutes of your time. First of all, throughout this entire video, there is going to be a giveaway, right? For prop firm 8-cap challenges. It's going to be a couple of 5K accounts. So you can just go to the website of, once again, 8-cap prop firm. And there you're going to be able to submit the giveaway key. And then you're just going to get a challenge. Now that's the first thing. The second thing is going to be, this entire video is the full movie on how I was able to basically double my entire account. In this entire video, I'll be talking about the entire analysis. We're also going to have a couple of highlights in it where we're just laughing, talking about with the chat. But like 90% of the entire content of this video is going to be purely educational stuff. There's going to be some high quality golden nuggets for you, so make sure to watch it till the end. I don't expect you to just watch it in one go. You might watch 1 hour, come back tomorrow and watch another hour. And then also, lastly guys, everybody who wants to copy trade me, I have just launched it recently. You can copy every single trade that I have been taking. You could have followed with me by not moving a single finger. As you can see on the screen right now, if you would have entered with 1K by the start of this entire challenge, you would have already made more than 700 bucks by literally doing nothing. So once again, the copy trading is the very first link in the description. The second link is going to be my mentorship and all other services that I provide for the trading industry in that sense. So I appreciate everybody who has been watching all of the live streams, participating every single day, being active, and that just means a lot, man. So let's finally roll with the video, enjoy the content, and I hope I'm going to provide you with some real value in here. Alright guys, so here we are at the next day of our entire journey of flipping that entire account. Now I have been basically marked out for the entire group, the star pair. As always, I'm doing it for the market outlook, so the students can take the trade with me if they're willing to, right? What are the analysis for that entire day and why am I willing to take it? First of all, we have a big reason on why not to take the trade, right? Most of you guys, you are just looking out for trades that are very favorable, but I'm also looking out for the counter argument. Now, we have very big movement onto the upside, no question, right? And for a lot of you guys, this will be where we are going to go for these relative equal highs. If we're going to go into the daily time frame, it's a little bit of a different story. The reason for that is basically we have, yes, the relative equal highs, but also the regular old question: are we going for the previous day low, previous day high? No, this previous day low is not only significant because of the daily time frame, but also we have this entire FEG, and also what are those going to be on the 4-hour time frame? Those are going to be relative equal lows. So we just have as much reason to actually trade lower as also to the upside. However, for the very short term, where we're going to go is what I think just to the downside. This is why I'm willing to take a trade lower and not higher. Now the original position would be looking something like this in here, right? This will be a 50 pips. Let me mark it out for you. This is going to be 100. It's going to be 500, right? This will be the original position. Now, since we have already traded a little bit higher, and also I'm willing to extend my take profit all the way to the previous day low, this is what we're left with, right? After all adjustments, adjusting the stop loss right at these highs. That's basically the entire trade. So we're just going to go, we're going to copy our take profit. It's going to be a short. Here's going to our take profit, going back. We want to take our stop loss, copying that over, and just in here. So we're going to lose like more than 20% on the entire account if we're going to lose, and we're going to gain like 15% about that, right? So it's going to be quite fine. It's going to be basically the trade for that day, right? Our UCHF trade has been running. I've already documented that entire thing, but it has not been recorded. So yeah, that's kind of a bummer. That's why I am not at 20 anymore, but I've already done a little bit of profit. Here we can actually go into the trade history. These are the trades that I've taken so far, right? We have made 5%, almost 10%, 15%, in that sense for the entire account. Now for the risk management, I'm keeping it very simple. It's just going to be a 0.01 for now. As we are building out that buffer, I'm willing to basically risk more and more and put in more lots. But for now, we're not going to risk like 100% of the entire account. We're not trying to basically double it. We're trying to have a very professional equity curve by the end of the year with this entire account. Yeah, usually you really just see me with this entire outfit without my pants. Most of you guys don't even know I'm not wearing like regular pants. It's because you only see this part of me the entire time. Yeah, so I've been waiting for this entire trade to play out. Trading takes so little time to actually make money, and this is why I make these videos for you guys, to actually have another sort of, not only another income, right? YouTube is a great source of income, but also simply just because I like making these videos for you. And a lot of the times when I'm making these videos, I'm just really sick of sitting in this entire chair the entire time. That's not why I chose trading, to basically sit at a chair 8 hours a day. I chose trading because I wanted to have as little time spent as possible for the most amount of money. So yeah, we'll be looking at how this trade is going to play out. And yeah, see you later, guys. All right, so I've just gotten the notification because of this alert, right? I'm setting up alerts. Always do that, guys. Very important. So you don't have to spend hours onto the time frame. Onto the chart. Lately, I've been saying time frame to chart. Yeah, we are currently almost about to take profit. And yeah, this is essentially the entire trade. I just wanted to update you on that. Let's quickly start StarTrader. Like, I literally just wanted to go to sleep and then I got the alert. Okay, so this is how it's currently looking like. And StarTrader, right? We are approaching the take profit. Now, USDHF, not looking as well, but it has gotten a little bit better, right? We're trading higher. But, you know, I already even accepted that USDHF is going to be a loss, even if we're just going to trade higher, because a potential thing or outcome could be that we're going to look at this entire price action and we're going to trade higher. Then what are these? I'm going to quickly remove it. What are these? Those are relative equal highs, right? Now, we like to trade into relative equal highs. Problem is just that we also have an FEG in here. Yes, I like to trade into the FEGs, but sometimes they also act as support and resistance. It's not just that every single time it's going to be that we want to trade into the FEGs, right? If the context aligns, then it can also be support and resistance. What I'm basically betting on is that if the Friday candle is not going to take out the previous day low, which is right in here, then we might have a good chance that it's just going to reverse, and, you know, it's a happy ending for that trade. But chances are just as much that we are just going to take out the previous day low, and that's going to be it. Another scenario, so but there's basically two bad scenarios and one good scenario. The first bad scenario is we're going to trade into this FEG and then lower. The second bad scenario in that sense is we're just straight up going to the previous day low. And the good scenario, of course, is we're just going to trade in here, perhaps maybe have a little pullback and just ignore this entire FEG and trade onto the upside. Because this trade was actually quite good, right? It's not just that I regret taking this trade. It was high probability trade. Look at this. In this day, right now it looks obvious, and in hindsight it always looks obvious. In this point of time, it was not looking like this, and we actually had a reason to trade higher. So this has kind of not happened yet, but it is a very good trade. And I would have taken it another time if I see this exact same price action. Yeah, so yeah, I was just hoping that AUD USD was about to hit take profit, which it is just starting to lag. I don't know, I might do a time lapse if it's taking too long, or if it's like extremely taking too long, then, you know, we're just going to check in next time. Yeah, man, this tea just got me freaking hot as hell. You know, I just noticed how boring it really is what you are guys doing, right? Because I'm just doing this for the purpose of this video, but you are guys literally looking at the charts for hours on end, and you're doing all of this on what? It's going to be the 1 minute time frame. You are crazy for that. Please don't do that. Set your alerts, trade for maybe 1 or 2 hours a day. That's it. If you really want to see the charts, and if you miss the charts, then go back test. You know, the thing is, when I'm just at home and I'm not recording any videos or so, I am never not shirtless, right? I'm only wearing that for the videos. But since I already know that this is going to be a hella long ass video, right? And I want to be a little bit more real and show personality. Oh, it has just hit take profit. Haha, that's great stuff, man. And I really just want to show a little bit more personality in this entire video, and it's just going to be quite long. I don't know how long it's going to be, but yeah, let's just take care of the entire trade. This was AUD USD. We have gotten, yeah, like 15% as previously mentioned. Is that 50%? Like 1 euro is going to be, like 1 USD is going to be 10%, and then 2. Yeah, that's like 50%. And what we're going to do now is journal it with the best journal that has ever been created. So what we're going to do, very simple, guys. Click on statement. We've downloaded it. Now we'll go to TradeLens, and we're just going to put our entire statement in here. I've already recorded a couple of trades, like journaled them, right? But TradeLens is automatic automatically going to filter the ones out that you have already sent in, right? Then we're going to go to dashboard. So here we are at the dashboard, right? This is how it's looking like. Now, right now, the entire journal is not going to tell us much because we don't really have a lot of trades backed off. But as we're going to progress and get more trades, this will get way more interesting as we'll just have way more data to look into, right? So yeah, that's basically it. I'm hella tired and I'm going to go to sleep now, right? So here we are. Don't be wondered, I just took a shower and I just came out of the shower and I basically had to endure this stuff. Now, this might not seem like a loss, but this has actually already lost. If we're going to go on to our broker, right, we have already taken a loss on that entire pair. Now, once again, as I've already previously mentioned, I would have taken this trade another time. If this exact formation will be forming, I would take it another time, right? I have also said to you that our only option pretty much is that we're not going to take out the previous day low, which we have done. The original stop loss was a little bit lower, right? But I have just readjusted it higher, simply because I know if it's really just going to go lower in here, it will also just tank even lower. So this was the entire thing, and even if it's a loss, we're still going to journal it. We are keeping it professional, guys. One loss does not determine if you're a profitable trader or not. So we're going to go to StarTrading. You can see this entire loss, and I mean, besides that, we're still in a positive, right? This is almost 50% of profit, right? Nothing to complain about. It takes time. We have to wait for the next week as we have currently the Friday, and we're just going to get our statement real quick. There we go. We have our statement, and as always, we are doing that on the best journal that has been created. Now, the reason why I'm putting so much emphasis on actually journaling your trades is because this is going to give you the information that you need, right? As I've said previously, right now, the journal is not giving us much because we don't really have much data logged in. Anyways, I'll be making videos for the upcoming week. So here we are. As previously discussed, this was our loss from last week. You know, it was unfortunate, but I would have taken it another time. I've said that a couple of times now. So on the daily time frame right now, your CHF is not looking very promising. First things first, we have no wick onto the upside, so that means that probably we will also go higher, right? If this will be looking the opposite way, so the wick were not to the downside, then I'll be willing to take a trade lower, right? Now you might have relative equal lows onto the 1 hour chart, but I still wouldn't really count that as something that I would be like to participate. But overall, this is really just a weak setup and I wouldn't really want to take it. So we're going to go to our next pair, which is going to be Euro GBP. Can we spot more things in here? And right from the start, this is already way better to trade compared to USHF. Now, the interesting part about this one, my student has actually called it out pretty well. UGBP, in my opinion, is best option for sell. With no wick daily candle, equal lows, daily FEG below, USHF offers a good sell, but has a gap which I don't like. Pretty similar or similar enough to what I am already saying. Although USHF is not going to be our best opportunity, I am going to lecture him on that one even further. However, UGBP is definitely a great choice. Now, something that he has actually missed out on, or maybe not even missed out on, just hasn't pointed it out, we have an equilibrium which we have not been traded into. So we'll drop that onto the 4 hour time frame. What can we spot in here? No wick candle also, right? We also have this entire gap that has not been traded into. So this is actually a very good setup that we want to trade lower, right? Now, 1 a.m. has already started. We're about to take the trade. Let's quickly go over the other pairs, right? I wouldn't really participate in that, at least not as of right now. AUD USD, also not really. We are in an FEG, we might as well just continue our upside. AUD NZD is already looking a little bit more promising with relative lows compared with the FEG. Actually quite significant reason to trade lower. Now, first things first, before we're going to do anything, let us start StarTrading, right? I already know that we're going to take a trade. It looks very safe to do on your GBP. We have a gap. We pretty much have not all of the things. There's also a downside with this massive FEG combined with a BPR range. I don't like that at all, but the bias aligns and we're just going to trade lower in that sense. We've already missed the open for that matter because I'm just recording the entire video, but no excuses in that sense. And what I like about this entire trade is that the stop loss is going to remain a little bit more optimized, right? So this would be our usual potential trade, and then 10 pip take profit, right? And then from here on, we're just going to take it a little bit differently, right? Because we're just going to optimize a little bit more, put it at that high. And this is basically going to be the trade that we would be taking. We could even shoot for that low or even for that gap. I'm not really going to do that. We're just going to take the entry as it is. And we're going to go to StarTrading. So here we are at the StarTrading, the same account. Nothing has changed, guys. So I'm going to put the limit order. Oh, this was EURGBP. Hang on. Where's that pair? I don't think I've marked it out yet. EURGBP. Then from the sell, this is going to be our limit order. Then our take profit going to be right in here. Right. The reason why I just want to mark out EURGBP firstly is because it's just the safest trade to take in that sense. Maybe I'll also take another one, but as of right now, I'm really just interested in that one. So EURGBP is set up. We will be gaining. Hang on, there's something super wrong going on. Wait. I put in one lot, man. That would have blown the account immediately. Shit, man. Okay, that was very close. So we're going to do it again. This is going to be our entry. Here's a stop loss. It's going to be our take profit, 0.1. Right, place order. It was a mistake of mine, right? I mean, I'm human. I make mistakes, but this shouldn't be happening, right? Okay, so we have taken a trade. At least we're not in right now. So from here, I am going to go into the daily time frame and look out for another trade opportunity, right? Because AUD CHF is looking quite promising that we are actually going to trade onto the downside, because we have the relative lows, we have the previous day low. Only thing that I don't like, of course, is that overall we are just trending higher, right? I meant to go into the weekly time frame. Well, the weekly time frame has potential to actually trade lower into the previous week low. Now let me check that on a daily once again. Is there a reason to trade lower? Okay, this is just heavily engineered liquidity, if you can see it, right? Now somebody might see it as a trend line. I like to see it as relative lows in here, right? No matter how you're going to twist it, this is not liquidity that is going to stay like that, right? It's just that, can we really predict if it's going to happen that day? That is the question that you want to ask yourself. It will happen, but you can't really tell if it's going to happen that day, right? Once again. Now, what I already don't like is that we will at least trade into this candle high, and only then we can expect to trade lower. Before that, I don't really see us trading lower yet, right? So I'm not really sure if I'm going to take a trade on that pair. Let's go into the 4 time frame again. I want to have more analysis. I mean, we have this FEG in here, also BPR. I want to see how the trade would be looking like if we would be taking it right from here. Yeah, we will be able to endure this entire BPR range in case we're actually trading higher onto it, but nothing above that, right? If we are actually wrong in the trade, then there's nothing really that is going to protect us besides the BPR. So yeah, I'm kind of just unbiased about that one for right now. Let us go to AUD USD. And usually I like to say don't take it if it doesn't look too well, but I mean, the confirmation is there, right? Now on AUD NZD, we have a similar situation. We're going to the daily time frame. It's going to be the previous day high, previous day low. Judging from this alone, you'll be saying that previous day high, maybe or maybe not, right? But the problem is just that we have this massive wick. So for me to say that we are going to go for the previous day high is pretty unrealistic. We have these relative lows. Now this is also an entire FEG in that sense, right? So there's actually way more confluences to trade lower. Problem is just that the daily chart does not align with this entire bias, so we can't trade it, simple as that. Now NZD USD is also not looking that promising. Euro USD, usually not looking at it. I mean, I think that's just a very slow week, very slow start into the week. There's not really much to do on this one. That is basically it, all that we have for this day. Unfortunately, I expected to have a little bit more trades to take coming into the Monday, right? But there's not really just something to trade off from, right? Once again, the only reason where I would be interested would be AUD CHF. It's just that the problem, I can't really tell if it's going to happen right now. We also have this daily gap, and I don't really like that out of experience. Trading away from the gaps is quite dangerous, because you like to trade into the gaps, right? I've told you that many times. It's imbalances, and so I wouldn't want to really risk it. So yeah, we're just going to see how this entire trade is going to play out, and yeah, see you later or tomorrow. Right, so here we are at our next day. Now I am going to do the entire market analysis. I was just cutting a video, but yeah, then I got the notification that it's time to trade. So we're going to scan the market as always. It's so funny that to you this is literally just a second, but to me this was an entire day. USCHF, probably don't even have to look too much into it, right? The likelihood of this entire thing to be playing out is quite unlikely, so we're not just going to play it simply because we don't know if we go for the high or for the low. Yes, we might have relative lows, but I mean, just look at this entire price action, you don't really like it. So next pair, EURGBP, how's that looking like? Yes, I remember this was actually the trade that we have taken yesterday, right? Now there was something interesting about this entire price action, because we have not traded into the previous day low on CTrader. I'm just going to show you that in just a bit. But yeah, this trade is just running, so obviously no trade for that pair, but we can still decide whether or not we're going to trade a different pair. Now this entire thing, remember, we wanted to take it, but we have not taken it. It doesn't mean that this can't run into a take profit. I mean, it hasn't so far, right? This would be the 23 candle right in here. It would still be ongoing, right? And you don't really know if it's going to hit or not, especially because of this gap. I'm glad we didn't take it. Even if this runs into a take profit, I'm still glad that we have not taken it in that sense. Now, do we have something that we can trade in here? Probably also not. We have the relative equal highs in here, right? This is something that, of course, we appreciate. We can't really tell previous day high, previous day low. Don't really know. Let me look at the 4 time frame just to be sure. I mean, what I like about this, to be honest, we have this entire FAG. It's just that the problem is the bias does not really align. We might as well just go lower, right, for this entire liquidity in here. And that's just overall the problem. So also no trade on that one. USD CHF. This is already something that we like to see. This is going to be your established movement. And what I've noticed in general on USD CHF, this happens more than on other pairs, is that it's going to take out one candle, so the previous day low in here, and then it's also just going to shoot up and reverse and take out the previous day high. This has not happened on this candle, but it just happens more often than on other pairs. So we want to ask ourselves, previous day high, previous day low. Probably we are going to go for the previous day high, not for the previous day low. So let's look on the 4 time frame. How's that looking like? I like this candle. It's showing us willingness. We tried to go lower. We're not able to stay lower. Took out liquidity, and now it's time to actually go higher to these relative equal highs, right? Also something that I really like. So basically, we have the internal relative equal highs. I'm going to mark it out. Let's look at the time just so we're not going to miss it. Speed run it a little bit. It's like I'm calculating this in my head, as if this is going to be enough time, marking this all out and still taking the trade. We have the previous day high, internal relative equal highs, external relative equal highs, everything that we want to take a trade on, right? Don't look too much into it. If the setup is looking good, it's looking good. So 10 pip take profit, 50 pip stop loss. If there's something close by, let's just take this low as an example. So we're going to start CTrader. So here we are at CTrader. We want to go to USD CHF, USD CHF. Perfect. Market orders, we want to take a buy. Then our take profit is going to be like right in here. The candle is just about to open. 3 seconds. Yes, it's going to be confirmed. And from here, it's going to be our take profit. 0.01, we can already take it. It's no worries. This USD CHF, correct. We are going to go in here. And we're going to set up our take profit. Now, the reason why it's okay just taking it like that with a market order before even having to set up the stop loss, it's because I'm not trading on a stupid prop firm that is just going to say you need to have a stop loss, you need to have this, you need to have that, right? All of these problems, you don't have them if you're just trading a personal account. That's the first thing. The second thing is I just want to have the very recent price that we're having. Price is absolutely not going to just tank 50 pips on USD CHF. This has actually never happened in history, right? Simply because there's also no news at that time that could basically do this kind of movement in that sense. So yeah, this was USD CHF. Let's go to AUD NZD. Open has already started, but that's okay. We have also not taken this trade yesterday. Remember, we have done analysis on this one that we want to trade lower, but we have not taken it. I don't know the exact reason why we have not done that. Probably because of FEGs. Just reverse the video if you want to look at it again. I'm not going to do an entire breakdown on it again. So also no trading here. And so yeah, that's basically all that we have. Current standpoint is the EUR-GBP trade that is still be running, and then also we have USD CHF that is also running. That's basically it, what we have for the entire day. And yeah, we'll just see which of these is going to take profit, loss. I'll let you know about any updates. See ya, guys. All right, so here we are. It's almost like my hair depends on my weather. Now, this is not the next day. This is just a couple hours later. Now, I went to sleep and I woke up to this, which is good, right? We hit a take profit. But I also woke up to this, which is a massive loss hit. We're going to go to CTrader firstly and check the whole thing out, right? So currently we are sitting at 1627, which is below the initial balance, but I am not going to change anything with the strategy, right? So let us look at the history real quick. Like 2 losses, not in a row, but we have taken them. But we have also taken a lot of wins. Is that going to determine that the edge doesn't work, or I'm going to start changing things or anything like that? No, of course. That is the exact same point where most of you are going to fail. You saw this happening to you and immediately you'll be thinking, man, I should go back to higher RR. Let me go back to a 10-hour trade. You have to stick to the strategy. I know that we are going to flip this account. And the reason why I'm just so confident in this, whether it's me journaling and backtesting my entire strategy, thousands of trades, or me live trading in the markets, I know that this money will be made back. Simple as that. Because the edge works in the long term. Couple of losses will never determine if you have an edge in the market or not. But also a couple of wins is also not going to be determining that. So yeah, basically we are just going to keep it up. And yeah, see you a little bit later when we're about to take the next trade. Simple as that. Alright guys, so here we are at the next day. And we're just going to continue where we have left off as always. Euro CHF, not really feeling it. However, there is like one thing that I like about it. Just looking at it from this angle. Is because we have this gap which has not been traded into with the body closure. Problem is just that we don't have the daily confirmation in that sense. We might have relative equal highs in here. Has this been taken out? Let me check. Okay, there's like barely a relative equal high, but it counts. But we have not taken out, or we don't really have that daily bias information, right? This is something that I need on a daily time frame, right? A big bullish candle, and then from there we could take it off from, right? Especially we are just trading lower, so in general we have to be a little bit more careful trading that way. This one was just a loss, right? Remember that one? We have just taken a loss there. What can you do? We might be able to actually long on this one. Now the time is actually looking quite fine. So once again, we have taken a loss, right? The bias and also the entire analysis were not off. It's just a natural loss that occurs. But now I'm thinking to actually take an upside. It's just we have a dilemma in here because we still have basically the old confirmation of the previous trade, which is still holding. We have the FEG, no equilibrium, relative equal lows. There's still a lot to actually trade lower. The thing is just that also we have taken out the relative equal highs. This is why it's a little bit more of a risky trade to take. We might look into that a little bit later on. Now AUD CHF, let's go into the daily time frame. What can we spot? Oh, relative equal highs, established movement onto the upside. Let me check if those are clean. Yes, those are actually relative equal highs. Preferably, if this candle would have not taken out the entire gap with the body closure, this would have been even better. Has not happened yet, it's okay. And all in all, this is really something that I would like to take. Previous day higher confirmation, we have the relative equal highs. For time frame, we have the small FEG, nothing to worry about too much. Hourly chart is also looking quite fine. We have this FEG trade into it, potentially now to the upside. So this is definitely going to be a trade for today. Let me set it up, 50 pips and 10 pips. Now for this one, going all the way higher to this low is basically too much of an extension, right? The entire stop loss is decreased by too much, which is not accurate in that sense. We can base it off of this low, right? This will be okay, optimizing like that a little bit. And then from here, I'm also going to put the entire entry right in at the candle low. The reason for that is because this candle is already bearish. It might as well take out its candle low, and then from there we can expect bullishness going on. That's basically how the trade is going to be looking like. And yeah, I will be really interested in that one. Let's go to the next pair. AUD USD, how's that looking like? Also a continue to trade onto the upside. Quite honestly, we have two reasons for that. We have the relative equal lows. We have previous day high, which we want to trade into, have taken out liquidity, fallen back into an FEG. So that's also not just a random level that we have traded into. 4 hour time frame, probably falling back into this FEG before trading higher. Oh, and also we have this massive FEG on the 4 hour time frame, right? There is a lot of reasons why we should take this trade, to be honest, right? Today is probably a way better trading day compared to the rest of the trading days. Now we cannot really base it off from a logical standpoint for the stop loss. Now, no matter how you twist it, there's not really something that I can put it off to. But in this trade as well, I am willing to put my limit order right below the candle low of this one, because it will most likely also trade into that candle low. USD CHF, how's that looking like? Yeah, 50-50 scenario, we can't tell, 50-50 candle. AUD NZD, and not really also something that I would like to participate in, neither for the high, neither for the low. NZD USD, already taken out the high, and then from there on, that is pretty much all. So today I guess it is really just going to be AUD CHF and also AUD USD with potential Euro GBP. However, I am not that sure on it. Let me see how the trade will be looking like. It's what I always like to do. Okay, so we wouldn't have to trade into the previous day high. That's something that is good, right? We could base it off from here. And honestly, I am willing to actually even take it. The reason for that is just, yes, we have the movement lower, but I expect more bullishness to come now, right? We still have the confirmation and everything. This is sort of a dilemma trade, right? You can see. But overall, I think that we can keep up the momentum, right? So because this is the Wednesday, there's still like today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow to come for bullishness to move higher, right? So I think that the previous day high can be taken out, simple as that. And we also have these two gaps, which is kind of changing my mind now. So it's not that I'm just keeping on changing my mind and I don't know what direction to trade. It's just that I find new things while I'm discovering the chart, right? But let us take the positions that we're sure of that we're going to take, right? Entry, this is going to be AUD CHF. So AUD CHF, limit order, this is going to be our entry price, 0.01, stop loss set, take profit set. It's going to be our position for that pair. And then there was also AUD USD, right? Limit order, we're going to copy it, AUD USD, limit, buy, type in that limit order, stop loss, and the take profit. So these are going to be the positions for now, right? We have two positions, preferably ongoing, depending on if the price wants to move there. So yeah, we're already shooting up. It would be quite unfortunate if we're not going to get filled on that one, but I'm willing to take it like that. I think it's totally okay. So Euro GBP, let us decide whether we're going to take a trade or not. We have reasons to trade low, we have reasons to trade higher. Now these gaps are on the weekly chart. For some reason, I just thought that they were on the daily time frame, which on the daily time frame, there was like no chance I'm willing to take this if there's like two gaps in a row, because one of them is going to get filled. Now, on the weekly time frame, it's a little bit of a different scenario, because filling out those gaps will take time, right? Because it's just on the weekly time frame. Let me check. Okay, we have already traded into the equilibrium, so that's no more additional confirmation in that sense. Basically we are in the small little range like that. I'm willing to take it, right? Confirmation wise, this would be something that I will be willing to participate in. It's just that we have this massive FEG. But all in all, I do think that it's okay to take a trade on that one. Pretty sure. So we're just going to take it, quite honestly. Euro GBP, it's going to our stop loss. Euro GBP, buy, market buy, because we're already below the price which we are normally putting it at. So stop loss, take profit, and also to take profit in here. 0.01, place order, and we're just going to let it run. Yeah, we're just going to let all of these trades play out depending on what is going to happen. Now keep in mind, on AUD CHF and AUD USD, and I'm actually going to set up an alert for now. If take profit gets hit before we are going to get hit into the trade, and we're going to cancel the entire position. It's very important. So AUD USD, when take profit gets hit, right in here, we're going to close the entire position, and we just got unlucky in there, right? It happens. Of course, you would expect this to go lower and then higher, but sometimes in backtest, I've seen a lot of the times I wanted to refine an entry, but then it went into a take profit, but we never really got hit. That happens, and I'm willing to take it, basically, right? Because it gives a little bit of a better risk to reward. Increased by 0.03. You might be saying this is not much, but over the long run, it goes a long way. And all in all, this is just more profitable. Yeah. So this is basically it for this one. I'll keep you updated, maybe later, maybe tomorrow. You know what's up. Alright guys, so here we are. I have just recently woke up, and I woke up to this basically. Let us go through all of our trades that we have taken previously. So Euro GBP is looking like that. Straight up a win, or not even straight up. We had a little bit of a drawdown period in here, but then eventually went actually up. So that's what we like. AUD CHF, also a win. If we're going to go into the 1 hour chart, basically done what we would like to do. Now we have created these relative equal highs internally, which is something we didn't really like, but that's why we have this big of a stop loss and eventually hit or take profit, right? So then we also have AUD USD, which is not looking that well, because on this pair, as you can see, clearly went into a drawdown. And then in this period of time, I even thought that, okay, we might as well just return and it's going to hit a take profit, right? I was about to be like happy in that sense, but that never really happened. And our stop loss just remained under this low as previously said, right? We went higher, and even if we would have put our entire entry at a break even in here, this would have not changed anything because price never went into the actual entry. Then we have traded lower and our stop loss got hit at a minimized loss. 50 pip stop loss would have not changed anything in here. So that's kind of a good thing to do. Now USD CHF was also a win, and pretty much also the best pair that we could have traded. I've set an alert just in case we're not going to get filled into the trade. That's not needed anymore because we got filled into the trade and then traded higher onto the previous day high and some other liquidity on the left. So something that we really liked. But how's the account balance looking like? Yeah, and we have basically lost a little bit, like not much, right? We currently sitting at 1562, right? We have not made anything. We have actually lost but it is way better than expected, because at one point in time it was looking like we're going to lose the entire account. We're just going to blow it right there and then. Now this has not happened, so we're likely to proceed the entire challenge. As I've told you previously, I am very aware that we are going to flip this account, right? On a single trade I'm risking like 30, even more than 30%, right? Because we're risking $6, which is like 30%. This is why if we're going to lose like 3 times like that in a row, then it's hard to recover, right? 2 times losses, that's okay. Not a problem that if we're going to actually lose straight up just 2 times in a row without any wins whatsoever right in between, then we don't have enough margin to actually open up like 2 or 3 positions at the same time. So that's like kind of the problematic thing. We just have to get that initial push, get above that $30 mark, and then from there on it will be much easier. Yeah, once again, we're getting into a drawdown, right? And I love that this is happening to us, because this is going to show and also prove a profitable trader, right? Not to glaze myself, but I am a profitable trader. They would just close TradingView, close CTrader, I don't care, and go on YouTube, look out for some kind of other BS strategy on ICT, which is then not going to work, and the cycle just repeats and repeats and repeats. So I'm not going to do this in this one. We're going to stick to the strategy because I know that it works. Now a personal statement, now we're going to journal the entire trade. All right, so mini flipper account, we're going to put in the statement. Now guys, if you would only be half as much convinced as me in my entire system, you would be a profitable trader already, and psychology would never get to you if you would only be half as good in terms of trusting your system as me. Like, I'm fully blown away and I don't care about nothing else that my strategy works. That's how confident you have to be. We are getting into a drawdown and it's not looking quite fine, but am I concerned? No. So yeah, for now there's no trade. I just wanted to review that real quick, and then later on we're going to take a trades. So I just joined the Discord because I'm going to be doing a live trading session with my students, and as you can see, students join in. So then I'm going to share my screen as usual. But I don't know if you saw the message, but I'm also recording while I'm doing the analysis, so you know, later on I'll be able to talk. All right?
Sure. I'll mute myself here.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Yeah, so we have already seen recently that the previous day high and previous day low is getting quite respected on USD CHF. Now, and here it's basically the same story, and it's actually a pretty good trade to take. The first reason for that is we already have our established movement with this entire candle, but then also we have this entire price action gap, which we have not been traded into with a body closure. Now, as always, we like to trade into it with a body closure, which has not been happened yet, right? All that we see right now is just a couple of different wicks, and to be exact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different candles that have not been able to basically trade fully into the gap. So if we're even going to look closer, there's relative equal highs internally and also externally. So these would be your internal relative equal highs. I mean, potentially you could even say that those are relative equal highs, but to me, quite honestly, are already too far away, because that high is not close enough to that one, right? So this is a little bit more subjective, but to me, those are not relative equal highs. So we have those relative equal highs and also the internal relative equal highs. So USHF is basically a very good trade to take today. And we go to EUR/GBP. There's already a little bit of a different story in here. I'm going to remove a couple of things so the chart doesn't get too messy. We could potentially trade into a previous day high, but the reason why USHF is more likely to play out because we still have this entire liquidity. Now granted, we are far away from that entire liquidity, but especially because it's a Friday, it's more of a roll-off trading day. A lot of the times on the Fridays, you also don't have that much volume. So I don't think that we are going to have another candle such as in here trading on to the upside. So this is why we're also not going to take this trade. At least me personally, I don't really see a good enough of a trading opportunity compared to USCHF. Let's go to AUD/CHF, remove everything. And this is basically the same scenario that we have on USCHF. Pretty high likelihood that we're going to trade into the previous day high, not the low. So we already have pretty much two pairs. Let's go into the 4-hour time frame real quick. That's also looking quite fine. The only thing that is concerning is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then potentially 5 different candles in one direction. The more candles you have of one color, so in that case bullish, the more likely it becomes that the next candle is just going to be a bearish one, right? So we also have to look out for that. But all in all, we have the previous day high with the relative equal highs, we have the liquidity, we can definitely trade higher. Now, on the 1 hour time frame, there's not really something additionally that we can base it off from, such as some kind of big FVG. All in all, this is a very good trade take. AUD/USD, how's that looking like? Yeah, it's more of a 50-50 scenario. We can't really trade onto the high, also not to the low. The only thing that is good that we've taken a liquidity on here. Now, USD/CHF is a little bit of a like niche scenario. You could trade onto the upside because those are also going to be relative equal highs. And also we have traded into this FVG, which we are seemingly now rejecting out from. So I'm just going to take the positions just so we're not going to miss out. So USCHF was one of the trades that we wanted to take, right? This was USCHF, no stop loss. There's not really a logical level that we can base it off from, so we're just going to leave it like that. Now EURGBP is going to be, was it trade? This was no trade. Then AUDCHF, we had a trade in here which we wanted to take 0 AM, so right in here, 50 pips. There's also not really a level besides this low. Okay, there's actually a level, we can put it right below this low. Not going to extend any further or take profit. AUD USD, did we have a trade on that one? No, we didn't. USD CHF, and this is the last trade that we were willing to take. So basically 3 for the day. Yeah, we're just going to let them run. For this one, the only like logical level that is close by would be this one. Besides that, there's not really something that I would like to basically modify with the trade on, right? You also don't want to do something like that. This is way too much of an extension. So these are basically all trades, right? 1 second, brother, I'll be here in like 2 minutes. So here we are at CTrader. So EURCHF was one of the pairs we want to take trade on, buy 0.01 lots. Great. Then there was also, let me check, double check actually. AUDCHF was a trade, 0.01. It's going to be a buy. Then what else do we have? We have AUD, there was no trade for us. Then we had USDCHF, 0.01, place order. Now the reason why I'm already basically taking a position without entering a stop loss is just because so we're actually getting an accurate price in that matter. I mean, price is not just automatically going to tank. It's not going to happen. It's also just a small account, right? I'm not really too concerned about losing 20 bucks, of course. But we're keeping it serious and also professional, right? It's not that it's a big deal putting it like that. So USDCHF, we're going to enter the stop loss. So USDCHF, so this is going to be USDCHF, right? Then we have to take profit. So that trade is already set up. Is that we're going to extend it by a little bit, 10 pips, we fine. Then our next trade was USCHF, which we like to trade stop loss. For this one, there was no logical level, so it's just going to remain at 50 pips. So USCHF, stop loss, enter it. We're going to go in here, take profit, enter the take profit, protect position. There we go. So now 2 trades are already set up. Then we also have AUDCHF. So we're going to copy stop loss, AUDCHF, copy paste stop loss, copy and paste to take profit, and right in here. So I want to quickly check, are those 10 pips? Okay, that's good. I think we got a little bit of a better price there. Let me check all positions. That's 10 pips. It's also 10 pips. Perfect. So now we'll just be waiting out. I'll be doing an entire lecture for the mentorship, and for you this will basically just be another cut. So yeah, basically we're going to go to trading view, as you can see. So we're going to go into the daily time frame. That's the same day but just later on. So AUDCHF was one of our trades, has gone into a drawdown firstly, right? But then eventually it went into the take profit. We had a little bit of drawdown, that's to be expected. I mean, after all, we are trading in negative risk to reward. Then let's check out, I think we had USCHF, pretty much the same story. We were trading into the previous day high combined with the gap. There was pretty much a lot of reasons on why we should actually trade higher. Gone a little bit into a drawdown, you know, like about 10 pips I think, and then we went higher. Now we still have these relative equal highs for the Monday's trade because this was the Friday. AUD where was the next trade? Yeah, USDCHF. And also pretty much the same story. We had our established movement as mentioned previously. We wanted to trade into the previous day high, actually going for it all the way to that high. And we also have the gap, which has to be fulfilled with a body closure. All of that has happened pretty much, and let us check CTrader. CTrader is looking quite fine, right? So we are not at the exact same point where we started at, which was 20 bucks, but it's a start, right? So from here on, I would expect the winning streak to start ongoing. But yeah, I'll keep you updated for the next week. All right, so this is going to be the next day, and I've already done a couple of different trades. I did an entire live stream on that one. That's why you probably just didn't see it. Now recently I started streaming, so if you want to have live trades, hop in. So yeah, let's go to USCHF, quickly revisit. We've taken a long in here, that was a win. Let's go to UGBP, AUDCHF, that was also a win. And then AUD and ZD is about to be a win. So we have pretty much only that for now. 1 take profit hit and 2 more to come, or hopefully 2 more to come. At least one of them is going to be a take profit. Let's go to UGBP. Can we take a trade in here? I mean, we have relative equal highs, but we also have relative equal lows. And there's 2 ways of approaching this. Either we're going to go for relative equal highs first. Either we are going to go for the relative equal highs first or for the relative equal lows. Now the question is, where are we going next, right? Now let me see how the position will be looking like if you want to short it. The reason why I'm more interested in shorts is because As you can see, we have this entire FEG and also this FEG, which have not been traded into. This is going to be established movement, and we have taken out liquidity from the previous day. Right, so this is more of a risky trade to take. I mean, if we have better options, then I'm not willing to take it. This is more of a high risk account. I've told you a couple of times now. Let's go to next pair, AUD/USD. How's that looking like? Okay, that one is pretty good to take to the downside if we have not taken out the previous day low. Unfortunately, we have already done that, so that's also not an option for us. USD/CHF 50-50 scenario. This was a running trade, I think so. I mean, we have pretty much previous day high and low. We have no trade on that one, do we? Let's go to StarTrading real quick. We actually have AUD/NZD. This trade is running, and then also we have AUD/CHF. Both of them are running right now, so we can't take a trade. NZD/USD, how's that looking like? Previous day high, previous day low has already been taken out. And yeah, from here on, these are basically all of our pairs. Let's go to Euro GBP because I think we could be taking a position onto the downside. Let me see how the entire context is looking like. Okay, no. The weekly is actually looking quite bullish. Basically the same question we want to ask ourselves, but just for the weekly chart. We're going for the previous week high or for the previous week low. Probably for the previous week high, so we're not going to take a trade. Now USD/CHF is looking quite bullish though, right? Because the previous week high has not been taken out. Okay, these are not relative equal highs, but we pretty much want to trade into the previous week high. We also have this entire gap, which aligns pretty well with our entire bias. Let's go into the daily. Problem is just that, as previously mentioned, there's a 50-50 scenario. Now let's look at the 4-hour time frame. Once again, I'm also taking just positions which are more risky, simply because I want to build up a buffer, and then from there on we can do more risk management. Yo, what's good, Jamie? Just saw you hopped in. I don't hear you. Hang on, I'm gonna start streaming. I forgot to do that. I mean, we have the internal relative equal highs, we have the external relative equal highs. So the safest bet for you also, Jamie, who just hopped in, would be pretty much no trade, to be honest. There's not really a trade which I would be interested in on for today. The best bet would be AUD/USD. I don't know for how long you've been in here, but AUD would be the best pair to trade. Unfortunately, we have already taken out the previous day low. Alright guys, so don't be wondered, I just woke up to do this video. We've done a couple of live streams, we've done a couple of trades. Some of them may take profit. I think it was also a loss. It happens. But all, we're going to keep on doing the analysis. So EUR/CHF, how is that looking like? I would go for the previous day high or for the previous day low. Probably for the previous day high. Probably not also the pair of the day, but let me check on the 4-hour time frame. 4-hour time frame is also looking good. We're trading into this FEG, but could also be said to the opposite side. We've also traded into this FEG, and currently we are rejecting off of it. So we can't really tell if we're going for the high or for the low. Now, based off of context, because if we're going to look at the entire thing, let's just say on the weekly time frame, we've also already traded into the previous day high, and overall we are just bullish. I mean bearish. This is of course bearish. We also have this price gap, but it doesn't really matter. So now we're going to go to the next pair. Not really going to be a trade for that one. Let's go into the daily for this. Your GBP, we have already a trade running. We could probably even be hedging onto the downside, but I wouldn't really suggest that, only because it's a little bit risky. So AUD/USD, probably the pair of the day. Really liking that. No relative equal highs, but that's also not needed. That's definitely going to be a trade. You can already see that with the previous day high. We've traded into this FEG. Order flow is bullish. That's what I like to see. AUD/CHF, AUD/USD is the same story. Also very good because we have the relative equal highs here. AUD/USD even better than AUD/CHF. Also have the FEG that we've traded into already. USD/CHF, how's that looking like? Also quite good. Okay, so we have a couple of pairs to trade. We're going to trade firstly AUD/CHF onto the upside. Then we go to StarTrading, AUD/CHF. Let me check it out real quick. AUD/CHF, man, I gotta organize all of these pairs. It's looking so messy. 0.01 lots. And we're going to go in here. The next pair was AUD/USD. So AUD/USD, where's that? AUD/USD, also going to be a buy. Then we have USD/CHF, which is going to be a sell. So USD/CHF is going to be a sell place order. So now from that point on, this is also a little bit more risky because we don't have that much margin to actually sustain all of these positions, but we have to basically bump up the risk a little bit. It's needed in order for us to build up a buffer. So this is going to be 50 pips in that sense. Even going to base it off in here. And since we have already taken a lot of trades, I'm not going to take the Euro GBP one, because then we for real are not going to have enough margin to sustain all of these positions. So this other position will be looking like originally. It's going to be the 10 pip. Going to aim all the way higher in there. So this is AUD/CHF. We're going to go in here. AUD/CHF, take profit. And we're going to do the stop loss. Also going to go in here, modify, protect. That's it. So now we're going to go to USD/CHF. I'm talking so quietly probably. USD/CHF. Going to copy the whole thing. stop loss. Quickly guys, this is me from the future. I've actually forgot that I've set in AUD NZD as a trade instead of AUD USD, but I've already corrected that, so yeah, there we go. So here's USD CHF, stop loss in there, and we're also gonna do the take profit. Here we go. Only one left is AUD NZD. Never mind, AUD NZD was never on our list. Quickly remove that shit. So it was AUD USD. That was what we wanted to trade. So AUD USD, take a buy. There we go. So this will be the original position. Let me do it to 50 pips. Okay, that's a good thing. We don't even have to reach all the way higher. Yeah, man, I have this sickness of just having to sneeze a lot of the times when it's spring. Anyways, AUD USD, we're going to put in the take profit, and in here we're going to put the stop loss, and we're just going to let it run. So of course the main concern in that sense for that day is your GBP, which I mean it's almost guaranteed that we are going to go for these relatively close, but I don't want to get ahead of myself and just trade lower, because that's also going to be quite of a risk in that sense. But to be honest with you, if I had enough margin on this account, I would take it, right? The likelihood of just shooting up all the way from this FEG into the take profit, it can happen, but once again we have to take out these lows first. This is going to be the liquidity rate, and then from here on we have potential to trade onto the upside. Yeah, anyways guys, hella tired, just woke up for the video. I am going to go to sleep now. So we're at almost 0 AM. Let's speed run a little bit, not in terms of pressuring ourselves, but let's keep it a little bit faster. Are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low on your CHF? Now this is more of a 50-50 scenario on its own, because we have liquidity higher, because these are going to be, I mean this is our previous day high, this is going to be our liquidity higher. This could be external liquidity. Watch a new video if you're not familiar with that. Could be the external relative equal highs. So yes, I still count that as relative equal highs, these two ones. And then this one is going to be your internal relative equal highs, right? But we also have movement onto the downside. There's just as many reasons to trade lower, right? We also have relative equal lows on here, and just overall look at it, we are just trading onto the downside. One thing that I do like about this trade is that probably this is one of those days where either way you're probably going to be taken out and then take profit. The reason for that is because this entire candle, this daily candle, looks like it is not going to stay like that. We are going to trade onto the upside and have a little bit of a bigger wick, and this would also align with this entire FEG, which is basically an imbalance, right? And also this entire FEG, although we have already traded into it, there's still potential for it to be refilled even more, and then even potentially go for this entire FEG. But for right now, let's don't stick to it, because I know that Euro GBP is going to be a better trade option for us. So I'm going to remove everything. I've already done a little bit of analysis for the mentorship. First things first, we have this FEG, we have relative equal lows in here. We are trading onto the downside. So basically all of this right now is going to be your established movement. 2 consecutive candles. I mean, even after only that one alone, there's going to be established movement. So this is going to be candle number 1, this candle number 2. After this one, this is basically even more confirmed. Then you also have your liquidity in here, relative equal lows created, previous day low, which is also one more liquidity point. Let's go into the 4-hour time frame. Preferably, I would have liked that we traded into this FEG beforehand, and then from here on we can expect lower prices, because those ones are also going to be relative equal lows onto the 1-hour time frame, which then we could expect to trade into, do some fuckery in here, then onto the downside. We also have this BPR to keep in mind. I'm going to mark it out. So there's even more liquidity to trade lower, and I don't think that this entire imbalance, so everything, right, this is what I refer as the imbalance, everything that is in here is just going to stay like that. It is going to get traded into at some point, but at the very short term, I am willing to trade onto the downside. So I'm just quickly going to mark it out the position like so. So this will be how the original position will be looking like. Let me set it up, 50 pips and 10 pip take profit. This is the original position. Now we can base it off this candle high, which is basically this entire FEG. So we're going to save a little bit more. Now let's go into the 1-hour time frame real quick. It's going to be the 1 hour right in here. Hang on, let me check that. So the original position will be like, so right in here, but we have already traded higher, which is good for us. And I'm just going to take a trade on Euro GBP, quite honestly. We're going to go to C Trader, and then from here I'm going to take a sell. It's going to be Euro GBP. Where is it? Come on, Euro GBP, and we're going to take, just double checking, we want to take a sell. So we're going to take a sell, 0.01 lots, place order. Okay, so now we have placed the order. Let me take one for the stop loss. We're going to copy and paste the stop loss real quick, copy paste the take profit, and yeah, there we go. We're basically going to let it run just like so. Let me look at the other pairs, because I think there was some kind of other opportunity if I if I'm not mistaken. I mean, USCHF was an option for us, but I'm not going to look into that too much. It's the last pair that I like to look at. I kind of see it as that I have a ranking in my head, and then I'm only going to trade the ones, I am going to take a position on the ones where it's just more likely to play out, and then I'm going to leave the rest for just the futures myself in that sense. So we have AUD, CHF, previous day high, previous day low, can't tell, 50-50 scenario, don't even look too much into it. This entire candle is also weird to begin with. We're going to go to AUD, USD, previous day high, previous day low. One of those days where either way, you're probably going to end up in a take profit. No, the reason in here is also, and let me remind about EURGBP, there was something I forgot to say on EURGBP. We have already taken a trade, no worries. It is going to be a trade opportunity nonetheless, but yeah. Now, previous day high, previous day low, we can't tell. Based off the rules, there's not going to be a trade. But based off, just experience and intent, this is going to be one of those days where it's going to be a take profit in neither direction. If you're going to take a long or short, probably a win. But we're not going to take it, stick to the rules. USD, CHF, also pretty much the same scenario, 50-50 scenario. We catched that previous day right in here, or, I mean, we didn't catch it. At least I didn't. Some of the other guys did. Yo, it's good, Foxy, man. Some of the other guys did that followed the trade that I've taken yesterday, but I unfortunately missed it. But yeah, this was actually a high probability day because of this entire gap. Let's go to AUD, NZD. It's also 50-50 scenario. NZD, USD. Yeah, there's already more probable to go to the downside because we're not as far compared to the other candles, but also nothing that I'm really interested in. Stick to EURGBP for today and EURCHF. Yeah, what I like about it, we don't even have to reach all the way to the previous day low in order for our take profit to get hit. Currently, we are just trading lower, and that can also be just another missed trade. Just like yesterday, but it's okay. I'm not too worried about missing the trades. If I'm even going to set up a limit order, so this will be the original position, then I might as well just put it at the candle high, and then the entire stop loss is going to remain in here because it's not worth it putting it in there. Already said this a couple of times. If the price really decides to go all the way higher in here, price is not going to reverse magically from this standpoint where the original, where the stop loss is going to be right at that line. It's not going to magically reverse on you. If it is going all the way higher in there, it is just going to go to your stop loss nonetheless. So it's not worth it putting it higher in there. We're just going to put it in here. As of right now, we are also not tagged into the trade. It might be one of those days where we are just going to get lower and it's not going to be a trade opportunity. And if we're actually going to get higher, I am willing to also increase the entire take profit. It's quite worth it to do because we're very close onto the previous day low. Once again, this is one of those days where probably either side you will be hit in a take profit, because this entire daily candle is also looking like, to me, we are going to trade onto the upside. But if that is going to happen before this take profit is going to get hit, then you have to cancel the entire order, and it's not going to be a trade for today. There was one more thing that I wanted to mention out on your GBP. This pillow is looking hella funny, isn't it? It's like a cloud. I name it the cloud. So what I wanted to mention out previously was on your GBP, the reason why it's also a pretty good trade to take is because we have these price action gaps in here. So basically we have these entire price action gaps, which we like to trade into with a body closure. This has not happened yet, and it needs to happen basically. What I like about this entire thing is that we have two of them, right? We have one price action gap, and we have the second one. So that's basically even better confirmation, because at least to one of them we have to go into. And even if we're not going to fulfill the second price action gap, then at least the take profit, which is right in here, I mean, it's very tiny. It's very, very tiny. It's probably going to get hit anyways as well. So that's something that I really appreciate about this entire framework. Now, of course, we are also having a price action gap onto the opposite side, right? You're never going to have only confirmation. This is just how the game works. You have to wait the confluence and then look, okay, which side am I going to take for that day? One of the guys was saying, bro, can we still do sell on UCHF? What I would tell you, I don't really recommend to you trading UCHF for that one. The entire weekly candle is just not looking how I would like to have it in that sense. If you are doing a high risk trade, then you can take it, but I don't recommend it. Stick to your GBP. It's the safer option today. We are having sometimes days where we have 3 different trades on 3 different pairs. Sometimes we have none, and sometimes we have just one, like today. If you really want to take a high risk trade, then go for USHF and also your GBP, but I recommend only sticking to your GBP, right? I can do analysis on your CHF so you know what's up again in case you haven't seen it. I did it at the very beginning of the stream. How much have you made since you started that $20 challenge? I can show it to you better. 30%. That is 30%, I think so. And here I can also show you my trades. There's no bullshit. We are really Just trying to grind that entire account here, all-time history. Here you can take a screenshot or pause the live stream if you want. So let's look at our first pair. So this was yesterday's trade, right? We have taken this one. No, actually your CHF we have not taken. It was your GBP that we have taken. So are we going for the previous day low or are we going for the previous day high? Based off the daily chart alone, we have established movement candle number 1, established movement candle number 2. So established movement candle number 3 potentially is going to go for the previous day low, not for the previous day high. Now on the 4-hour time frame, we need a bullish candle. Like I can already see that. This candle is also showing weakless. We are probably going to go for this FEG because this is also a BPR range. If you're going to look at this perspective like so, right from the start, it's not the most favorable position to take in that sense. I'm going to look at other pairs for now. There's actually one more special pair that one of the guys in my mentorship has been looking out for, and it was actually looking quite well. AUD USD. So the reason why I just skipped AUD CHF because this is a 50-50 scenario. Let's go to AUD USD. We are definitely going to go for the high. We also have this entire price action gap, also relatively equal highs above, so a bunch of liquidity that we want to trade into. It's basically a no-brainer, and I'm definitely going to be participating in this one, probably even the trade of the day. Now this once again also needs a bearish candle at some point or the other. We also have an FEG in here which price has already traded into, so that's something that I like. If it didn't trade into it, then there's way more potential for it to drop down into that FEG at some point or the other, and that has already happened, so that's good. Let's go to the 1 hour time frame. The position will be looking like, okay, so 0 AM has hit. We're trading lower right now. Let me see how the original position will be looking like. I'm speed running this a little bit because we are already a little bit late. So we are already trading lower. AUD USD, let's go there. Let's go to AUD USD, AUD USD, right in here. Buy, market order 0.1. We're just going to take the position. I'm going to set the stop loss in just a bit. Price not just going to tank for no reason like that. USD CHF. On the daily chart, unfortunately we have already run for the previous day low, but this would have been also a very good trade to trade into this entire FEG, which most likely is still going to happen. Okay, then we go to AUD NZD. Don't really like this candle. We can look into it more in detail in just a bit. This would also be such a beautiful trade to take, right? And probably even going to take it on a risky scenario, but just on my high risk account, because we have already taken out the previous day high, so that's already is not something that we like. You know, at this point, the guys in the mentorship are recommending stuff to me. They're getting ahead of me. Okay, so we're trading for the previous day high, previous day low. You know, we as well identified it. We're probably going for the high. We also have this entire price action gap, significant magnet onto the upside. Ideally, what I would like to see is that price has already taken out this previous day low, and then from here on we're trading higher. Because this would also mean that this one would be, let's just imagine the candle is looking like that. It's going to be a liquidity rate in that sense. It has not happened, unfortunately, but we can still trade onto the upside. Let me check, has the equilibrium been hit? No, it hasn't, and it's actually very close onto it. So that's also something favorable. On the 4-hour time frame, remember how on the other pairs I was saying that we need a bearish candle, right? On this one, it is quite likely that we're just going to shoot upwards without another bearish candle, because this basically is already your bearish candle, and we also recently had one. So we don't really have too much consecutive candles of the one color, which is basically gray in that case. My charts are just looking like that. So yeah, we also have even more liquidity. Right, this could be your internal, this could be the external, but this is more of a tricky situation. I would rather say that these are the external relative equal highs, and this is going to be internal relative equal highs. So without further ado, let's actually take the trade. Once again, I am going to do more analysis and a little bit more detail in just a bit. This is the original position. I am just going to take it more in good order. We're very close onto it and going to extend the entire take profit. So NZD CAT, is that going to be? Let's go to NZD CAT. NZD CAT. We're going to take a buy. Quantity 0.1. Yeah, USD CHF would have been a pretty good trade to take. Unfortunately, it's not. Let's go to AUD and set up the stop losses. The stop loss can definitely reside below this low. I wouldn't even need to push it to that low. There's also, unfortunately, not really a logical level besides perhaps this FEG. Yeah, unfortunately for this one, there's not really something logical. I wouldn't want to risk it to put it below this low. Yes, it has traded into this FEG, but after all, I just want to give the trade a little bit more room to play out. And if there's like not too much of a logical, if this low would just be extended by just a little bit, so let's just say in here, then yes, this will be okay for me to take it like so. But in that case, I'm not just going to modify it. So I'm going to copy the stop loss. So this is, let me double check, AUD USD. So stop loss, AUD USD. Going to put it in stop loss. Going to go in here, take profit, AUD USD still. Here's the take profit. Into the CAT. And for the stop loss, let me see. So for the stop loss, this will be okay, this entire FEG. I don't think that price is just going to go lower. This falls into the basic logic that I like to refer back to. If price is going to go all the way lower in here to that low, and it's not going to reverse probably, you know, price has already moved lower. And this entire FAG is also not going to save it because our original stop loss will be in here, right? No, in here is this entire BPR range. This kind of scenario to happen, that price is going to go all the way lower into this BPR, almost not take us out and then trade onto the upside again. Like, come on, this is not going to happen. So we're not going to put it like that. We're just going to put it right at this candle low. NZD cap, stop loss, take profit. And we have extended the take profit by a little bit, simply because this will be the original position. So right in here, but we're just going to base it off a little bit higher. And actually, let me base it off this candle higher. I don't think this is going to make a difference in price. Hang on, let me check. Because it's almost the same, this NZD cat. Okay, I mean just by 0.01 pips, but anyways, yeah, that's how the positions are looking like. I expect more trades for today, to be honest. I expected way more trades. I expected USD CHF, let's look at that real quick. I expected USD CHF, you know, all the way dump onto the downside. It's, man, it's such a bummer, right? It is actually a high probability setup. Basically, almost everything that you can ask for. I'm going to break this down just a bit so you can also spot high probability trades. So let's break down real quick why USD CHF was such a high probability trade to take if it would align with our rules. I'm going to do this step by step and break this fully down. Might even add it in a video. Let's see. So the very first thing that we can spot, let's go into the weekly time frame. Okay, I'm going to do full screen. You know, we're in serious mode right now. We're doing the full screen. So first things first, we have this entire price action gap. We like to trade into the price action gaps with a body closure, right? So the entire candle must be looking something like that. Before that is not looking like that, we are still considering to trade onto the upside. Now, some people will be saying, well, but what about all of this downside movement? We are just trading onto the downside, and we also have liquidity lower in here, and perhaps even this no-wick candle. Now, in the past, I've told you that you don't like to trade no-wick candles like that, because usually price is just going to reverse and create a wick for this entire candle. The reason why it's still okay to take trade onto the upside is because this is on the weekly time frame. So you could expect this entire wick to be created in the next week, right? In the next week trading, that is something that is potentially going to happen. Now, also, by the time that the candle was just in here, you could definitely expect for it to trade lower and create a wick. But since we're just trading heavily onto the upside, like the chances of us returning all the way lower from that point in here is very, very low, right? So because we have already had this much movement onto the upside, and keep in mind, this entire candle has this entire wick to it, right? So there's a lot of movement onto the upside. No wick candles just get created sometimes. It's not going to work every single time. And this is why I'm telling you so many times, guys, context, having a framework built off the entire trade, this is what matters. I can give you, you know, the rule of the previous day high, previous day low. I can give you the rule of the stop loss and the take profit, but you have to look at the whole picture, right? You have all these different cubes that you're looking at before you're going to take a trade. You can always have a checklist in that sense. That's nothing bad. Have your checklist, have your plan, whatever it's going to be that is going to help you at the end of the day. But you need to look at the whole picture and then take a decision. That's what I like to call professionalism. Are we going for the previous week high in that sense? If the next candle will be opening, probably for the previous week high, okay? Now, if we are going to look at this from a daily perspective, because this is where we'll be getting a little bit confusing. And I did this on purpose because people will be thinking, well, you are making an analysis and it looks like we're trading onto the upside. On the weekly time frame, it is looking like we're trading onto the upside, and the weekly is overall bullish. Now, if you're going to look at this and from a daily perspective, it's a way different scenario, because on the daily we have already fulfilled the entire price action gap. So okay, let me quickly rewind that. There's always going to be a bias for the short term, for the medium term, and for the long term. The long term right now, so the weekly chart is bullish. No question, we are trading onto the upside because of this entire candle. But the very short term, which is on the daily time frame, is looking onto the downside. And this is basically what we care about when trading a single day. We are not trying to catch momentum of the entire week. That is favorable if we're able to do that, but that is not our job as day traders. I mean, it's in the name, guys, it's day traders. So we want to trade onto the downside because we have this entire candle, which is already trading lower, which this on itself is already going to be your established movement, just like that candle. Now, this is, of course, more of an extreme candle, but you can basically compare it to this one, right? Now, also another thing, pay attention to the candle wicks. All of these candle wicks, they are showing you weakness, and it is not just bouncing off of a random level. We have taken out liquidity. This is basically going to be your liquidity rate. Liquidity has been taken from here. Now it's time to go on to the downside, the usual stuff. Also, if we're going to look at it from premium to discount range, we have already fulfilled our premium to discount. So now it's time to go to the opposite direction and continue our original movement, which is going on to the downside right now. So this alone is already making it very good. Now what else is there? And keep in mind, this entire no wick candle, this is not contributing to us taking a short. Guys, this is why I just keep on repeating myself that context plays such a big role. There is a no wick candle, but even though we want to take a short, it does not play a role on why we're taking a short, because we're just very far away from it. Now, it is just mini additional information that we like to look into. And once again, we're just far away. What really matters to us right now is going to be this entire FEG, which we have not traded into. Now, this low and potentially also this low, if we wouldn't have taken out the previous day low already, these will be relative equal lows. So basically like the perfect setup, almost the perfect setup. And also if you're going to take this entire range, so this is not a price action like, because this one was the last point that basically broke out of this entire zone. Now what zone am I referring to? I'm referring into this entire thing here. This is an entire zone. Okay, so see it as that. This is a price action leg, right? And then you also have this one separately. This is going to be your zone. See it as that, right? I'm trying to basically mark it out so you're getting into my head, so you can have more of a mechanical way to look at it, right? It's going to be discretional no matter how you're going to put it, but this way you're going to have it a little bit easier on you. So we want to trade onto the downside. Now we're going to go onto the 4-hour time frame, and on the 4-hour time frame, massive imbalance, one more imbalance. One of these imbalances need to get traded into. Now, of course, there is always going to be reasons why the trade could basically fail, right? The initial push is going to be higher. We also have these candles, which on the 1 hour, 50 minute will be relative equal highs. But since these imbalances play a much bigger role, we want to trade onto the downside. So a lot of talking, a lot of analysis, just for no trade basically, for this pair at least. Because once again, we've already taken out the previous day low and we want to stick to our rules. Now I'm bending the rules a little bit for the high risk account. You know, that's a separate thing. That doesn't have to do anything with my personal accounts, like real accounts where I have a lot of funds on them, or the prop firm accounts. That is completely separate. I've actually thought about setting up a copy trader for anybody that wants to follow along with a very small account on CTrader just for fun. So guys, by the time that I'm editing this video, the copy trading is already live. Usually it's the very first link in the description of every single live stream that I had been doing. If you want more info, just click on the link and you'll be guided through everything that you have to do in order to copy me. Yeah, NZD, USD would also be a phenomenal trade. It's basically almost the same scenario that we have, but just we have already taken out the previous day high, which is, you know, once again, kind of a bummer. Let me see how the original position would be looking like if we would be taking it. So we don't even have to trade that far off. That's like definitely something that could be working out. So let's look at CTrader real quick. So we have taken another win. Almost like 1 cent off of that 29. That's like no big deal, but I just thought about it. So Abelman was saying I want to know more about time frame alignment more. So basically for the time frame alignment, it's always going to be the same story. Tell me about time frame alignment. Why do they align? Why is that? I don't get it. So let's look at USD CHF and pay attention, right? So they have to basically, the higher time frames are going to determine the long-term perspective, and the lower time frames are going to determine the short-term perspective, right? So long-term and short-term. So when we're looking at the weekly time frame, let's just say that we expect the candle low of this entire weekly candle to be hit, right? We want price to go back in here. And let's just imagine that we know for 100% certainty it is going to get there by next week. Now, if that is going to happen, then that means we can expect that to happen within 2, 3, 4, 5 days, right? Because this is only going to happen next week. So, which also means that, let's just imagine we want to take a long onto the upside. So we are just in that price point. And we have actually taken that trade. For anybody that hasn't missed it, you know, back to the live streams or whatever, we have actually taken that trade onto the upside live with everybody that has watched. So let's say we want to take a trade onto the upside. That is going to be more short term because now we're just looking at the daily time frame. If we're going to align that, so hang on. First things first, we have the daily chart in here, price cap, right, on the daily time frame, relative equal highs. Now we're going to go onto the 1 hour time frame. These are going to be what? Relative equal highs. So you see, this line in here is going to be, and I'm going to mark it out like so. relative equal high, but it's on the 4-hour time frame. And this line in here is also relative equal highs, but it's just on the 1-hour time frame, right? So you see, these two things, these relative equal highs and also these relative equal highs, they align with each other because they basically share the same liquidity. It's a different time frame, but same liquidity. That's the key takeaway that I want you to put in your notes, or just remember it. Different time frame, but they share the same liquidity. That's where the time frame align with each other. And then from here on, the next move is just going to be to the upside. So this is why the time frames have to align with each other. And that's why I also look for more short-term analysis and also for long-term analysis. Because of course, ideally you want to follow the trade in a long-term and also short-term manner. But usually just knowing the short-term is all that you really need, because we are day traders. We're not looking out for that massive swing. We're just looking out for a little bit of price action. Simple as that. So we have 13 likes. Thank you for everybody that has tuned in and has liked the video. Appreciate it, guys. So NZD CAT is kind of letting us down right now. Going on to the downside, but it's no problem. See, or NZD CAT, right? So look at this. Right now, we have, so this is further for your time frame alignment question. We have the entire daily gap, right? We also have the premium to discount. I'm going to draw it out once again. This is all just on the daily time frame. Now we will drop down onto the 4-hour time frame. Onto the 4-hour time frame, you see that with our entire basically idea of trading onto the upside, we also have this entire FAG. You see, so it's aligning. The daily chart is aligning with what we see on the 4-hour time frame, which is in that case going to be the 4-hour time frame. So in that case, where we're going probably for the previous day high, shooting for liquidity higher. So if Memo was saying, what I mean was daily bias, 1-hour entry, why not 50-minute, 5-minute, or just 4-hour? Because, so look at it this way. The main analysis are going to be on the daily 4-hour, or let me say weekly, daily 4-hour, right? And for most of the times, it's only going to be daily and 4-hour. The reason why I go down to the 1-hour time frame is because look at it this way. We want to trade at what time? And I hope you know that from watching the videos, at 0 a.m. UTC Standard Time. If we're going to go to the 4-hour time frame, show me 0 a.m. So I'm going to hover around. Do you see 0 a.m.? So here, the previous day, this is 2 a.m. This is 22 a.m. Right? There's not 0 a.m. You just can't take entry on the 4-hour time frame because 0 a.m. is just not showing, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make. So we have to go at least to the 1-hour time frame. That's going to be the entry. So we are not, there's also going to be analysis on the 1-hour time frame, liquidity most of the times, and most of the times I am looking out for reasons on why not to take the trade onto the 1-hour time frame. But the 1-hour is mainly going to be for going for the entry for the 0 a.m. candle. That's the whole premise about it, right? That's why I don't go into the 50-minute to entry, because I entry based off the 0 a.m. candle. I don't entry based off something else, usually, right? This is in the most usual case and a little bit more simplified. If, let's just say, we're going to go to, the trade that we have just taken, okay? NZD CAT. Yeah, it's NZD CAT. Let's just say that we want to take some kind of optimized entry, right? This is where it's okay going on to the 50-minute time frame, because let's say you have these relative equal lows in here, and then you can put your entry in here. Yes, but usually for the most part, it's always going to be the 0 a.m. candle at the 1-hour time frame, because you want to catch the move basically before it has run. So I hope I was able to answer your question there. So yeah, these are basically the analysis on the entry alignment. It's basically you're looking at the whole picture, but just breaking it down into smaller pieces. So kind of like so, you see? So it's basically the whole picture. It's the same screen, but just from a different perspective. Like looking more into the basically screen. Look at this as like a screen, right? You're watching something onto the TV. The more you're going to zoom in, the more details you're going to catch, right? The more details you're going to catch of, the skin pigments or whatever when you're watching a movie and there's like real humans in there. You get what I'm saying? You're just getting the same picture, but just more details. What I also wanted to talk about NZD CAT, I remember it. I wanted to say it earlier. We are looking for that equilibrium to get hit. That's also something that we really like. I have not put too much emphasis on it, but out of experience, this is once again more of a discretional thing and also this experiencing thing. If you're already that close onto the previous, into the equilibrium, then most of the times this is going to get hit. Price is not going to reverse like that and just completely ignore, first of all, the previous day high, which is also relative equal highs, and just not trade into the equilibrium. But if you really want to risk it in that sense, you could even extend the entire take profit to the equilibrium and you'll most likely still be fine. But I'm just going to keep it low key at the previous day high. Already extended the entire take profit by a little bit. A good trade to take. By the way, anybody that is watching and you're interested in that mind map, maybe it is something cool to you that you want to look into, something valuable, anything like that, go to my website. It is going to be there for free. Okay, I have never ever seen somebody talking about this, right? Convince me wrong, show me a video where somebody has talked about this exact same thing. It's so simple and it's so obvious. You have seen it 100 different thousand times, yet nobody's getting to the idea to take advantage of that. It's going to be the no-wick candle, simple as that. So many have seen it so far. You have seen a no-wick candle like 1,000 different times, yet I see nobody taking advantage of it, even though statistically they are going to get traded back into at some point or the other. Most of the times they're not even going to get created, so you can also take advantage of them. This is like kind of the thing that comes with experience. I think this is what kind of differentiates me from looking at the market from other guys, right? Now, don't get me wrong, you don't have to reinvent the wheel in that sense. You don't have to be special. You can also just trade the basic concepts without the no-wick candle, just FEGs, liquidity. That's basically the bread and butter of this entire strategy. Relative equal highs and relative equal lows. I'm hearing this shit in my dreams. I'm having nightmares of relative equal highs and lows. But actually rather a small loss, right? You could expect that to be like a $6 loss. Before that, we have been on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trades in a row. We're starting at UCHF. So are we targeting the previous day high or are we going for the previous day low? This is the 50-50 scenario. We can't tell if we're going for the low or for the high. So basically we are not allowed to take a trade on that one. Now maybe, not saying right now, but maybe I am willing to take a risky trade to go on to the upside, but only on the risk account, right? Not on my usual prop firm accounts whatsoever. Well, let's leave that for now. So your GP was a take profited. I'm gonna show it to you real quick, right? I don't know what day that was, yesterday was it? I'm going to remove everything so we have a fresh start. Basically same scenario. Are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Probably for the previous day low, but I like to have a little bit more momentum. Also the problem is we have this entire price action gap and also FEG, which is also a BPR, right? So there is liquidity to trade higher. Also, these are going to be relative highs. If we had like a big bullish candle onto the upside, then this would be actually a very good setup to trade onto the upside, because you have your liquidity internally, you have your external liquidity, such as this price action gap, and even higher liquidity with this entire fuckery in here with the BPRs. This would be in an ideal scenario. It hasn't happened yet, so we are not going to take a trade. Simple as that. Now we're going to go to AUD-CHF and also, so that's actually the pair that you wanted to look into, Ghost Whale. So let's look at the weekly chart real quick. Weekly chart is looking weird, let's just put it that way, because we had a massive price action gap, which can happen. The only problem is that we're just trading higher and higher, and the longer a trend continues, the more likely it becomes that it's just going to reverse, right? Because at some point, especially, we have to go for these liquidity points lower. Now, but that actually aligns pretty well with the daily time frame, what we have right now, because we have the daily candle that's going to be established movement. We have liquidity being taken out in here, right? This entire thing is going to be the liquidity rate. So smokers saying, damn, this guy has no setups. Okay, so we have this candle. So now we want to trade onto the downside, because this is going to be our established movement onto the downside. So we also have these liquidity points in here, which is going to be what on the 4 hour time, I mean even on the daily, but on the 4 hour time frame it's going to be way more clear. My man Ghost Whale already had it in mind. So we want to trade onto the downside because this is all liquidity. We also have this FEG. Ideally, we would like to see that we are already traded into that FEG and then lower. This is an ideal scenario. And we also have this price action gap. It's actually a very good setup to take, right? I mean, overall trend, in an ideal scenario, overall trend would also be bearish right now, but you cannot have everything. So that's basically a pair that I wanted to take a trade on. I'm just going to leave this vertical line on it. AUD-USD, let's check that out real quick. So we have the relative equal highs that we have not traded into yet. Expected to trade higher into this gap, has not happened. This is going to be our established movement. We are pretty close to our previous day low. We're probably not going to reverse up from here in this point. What I also like is there's way more liquidity that we need to trade into, such as this price action gap. Equilibrium has not been traded into yet. We also have this price gap in here. So probably we are going to trade onto the downside. Let me see. In a daily time frame, we want to trade onto the previous day low. Now this is not going to be the pair of the day, especially because the previous day, so this entire candle, so this one has taken out its previous day high and previous day low. More of a rare occurrence, and we don't really like that to see. So we're going to go into the 4-hour time frame. Basically the same what I've explained in the last one. So we want to trade into that FEG and then lower. Ideally, we would already be in that FEG and then lower, because now we can expect price to go higher. This could be a potential entry. I am going to mark it also out with a vertical line. Now we're going to go to USD CHF. We're going for the previous day high, previous day low. More 50-50 scenario. This has also tricked us the last time. Oh, hang on. USD CHF. This has also tricked us the last time, because ideally you would have liked to go on to the FEG right in here. But this has not happened basically, and now we're in that 50-50 scenario, probably for the high, probably for the low. You know, it's not really something that you would like to participate on, as of right now at least, or for the entire day in that sense. So this is more of a risky trade. I was going for the previous day low, previous day high. Able Memo saying, welcome back, Star, welcome back, my brother. Probably for the low, because we already have this established movement. These two candles are going to be your established movement, right? Then we have this candle that we want to trade into. This is going to be your liquidity and potentially even external liquidity. But let's see if that is the case on the 4-hour time frame. So this is definitely internal liquidity in that sense. This could be counting as external, but it's quite far away. Ideally, I would like to see all of that. I mean, all of these lows basically count to the relative lows. But don't get that twisted. So this entire low and this low are not connected with each other. They don't contribute. So rather just that low and that low are relative equal lows. But then also that low and that low are also relative equal lows, right? So don't basically get that confused when I say that these are relative equal lows, but also these ones. Put a position order when explaining. So on the 4-hour time frame, we are already trading into that FEG, and this is going to be more of a risky one to take. It is not so obvious that we're going to trade onto the previous day low as the other pairs. All right, so we're going to go to NZD USD. We have hit, oh, this was the loss. I'm going to leave it for now. So we're going to talk about it later on. We want to trade onto the previous day low based off the daily logic, but I don't like this entire price action gap. And it's also Friday, which can sometimes be also a little bit more unpredictable. So we're not going to take this trade. NZD CAD. Probably for the previous day low, but this entire candle is basically the same scenario with NZD USD. This entire candle has barely a wick to the upside, so probably we also need to revisit it. So we're also not going to take a trade on that one. Yeah, so basically let's take the positions, okay? So we have what we have in our garage. We have AUD USD. AUD CHF was not a trade. Oh, that was a trade where I said, okay, you know, maybe I'm going to take a little bit more of a risky. No, this was actually a trade. Never mind, right? We have this. So we're going to take a trade on that one. You know, we have to wait for the 0 AM candle. Allowed to extend the entire take profit to that low, to the previous day low basically. And then stop loss can reside above that candle. Let me see how this will be looking like. I mean, I'm not going to take a trade yet. Don't get that. Don't be confused by that. I'm waiting for the 0 AM candle. I put a lot of value into that. So let me just put it like that as an example. How much is that? 5 pips? Yep, 5 pips. That's acceptable. Because if price goes all the way higher, then we actually have an entire high that it's targeting. Clearly, it is going to target that high. If price is going to get all the way in here, so all the way from the bottom right in here, then we are also going to violate it. And the original SL will also be hit. So no point in doing that. And we're going to increase the take profit also. Right? That's how the position will be looking like. But I am going to wait for that just a little bit longer. Let's go into the daily time frame. Probably for the previous day low. This was more of the riskier trade, if I remember. Let's go to another pair which we had. Yeah, but this is also more of the riskier trades. Yeah, this is not something that I recommend for everybody to take. The pair of the day is going to be AUD USD. Yeah, so perhaps I'm even going to take a riskier trade on your CHF, but you know, we'll be looking at that in just a bit. So now we're going to go to CTrader. This was all of our trades so far, and that's going to be the first position, right? So right in here. Going to close in just a second. Oh, we have already done it. Never mind. So from here, this is going to be 0 AM candle. This is how the position is going to look like. Right in there. Previous day high. Previous day low. I'm going to put a limit order in there. Not going to do it as a market order. Yeah, we're not going to do a market order. This was AUD CHF. So let me do AUD CHF. AUD CHF. Oh, I wanted to take a limit order, I just said, but it's okay. Okay, like that. So this is going to be the stop loss. Then that's going to be the take profit. So AUD CHF, AUD NZD, you said. Have we taken out that low? No, we didn't. More of the riskier trades, but I'm also going to take that on the high risk account. Once again, the best day for you to take is going to be, where was it? AUD CHF, right? AUD USD is also a potential trade. Also going to take that. AUD USD. So the position will be looking like. We don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day low, so that's something good. Going to base it off in here, the stop loss. For some reason, AUD reminds me of Eugene Krabs. AUD USD, going to take position. I'm gonna do that stop loss in just a bit. AUD NZD, AUD NZD. Let me check that real quick. Again, I'm just double checking a lot of the times, so we're not going to miss something. Also, ready to take a trade on that one. 50 pips, so we don't even have to reach all the way to the previous day low, but can be extended. Stop loss above this high. It's looking alright. It's going to be the 0 AM candle. AUD NZD is that. AUD NZD. Okay, so basically a Australian dollar episode. Let's just call it that way. So that's going to be just double checking. AUD NZD here. Sell. Was it a sell or buy? Sell. Just taking it like that. Okay, I'm going to do the stop loss placement. Stop loss. Then we're going to go here. Take profit. There we go. Then we also need to set up AUD USD. Let's not forget that. And actually, I would be ready to take another trade, but we don't have enough margin. We'll just get stopped out on this account so far. We don't really have that much. So we want to take here AUD USD and set the parameters in here. So it's going to be our stop loss. It's right in here. Stop loss. It's going to be the take profit. By the way, I thought you don't trade on NFP days. I'm going to explain that in just a second because I've updated the entire strategy with new rules and everything like that. It's just that the mentorships guys, they know it before, and then like after a while I also do it on YouTube, because it's not that I gatekeep in that sense. It's just that the videos just come later on, because I have already like 1 month, in an entire month I already have videos produced. So then there was, what was I saying? There was one pair in particular that was great looking. Okay, that was 51. I was saying, woo! That was this sound. Woo! Woo! Okay, weird. So I wanted to touch up on the loss from yesterday. Right, let's do that real quick. Jokes aside. So basically, this was the previous day that we wanted to trade, and we wanted to go for the previous day high. We have actually taken out the previous day high, but we also expected that we were going to trade all the way to this price gap in here and fill it out potentially. This has unfortunately not happened, and what happened instead, we just went all the way lower. Now, looking at this from the past, I don't think that this was a bad trading setup. Eli Hassan, hi bro, what's good man? We had the confirmation to go higher, but it was still just a loss. I don't think that this was an invalid loss where your analysis were just shit and then it's just going to be a stop loss. I genuinely believe that I would have taken this another time if, let's just say that some kind of other pair is looking like exactly the way that NZD USD was looking like. I would take that pair one more time, right? So this was basically just a valid loss and it cannot be avoided. We're going to go to the 1 hour time frame. This high in here was created after we have taken a position, right? So this does not really contribute, but it was additional liquidity where I would be saying, okay, we might as well just go higher because we have now more liquidity, so relative equal highs. We have not traded in there and just went all the way lower. So looking at this from the daily perspective, this was quite of an unexpected day because the daily candle will be looking way more bullish, targeting all the way to the gap. Has not happened, and so it was a loss. So conclusion made out of that trade is that it was just simply a valid loss. And people like to basically name 100 different reasons on, nah man, this is X and Y and Z reason on why I should have not taken a trade, or I should have entered way lower in here and then my take profit should be here. No man, a loss is a loss. If you have done the analysis right and there was a loss, then it's what it is. It's what I want you to keep in mind when you're trading. Not every loss is going to have like a meaning to it, right? A loss is a loss and that's it. So Abraham was saying, do you think you might lower your risk? No, I am going to decrease the risk. For the very beginning, right, for this entire account, I just wanted to build up a huge buffer, or like not a huge buffer. Let's get to $40 and I'm not just going to increase the lot size. I'm just going to give it at 0.01 because basically we are risking half the amount of what we were risking before that, because we now have double the amount if we have $40, right? If we have turned 20 into 40. So that's basically the thing that I'm referring back to. But yeah, I mean, dollar wise, it's going to be the same amount. But risk-wise and percentage is going to be half the risk, right? Because we have double the amount of money to play with. But as of right now, I wouldn't even mind if we really are going to just blow the account. We are risking 30% in every single trade. Don't forget that. More than 30%. More. like 40% or so, because it looks like it's only $2, but that is already like 10% of the entire account. $6 is already 30%. We had that yesterday or the day after yesterday. There was 2 trades that we have missed. They would have been a take profit, but I have not taken them. Why? Because it was just too late taking them. And unfortunately, the limit order did not get hit. Did a revenge trade? Did I still take the position? No. I just left it as it is and I accepted it. Acceptance is a very big point. And keep in mind, we are taking like multiple trades in a single day. And I've also told you, because we're trading more trades in a single day, that also means that we're going to get in, We're going to get more losses overall, right? The profit is going to be bigger. But we have been before that on a, I don't count this one because this wasn't, like this is basically the same one that we have watched and burned, right? It's not really a loss because I've closed it immediately right after. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different wins in a row. That's something that we can talk about. Last year you won 30 trades in a row. Last year was last year, and this year is this year. But yeah, I'm quite happy also with 10 times. Set your things right as a take profit, the stop loss, and just forget about it. There's no need for you to basically modify the position. I know sometimes it is quite annoying and it can get on your nerves, but that's exactly the mistake. I've told it previously, if you're going to lose the challenge, then that means it needs to happen. It is going to be a lesson for you, right? And the difference is, are you going to be able to sit through that loss and actually learn from the lesson, or are you just going to do the same mistake again? This is how the current account is looking like. We were at 29, now we at 25 again. Okay, so yesterday I did not take a single trade, and there was clear reasons for that because we had a gap lower and we just couldn't really tell for most pairs, right? So for USHF, for most pairs, the previous day low has already been taken out. So basically the entire candle started in here, which, you know, has already taken out the previous day low. So nothing to really trade off from, because I have like a lot of different people and I have to check in the list who are you really are. So just do another one, you know, enable friend requests, and then from there on we can go. Okay, so your GBP, yeah, pretty much all pairs, right? So this entire thing, where has it started? Here, I guess. And then that has already taken out the previous day low. And even if it hasn't taken out the previous day low, I still wouldn't have taken that because of this massive gap, right? There's just, yesterday was really not a good day to trade. So I'm gonna start with the analysis. So let's go to your CHF. What we can already see right from the spot, this on a daily time frame right now, we have already taken out the previous day high. From the rule point, which if the previous day high or previous day low has been taken out, right? So in that case, high has been taken out. We're not going to take a trade. And yeah, this is basically aligning with the rules. However, this entire thing has a no-way candle onto the upside. So probably we are also going to shoot higher. Now, if you might be saying, well, it also has a no-way candle onto the downside. Well, we are just trading lower. If the price is going to get higher, this will be creating the entire wick in that sense. So there is potential to trade higher, but this is only going to be higher risk accounts, right? So maybe I'm going to trade later, but I'm not going to look too much into it. Let's focus on the pairs we are sure that we want to trade. This pair, what can we see? This pair, what is that? That's what I like to call a 50-50 candle, or a V in that sense, right? You can't tell if we're going for the previous day high. You can't tell if we're going for the previous day low. So no trade. So now we're going to go to the next pair, AUDCHF. This is something that we like. This is going to be your established movement candle, right? This entire candle is indicating, hang on, I think you cannot see it on the stream. This entire candle is going to be your established movement. So it is showing you strong momentum onto the upside. We also have taken out liquidity in here. So most likely we are going to continue in that direction and shoot for previous liquidity. Now these are also going to be relatively high, pretty sure. Let me see if that is actually the case on the full hour. So this is all going to be liquidity that we want to trade into. And even in the case where you say, okay, well, but that swing high, so basically that swing high is quite far away from that one, is still going to be okay. Because what about this swing high and those ones? Those are definitely going to be relatively highs. You know, in these kinds of scenarios, it's kind of good to have a way where either way it is going to be liquidity on that sense. So it goes without saying, but we have taken out high and low of the day before on AUDCHF. Yes, so recently me and my students on the Saturday had a live meeting where we gone specifically for these kinds of situations. Now I'm going to keep it like very broad and not that much in detail, because most likely we are going to trade onto the upside, although yes, we have taken out the previous day low and also the previous day high. Since the momentum is there, we are still going to trade onto the upside. Go there, just like watch the video. Oh, I think I have actually not put it into the Google Drive for you to watch again yet, but I'm going to do that a little bit later. So if you want to trade onto the previous day high, usually, yes, you would be fine because we've taken out the low and the high, but since the momentum is there, I'm still willing to take the trade. So I got a little bit confused of this pair. So we have already traded into the previous day high, so that's not going to be a trade for us. Simple as that. So now let's go to USD/CHF. We've already taken out the previous day low, so that's also no trade for us. Let's go to AUD/NZD. We've already taken out, I'll zoom in for you so everybody that is watching on the phone can also see it. We have already taken out the previous day high, so that's also no trade for us. Let's go to NZD/USD. Previous day has been taken out, no trade. NZD/CAD. Goes well, it's basically having the entire watch list in. Like, I don't even have to go through all of that. He has basically scanned the market already for us. And then we're just basically following off what he's saying. For everybody that doesn't know, Ghostface is one of my students. We want to trade onto the previous day high. Why? Because we have already established move onto the upside. Now this entire candle has also already taken out liquidity. This is basically like not an all-time low, but if you're just going to see it as that, then this is very recently the lowest point possible that we have traded into. So now the momentum onto the upside is possible. Now it is also not falling back into a random level. We have taken out liquidity. Ideally, we would have also taken out this liquidity point, which these are now relatively lows, but since we have already taken out enough liquidity and this entire movement is already the established movement onto the upside, it is okay taking the trade. Remember guys, we like to focus on what has recently happened, so basically this entire candle, right? So yes, the entire context always matters because we have traded into this low and there is liquidity, so I'm gonna mark it as that, liquidity lower, but since we're just trading very recently, just care what has recently happened. Right now we have traded onto the upside, so that's pretty much all that we care about right now. We also have this entire price action gap, which we have not traded back into. Now keep in mind, price action gaps on the daily time frame, they can take a little bit of more time, such as the 1 or 4 hour time frame, but it's still something that I like to consider trading onto the upside. Now I am going to check how the position will be looking like in just a bit. Let me see. Okay, that's pretty much all. So this is going to be the first opportunity that we want to get into. What I don't like about this entire thing is two things. Basically, we have 1 FEG, 2 FEGs, 3 FEGs, right? One of them is going to get traded into. I do not believe that we're just going to ignore all of these FEGs. At least one of them is going to get traded into, right? Let me see how the entire position will be looking like. We're going to go into the 1 hour time frame. Like approximately here it's going to end. Okay, what I like, we don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day high. So I'm willing to extend. Let me see. Okay, this is not relative equal highs in that sense. I was referring to these ones. This would be a pretty good scenario if this candle high would be higher than this swing high. But this has not happened yet, basically. So we can definitely extend our entire take profit onto here. Stop loss, below the slow. This will be how the position will be looking like. I'm going to check further if we're willing to take a trade. Because I can already see if I'm willing to take a trade, I am going to put 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th is about to be created. Now you have to 100% put your entire take profit, your entry lower at this FEG. You're not going to take it as that because one of these FEGs has to get traded into. If you have that many FEGs, basically all of these FEGs are just imbalances, which even in that case, this is going to be a BPR range, right? We need to trade into at least the very minimum this one. And I don't know if we're able to sustain all of the previous FEGs. What I like is that in order for our position to fail, we would have to fail through this entire FEG, and then yes, we are just going to trade into these FEGs, right? But there is significant amount of reason why we are trading onto the upside because of the daily time frame, right? I like what the daily is telling us. So let me take the other firstly, and then we're going to decide further on. Let's go into the 1 hour time frame. Let me see how the position will be looking like. So that's fine. We're trading a little bit above the previous day high, but that's like no problem. I'm not going to put my entire entry into this FEG. For everybody that's watching on the phone, there's a small FEG in here. We're not going to put it in there. It's not really worth it in that sense. For the other pair, it was a different story. AUD/CHF we can definitely take. About the other pair, I am going to look further into that. Okay, we're already trading lower. That's great shit. And I'm just going to take position. So this is AUD/CHF 0.1 market order. Let's go to NZD/CAD. So even if this is going to continue higher, I'm not willing to rush in. So how is the daily candle? It is basically starting right in here, but then hang on, let me do the original position. Original would be this one, 0.2, extending our take profit. We're also going to aim for the candle lows in here, stop loss below this one, just so we can refine the entry a little bit better. And I'm still thinking whether or not to take this trade. So just so you're not getting confused, right? Everybody who's taking the trade, AUD/CHF is basically going to be the safe one, right? Now the other pair, so basically NZD/CAD, is already more of a risk scenario. The fact that I'm already thinking about it, should I not take this? This already makes it not so high probability. So keep that in mind. Every time you're already starting, seeing that lack of, confidence, that is your sign, okay, the trade is not that high probability. In that trade, I am even willing to do something like that because for some reason, I heavily believe that we are going to trade lower because we have this massive BPR that is about to create it. And then also just, this is our FAG on the 1 hour time frame. Probably not going to take it like that, but this will be an option, right? So once again, don't follow this trade. This is more of a riskier one. Still thinking if I'm willing to take this or not. So AUSD CHF, we want to trade onto the upside. We are going to wait it out. And the reason for that is because in order for me to even consider taking this trade on a high risk account, we still have to go below this candle low. So there is going to be enough time for us either way. So no need to rush it. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Adito Slam was saying gold. There we have him, guys. There we have him. The guy that was asking for gold. Brother, I am going to get into gold in just a second, all right? This might as well become a junk food type of, what's it called, channel. It's not even like a trading channel. Here, I got some marshmallows on it. Like yesterday was a fire trade. Let's go over yesterday's trade. Meanwhile, we're waiting for more people to join and all of that kind of great stuff. So let's go to. No, this was not like the trade. Trade was looking like that. This was just an example, and we've entered it somewhere in here, like a little bit lower, and then it was like from here 10 pips and something like that. Stop loss below the slow. So this is the trade that we have taken yesterday. No, yes. Could we have gotten more profit out of it? Surely, man. But is it going to be worth it and also sustainable over the long run? Probably not. Or well, it can be, but then we're also just going to sacrifice a lot of our win rate because we're like aiming for a 1-for-1, right? Something realistic that I would see more potentially will be this one, but it's also too much of a profit increase, right? The problem that we're facing right now on AUD-CHF is that we would like to trade onto the previous day high, which is the problem that we've already taken liquidity in here, right, off this liquidity point. So that kind of creates a little bit of a dilemma, but we'll go over that. We'll go over it step by step, and then we're going to talk about everything. And NZD CAT has been behaving a little bit unexpected. I would like to see some kind of push onto the upside, right, and then from there on we could trade onto this entire price action gap. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. But I'm sure either like this week on Thursday, Friday, we are going to have a significant push higher, and then we can trade into this liquidity. These are going to be relative equal highs, right? Equal highs. Then you also have this entire price action gap that we want to trade into. But we need to see like a big candle onto the upside. And from there on, this is going to be a previous day high, right? And then basically the entire process repeats as always, right? The usual stuff that we like to do. Nothing out of the ordinary. And this is what I've been saying like a lot of times, you don't have to be like a super genius in that sense. You really just have to find something that works and that is repeatable. That's all it really takes. AUD-USD has also been sort of something interesting to look into because that's more of a general thing, right? We are going to get into the daily analysis for today in just a bit, but that's more of like an educational thing. These candlesticks, right? So you have basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 candles of the same color, and this one, I guess this is the bearish one. 6 candles. After the 5th, like even after the 4th, 5th, 6th, and anything above that is going to be super high probability that it is going to have the opposite candle. So in that case, it's going to be a bearish candle because we had just too many candles of the same color in that sense, right? And then color, of course, in that sense doesn't matter, of the same direction, which is bullish, right? And if you're having something like that, then it becomes more dangerous and more dangerous to trade that market. Okay, so that's just basically one thing that I'm looking out for in my entire analysis. Pedro, man, hello, what's good? Do 5 push-ups. I'm going to do push-ups once we're at 10 likes, right? Because like 5 push-ups every single like. Let's just do it after 10 likes. I'm gonna do 50 push-ups, and then so you would have to wait for that to happen. Hang on, which pair was that I've looked into? It was this one. I want to see what is that looking like on the daily time frame. Not sure, like maybe like just eyeballing it right now, like not looking too much into it, into all of the pairs, but just looking at it from this perspective. Like, we're not going to have a lot of different trades for today, but let's just see. Yeah, I'm gonna start them actually now, just slowly. The first thing that we can basically see on your CHF is we're going for a previous day high or for the previous day low. So are we going for a previous day high or for the previous day low? Looking at it from this perspective, like, I am pretty sure that we are going to go for the previous day high, but it does not align with our daily candle, right? The daily candle, in order for us to trade onto the upside, so onto the upside, the daily candle has to look something like this. So this is a bullish candle, okay? Not a bearish one. It has to look something like that, right? And this filled out. And then you're trading into the previous day high. This is something we like to see. Unfortunately, we don't really see that. This could be an option for more of a risky trade, but I'm going to decide that in just a bit. Because for everybody that knows me well enough in these streams or just has been around for the last couple of streams, I like to look out for the pairs that I'm like safely going to trade, and then after that I'm looking at the less probability trades. So here GBP, are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Ghost Whale, what's good, my man? Yo bro, he's saying what's up, brother? Probably for the high, but we can also not tell based off the daily candle, right? I need established movement onto the upside, right? Something like that. And from there on, we are going to trade into the previous day high. That's not happened, and there is actually quite a high likelihood that we are going to do that, because pay attention to all of these weeks. 1, 2, 3. All of these weeks are telling you market is getting less and less strong to go to the downside. Also with 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 candles onto the downside. So the likelihood, basically the same scenario that I've explained to you on the other pair, the likelihood becomes pretty high or higher that the next candle is going to be a bullish candle. Okay, so that's basically the idea of it. But we just can't trade that pair. Now AUD CHF is an interesting one for today. Why is that? Because we have taken out the liquidity in here. This was the last day that we have traded, right? We have taken a trade on this candle, this one, and we have identified we're going to go for the previous day high. That has happened. Now the problem is we have already reached into the previous into the relative equal highs in here, into the liquidity. Now whether or not those are relative equal highs, we have to go into the 4-hour time frame and so on. Yes, those could be relative equal highs on the 1-hour time frame, but anyways, that doesn't even matter for right now. Problem is just that we have already traded into this entire liquidity point. So the next likelihood is still that we're going for the high and not for the low, of course, right? But this already becomes less of a higher probability because we have taken out that liquidity point. However, I also do think that it's going to be our best bet for this entire week. AUD USD is not something that I like to participate in, because in here it's even more obvious. Now, AUD CHF, we only had that liquidity point, which arguably weren't even relative equal highs, right? Now, they're a little bit more subjective. These are clean relative equal highs. Those are 100% relative equal highs, right? So this is not something that I like to participate in that sense. But there's a slight benefit of this pair. In order for us to reach into the previous day high, we don't even need like 10 pips or what. We only need like a very little bit of movement to trade onto the upside. So let me see how the position will be looking like. This is something that I really appreciate about this trade, and I might even take a riskier position on the star pair, but I really just recommend trade AUD CHF. AUD NZD, let's go over it. Have we taken out the previous day high? No, we didn't yet. Let me zoom in just to double check. Oh, like very closely. We have not taken it out yet, but like on certain brokers or different brokers, it is going to be taken out. Let me quickly check on FXTM. Usually I tell everybody, and especially my students, only go to Oanda, but in these cases I like to check, has it also happened for other brokers? It's also not taken out. Okay, so that's confirmation that there is potential to trade onto the upside. So now we are back at Oanda. As you can see, always like all of my pairs are always on Oanda. Keep that in mind, right? I don't like to go on different ones, and I also think that if you're trying to follow my logic and also my trades, and most likely you also have to go to Oanda, like not the broker, but just on TradingView and do the analysis on. So probably we are trading, or most likely, to the previous day higher. Problem is there's not going to be enough movement to trade onto the upside. Let me see. Yeah, we're not going to take this trade. Now the reason for that is, in order for our take profit to reach, we need, basically this little bit of price movement, right? So into the previous day high, it's the previous day high, remember? This little bit of price action is basically gifted, right? This entire price action move in here, let me do it like blue. This one is not gifted. This is basically the market just has to be favorable to move onto the upside. This probably will also take profit just because of the nature of a negative risk reward, but I'm not willing to take this. Okay, so we're going to remove it. It's DUSD. We check them. Okay, so we can't tell. We're going for the previous day high previous day low, I mean, or for the previous day high. You can't tell, right? Now, given that we have this price action gap and whatnot, probably for the high, but you just can't tell. Once again, you need a candle just like that one. You see the difference? A candle like that one that needs to trade onto the upside, and then from there on, you can trade higher. So let's go to NZD CAT. It's also same scenario, 50-50 scenario. You can't tell for the low or for the high. I don't know. USD CHF, there's more of a different scenario because this candle is probably going to trade onto the upside. Also more of a risky scenario. Like, I don't recommend everybody to take this trade. There's a simple reason for it, because by definition, this is also a 50-50 candle because it has a strong wick, right? And you need a little bit of more confirmation to go onto the upside, right? So preferably this entire candle would be in here. This will be safer to take. Now on the high risk account, I'm probably still going to take it. And GBP USD has already taken out the previous day low. It's also like more of a new pair that we're looking out for. So let's go over the market. So we wanted to basically go to AUD CHF. This was one of our trading opportunities. This was yesterday's trade for everybody that has just tuned in. You can also just rewatch a live stream if you want the analysis on that one. So I'm going to remove it. This is probably going to be our first opportunity. Trade onto the upside. Now there's like a big problem here. I don't like this no way candle. I've like just recently saw it, right? And this is, hang on, let me see how the position will be looking like if we're going to take the trade approximately. Okay, so we are definitely able to endure that entire thing. More of a tricky one. Out of discretion, I'm not willing to take this trade, to be honest, right? Rather stick to AUD USD. Okay, then AUD USD is going to be the pair of the day. I'd rather stick to that one. I just didn't like how the no wick candle is looking like in here. Probably we are going to trade onto the downside, and even in here we have small little price action gaps, so there is definitely potential to trade lower. So I'd rather not take it because of this no way candle. Okay guys, let me quickly go to AUD USD. Okay, so almost about to hit the 0 AM candle. Yeah, we're going to take this position and potentially even going to optimize it. Hang on real quick. So original position will be looking something like that. Stop loss, how much is that going to be? It can reside below this candle low, because this entire FAG is basically the last protection point, right? If it falls back into this FAG, it's not going to magically reverse. Or if it does, then it might as well still take you out, because this would be the original SL approximately, and then go on to the upside. But, right, this is just hypothetical in that sense, so we're not going to take it. This is okay to optimize like that. It's going to be our entry refinement. Let's go to the 1 hour time frame. Potentially, you could shoot all the way to that FAG, but I also don't recommend it. There's nothing really logical to put it off from. And hang on, AUD USD, I'm gonna base it off from AUD USD. Here it is, and we're going to take the entry in a couple of seconds. So let's wait those couple of seconds out. Now we're going to take the trade. So this one we didn't want to participate in. This one also not. NZD CAT also not. USD CHF. This is more of the risky trade. Yeah. So we're going to take both of these positions. Okay, so AUD USD 0.01 lots. AUD USD it is. So for some reason it's not showing to me that we have 0. I'm gonna just put a limit order in here just to be safe. If it's take profit before we're going to get it, then that is what it is. It happens. We're going to do it right in here. Going to reside in here. That's going to be the take profit. It would be nice if there's like a way to, have like a way to determine the entry right from the sort of candle open, right? Because you can basically only do it with like a market order. That's like the closest thing you'll get to that, or at least I don't know of a better way. I was also interested in USD CHF. As far as I know, we're also going to take this one. Okay, this is at the open, so it's okay to just take it like that. USD CHF, here it is, 0.01 lots, just to be sure. Buy. Here we go. For this one, there is not really entry refinement, because we're not going to put our entire stop loss below this low, because then we're just minimizing it by too little. I mean, by too much. So that's like not an option for us in here. And for take profit, that's also too much. Yeah, so we are basically just going to take the position as it is. There's not going to be any entry refinements. It's going to be stop loss. It's going to be take profit. Here it is. And then AUD CHF. Don't be fucking around. Just get us into the trade, and then we can trade on to the upside. So quickly, once again, the reason why we have not taken this one is because of the no wick candle, and I really don't like to see that. Right, and we've also just taken liquidity, which that could still be a valid trade, but just because of that one, I'm not going to take it. Now, I might be saying, well, you have 10 different reasons on why to take a trade, and you have like one reason not to take the trade, right? This is exactly what you have to wait in the confirmation. I have told you so many times, guys, you have to wait it. if there is such a big thing, because for me that plays a big role why I'm not willing to take a trade. Okay, so that's why you have to keep that in mind. So I see that on StarTrading we have gotten into the trade. So this is how it looks currently. And also these kinds of days, it looks so obvious. So for example, let's just say that we haven't taken a trade for today, and I'm just going to go in here. Okay, so in this day, it looks so obvious that we are just going to trade for the previous day low and not for the high, right? But in these kinds of situations, you have to keep in mind that this entire candle, so I'm referring to this one right in here, it has leg lower, right? So it has an entire price gap, like I don't know, 4 hour or 1 hour, right? There is or should be a price action gapping on. If X for play is messing up everything, here there's a price action gap. That's why it's not so obvious that we are going to trade for the previous day low, which is basically going to be this candle, I'm sure. And yeah, in hindsight, it always looks so obvious, but then in the reality, it's looking quite different. And in hindsight, we are all the smartest people on earth until eventually we are not. And then we just got stopped out. And all of a sudden, we're not so smart anymore. I've told you guys, like, I'm somewhat of a magician in that sense. I've told you a couple of times now, I'm able to just basically spawn in food. Don't ask me how I'm doing this, but that's just what I do as a magician. That's just what magicians do. And also, guys, if you're seeing something like that, okay? This is just like a general thing. If you're seeing something like this and you want to trade onto the upside, and you see that, oh shit, hourly candle is going down lower, you know, should I just exit out of the position? Worst thing you could do. And there's actually a very easy reason for that. Look at the daily chart. Just look at the daily chart. On the daily chart, it looks much more safer and much more, now how do I put this? It looks much obvious more that you should go onto the upside. Now, of course, like you can have the best trading analysis in the world. And this has happened to me a lot of different times from backtesting. Right? I'm not just making this shit up. I can show you my backtesting any day of the week, any time of the day. And we can even do like a backtesting session together, even in the stream. But my point was that I had trades where there was like a massive and like a very great opportunity where you said, you know, this has to hit take profit. It's the best setup you could ever wish for. Boom, hit a stop loss, right? So this is where I always like to say it. Have the analysis, of course, but don't be like strictly, okay, the analysis are great. This has to be a take profit hit. Now, there's like a couple of reasons why this trade is not as high probability as AUD USD. Like I've just told it to you, and this is probably also the reason why this has already hit a take profit and the other one hasn't yet. But don't get me wrong, as an example, this could be the high probability trade, right? And this pair could be the low probability trade. But this one take less time than the high probability trade, and it doesn't mean that, like, my point is, like, quality analysis do not determine the speed of price going into your take profit or not. We're going to go into the 1 minute time frame, like let's just say any pair, this one for example. Let's just say, just as an example, this is going to be your market structure shift, your confirmation to trade onto the upside because you have, I don't know, relative equal highs in here, okay? Now, if you are going to miss this candle, okay, no problem, you can still enter in here. Like let's just say you looked away from the chart 2 or 3 minutes, okay? So then you're already in here. You wanted to take the trade on this candle, but since you have missed 2 to 3 minutes and like, you know it yourself how fast 2 to 3 minutes go by, you know, you just wanted to check something on your phone real quick, boom, 3 minutes are gone, and here you are, right? And then you wanted to take a position, something like that, right? Let's just say stop loss in here, take profit in there, as an example, but you have already missed a trade, right? So you basically have to camp on the 1 minute time frame to catch these kinds of things. Also, another thing, it is very stressful to just look at the 1 minute time frame, and it takes also a lot of time from you, right? Because you have to monitor it. Now, let's just say that in an example where you are very disciplined, you're never going to look at your phone, you're never going to miss something. Basically, you want to tell me that you're a robot. But let's just say you're a robot. So that also means that you have to monitor the charts for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, maybe even more, right? And then sometimes you're still not going to have a trade. Like, this is the craziest thing ever if you think about it. Okay, so surprisingly, AUD CHF would have also hit a take profit by now, but it's no problem. I don't regret not taking this trade. Once again, no wick candle in here, so probably this was also not the best opportunity for us to put this bid in. This might as well, you know, went a little bit higher, almost hit our take profit, and then just went lower and lower, and especially because there is reasons to go lower. If we're going to go into the 1 hour time frame, FEG1, okay, FEG2 has already been hit, but this FEG has also been staying up, also with relative equal lows, so I just don't recommend that. So I don't regret not taking the trade. There is going to be potential to trade higher. I mean, we also have the relative equal highs in here, but they're like more so on the 1 hour time frame. It would be very good if this candle would be a no-wick candle. This would be very good. Like this specific candle in here. This would be very good. because then there would be even more reason to trade higher. Basically, same scenario what has happened in here. See, we had relative equal highs, this one basically, because on the 15-minute time frame, like all of this, on the 15-minute, going on, probably you can't see it, all of this, on the 15-minute time frame is going to look like this, right? This is going to be a swing high, pretty sure. Like on the 1-minute time frame, even, whatever. And so this is going to create enough liquidity for us to then trade onto the upside. And these are going to be internal. Hang on. This would be your internal if we are willing to trade this, of course. Like this is already long over. This would be your internal liquidity. No, why can I not write internal? And this is going to be your external, right? And then yeah, we will be trading onto the upside, and it will be fire if this would be the same for this one. Like true, I haven't looked out too much on it, but like, you're definitely true on that. It's like basically a double gap, and there's still reason to trade onto the downside. Now this is by definition not a no-way candle, because there is like a very small little wick in here. Here I'm going to zoom in for everybody that doesn't see it. See, that's like a no-way candle, but still, even if it's like just a small candle, small wick, there's still potential to trade onto the downside. So yeah, definitely spot on. You see, like for anybody that doesn't know, Ghostwhale is one of my students. You know, he's seeing things that don't even I see. Appreciate it, brother. But it's also interesting, right? People have different views. People have different things that they look out for. So we both took the same decision in that sense. We didn't take a trade. However, we have seen different things, right? So it's also cool. I always forget what the ticker was for silver. Like looking at this chart from this perspective. Okay, you have relative equal highs in here. These are going to be internal relative equal highs. It's going to be external relative equal highs. No-way candle in here. That's what you like to see. And even more externally, but this is just too far away. This doesn't contribute too much anymore. That's just additional information, okay? Definitely be able to take. I mean, it's already going on to the upside. Okay, so based off the daily time frame, this is basically what I'm thinking about this trade. Based off the daily time frame, this could be looking a little bit better, to be honest. But based off 4 hour, 1 hour, this is already like a different story, and it's actually looking quite good. This also aligns with, I don't know if you have been into this one. We have done like a live meeting in the mentorship, but I think only a different guy from the mentorship joined. And in case he's watching, he also knows what's up with the relative equal highs and relative equal lows. If like, how do you determine if you have relative equal lows, but you also have relative equal highs? Which one are you going to take? Like, just let me know in the mentorship chat if you want more specific things on that one. I think you have taken it like a little bit coincidentally, but it actually aligns pretty well. Ghostwhale was saying, yeah, daily was not the best, but 4 hour looks prime. Just taking it to the high. Yes, 4 hour looks actually pretty prime. I do recommend trying to close it as early as possible, right? Like trading all the way to the previous day high. It is like there is a good likelihood that it's going to happen, but just to keep it safe, just play it safe. Don't push your luck too far, too much, right? Now looking at this from the daily perspective, there is also like more reason to trade onto the upside. We have this entire BPR, which is actually looking very clean, to be honest, because the BPR, gamma, market it out, BPR has not violated this swing high. So that's already something that we really appreciate in this trade. There's reasons to trade onto the upside, but you just can't tell if it's going to do some fuckery one more time and then from here on onto the upside. So try to get out of the trade sooner than later. Okay? Just like keep that in mind. We're trying to minimize the risk basically. Many people believe that instant funding is good for beginners, right? You know, let me get a payout real quick. Instant funding is for somebody that is actually more experienced into this. It's actually the opposite, right? Because you see, we're not even able to do the risk management of that entire thing. So conclusion made, don't select the funding pips, instant funding to begin with. Select something else, like two-step. There's like different firms who are also giving you instant funding, but for a much better deal. Me streaming, me showing a trade that cannot be faked. It's impossible. Once again, if even somebody tried to like pre-record that shit and just play it right in here, which that already is not possible because people are chatting in the stream right now. You can see it. But let's just say people are just going to rewind and see it. Well, has it actually looked like that on the day that you were streaming, right? So I hope you get my point. By the way, yo, talk about the money on the way. Because if I stand away. That is basically what we do. We focus on the daily chart. We focus on the daily range, and then we look for confirmations on 4 hour, 1 hour, and that's it, right? But our entire analysis, they fundamentally start and they have to be rock solid on the daily. But for like the A+ setups, if I'm going to say, guys, this is an A+ setup, then it has to have a momentum behind it. Okay, let's do some analysis real quick, guys. So your CHF, let's go to the daily time frame. How are we going? Hang on. Are we going for the previous day low, previous day high? So are we going for the previous day high, or are we going for the previous day low? Probably can't really tell, right? We don't know if we go for the high or for the low. Now, if you would ask me, like, just take a guess, a free lottery ticket in that sense, then probably for the high, because we have liquidity in here because of this swing high and also this swing high, right? These are going to be relative highs. But once again, that's a lottery ticket. And I don't have a lottery ticket, unfortunately. We're not going to take it. You see, like, out of the box, I really like Euro GBP. We are trading lower, probably also for the previous day low. But we have like a major problem in here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles of one color. So the next candle could very much be a bullish candle. Now there's still potential to trade lower, but let me see how this will be looking like position-wise, okay? We're going to go to the 1 hour time frame. Put it like that. 50 pip stop loss. Okay, so we're not going to take this. I can already see this. And the reason for that is going to be, and why is this not? Let me put that into the garbage. Let me do like a new one. The reason for that is because we have to extend our entire take profit, right? So look, see it as that all this entire movement, or I'm gonna do it like green. Okay, we're professionals here. This entire movement is gifted. Okay, so most likely going to get it. We are going to trade lower. Now everything that comes below that is not gifted. Probably it will also trade lower, right? But it's just not high probability. So that entire area, which is like, you know, if you're going to put the green box into the red box, it fits in there like almost 3 times, like 2.5 times, something like that. So there's like a lot of ungifted, right? So because the green line is like gifted momentum, it's almost guaranteed we're going to trade there, and the red line is not gifted. So that's why we're not going to take the trade. And I already knew there's like some sketchiness going on your GBP app. Like out of experience, just looking at it. But you never know before you check. AUD/CHF, kind of also like a similar situation. I will go for the previous. Okay, let me like quickly take a trade on. We're on a pair where I'm pretty sure we're going to take a trade on. It's going to be AUD/NZD, and then from there on, we're going to look at other pairs as well. Are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Probably for the previous day high, right? So we're going to go into the 4 hour time frame, and then we want to basically decide. Are we going to trade that or not? Because we have to see it this way. Basically, similar scenario. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles of the same color. Like it doesn't even have to be color, right? Just the same direction, which is bullish. So the next candle could very much be a bearish candle, right? So I expect this entire candle to also close bearish. That's like the very first thing, which also means that we might as well just have like a series of down close candles and only then go on to the upside. There's like a possibility, but I am probably still willing to take the trade depending on how the position is going to look like. Let me see. 50 and 10. Yeah, we can even trade all the way higher. I'm probably even going to be open refining my entry. So the take profit is going to be right in here at the previous day high. I think it's quite worth it to do. And then I'm most likely also going to refine the entry. Like we don't really have something for the stop loss besides this candle low. Price goes all the way in here for that low, basically already a little bit over for us. So we're just going to take it like that. We also have the relative highs in here. That's what we like. So we are not only having that sort of going for us, particles, and I'm even going to take the position like that. Like I'm just going to put the entry in here. This AUD/NZD, AUD/NZD. Here we have it, 0.01, but it's going to be a limit order this time. Like I am going to do a little bit of entry or refinement in that sense. If we're not going to get hit before we're going to trade higher, then it is what it is, guys. It is what it is, and you have to accept it. Like that's the risk you're taking when refining your entry in that sense. There's a chance that there's going to be like a better pair for the day. Let me quickly check it out. AUD/CHF is even a little bit better because we don't even have to reach all the way to the previous day high in order for our take profit to get hit, right? So that's what I like about this trade. So for this day, I am rooting for AUD/CHF once more instead of the other pair, right? So this is what I recommend. So I am going to extend the take profit to this candle high just to have it a little bit more. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame. It's not really something that I could realign it to, like this candle low. It's also quite dangerous. We have to look out for it. It's a double gap. Momentum is still higher, so I'm going to trust that. But we have this double gap basically, and also the no-wick candle. Still willing to take the trade. I think the momentum is higher, and we're just going to take advantage of that. Yeah, unfortunately, there's like not too much entry refinement that you can do on this one. I am going to take a limit order either way, right? But there's like not really something that I could base it off from. Yeah, let's just put it this way. The reason why I'm putting it a little bit below the candle, because this candle has to create like a wick in that sense. So yeah. So in here, we're going to take it. AUDCHF was that? Was AUDCHF? But that's going to be AUDCHF. Here's AUDCHF. I'm going to take a limit order right in here. And then here's going to be the stop loss. And then here's going to be the take profit. Okay, so we have set our limit orders and let's just watch it from here on. So once again, guys, I recommend like AUDCHF is going to be the better option for today. Of course, everybody's going to have to do their own plans in that sense, but that is just my plan for today. So particles will say, okay, so mention overall concepts. Okay, we've already done that. Yeah, these are going to be basically the analysis for today, guys. Like AUDCHF is going to be the pair. I really recommend it way more than AUDNZD, and I recommend not participating in AUDNZD, but just an AUDCHF. Yeah, because especially a lot of you guys just like to take one trade. You don't like to follow all of my trades, just one trade. And so like that's a thing. What did that not get opened? Okay, NZD, AUD, NZD. I'm gonna just open it right now. It's also good. AUD, NZD, AUD, NZD. So hang on, just hold on for my like what I have to say. Just like 1 second. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. Oh, it's like really bad. We have 0.01. Never mind. Okay, everything is fine. For every single pair, I've already set a default. Right? So you're basically setting the default for every single lot size that you want to have. I guess the lot size was not already defaulted. And that's why it just didn't came out as we wanted. But okay, we're just going to wait it out. One more time. Sound check.
Sound check. Yeah.
Okay, again, like I'm setting it up right now. I'm like putting yourself
Right.
sound check. Okay. Sound check. Why is that so funny to me? Sound check. Smash
Come
that
on.
sound check. Smash that sound check.
No, I didn't
Sound
like
check.
it, so
Sound
fuck.
check.
Now you got 6 likes. All right.
Buy more. Buy more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buy
That was
more.
on the-
Buy
on his
more.
Meme coin, on a meme coin, right, or something.
Buy more.
It's the most.
Buy more. They put their money into buy more. Buy more.
Yeah, like,
The
without
first way is
liquidity.
buy more. What about the
First way is
second
just
one?
Fucking buy more. Almost buy more. People are buying more.
Dude, at this point, people will be believing that this shit is a rock pull stream. Beluza Gucci was saying, what are the currency pairs you're trading? Hang on. Basically, all of the ones you're seeing on the top right, like on right, besides everything that is below USD SGD. I'm gonna zoom in for you. For anybody that is maybe watching this on the phone, here as you can see, everything that is highlighted in red, that's that I like to look at. Everything other than that was just something analysis for other people, or you know, just looking out of fun or interest. Guys, we almost hit take profit on AUDCHF. Buy more. Okay, I'm kidding, guys. This is not a live, like a crypto coin live stream. Like people might get this twisted. They be thinking, man, what the hell is going on? So we are in these two trades, AUDNZD and also AUDCHF. That's what we're doing currently. So, and also speaking of having that chart, right? We have just today take profit, like ROI. Currently, we are up 50%, and then also pips, we are up. Hang on, as you can see, like on the bottom, like zoom in if you're on the phone right now watching. It's like 80 pips. And also, anybody that wants to copy my strategy and basically take the exact same trades without having basically in here, join the Discord. I am going to send in my link. Everybody can follow. Like, keep in mind, this is a high risk account. I'm not taking the exact same trades that I'm also taking with the mentorship, or also that I'm just trading on my platform accounts. But if you're willing to participate in that, and all of the money that has been made out of this account will be put back into that challenge. So, you know, so that's like a cool way to grow. That's something I've set up. And if anybody is interested, you can copy my trades. Once again, as always, no financial advice. How many trades do you take per day? Always depends. Sometimes it's 1 trade, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 0. Okay? So it really depends on the market conditions. There's like no set in, okay, just 1 trade. There used to be something like that in my strategy, but now we have updated things, and you know, the updated things quite speak for themselves, guys. That's just how we're doing it. It's one of the back tests that I'm doing. Welcome to my house. Na, 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 na. Okay, so the last one that we have is basically this one. As always, that guy, the TP. Oh, you can't even see it, guys. Like, just tell me. Like, I just don't see the stream at always. in that sense. So here and I should be able to see it. I did like recently backtesting session with the students. We have recovered a loss in 3 days. Right, so it's not going to take like 10 different days, and it can even take way less, because sometimes we're trading like 3 trades in a single day. So if you're going to take three of these, you have already recovered the entire loss in 1 single day. So it's not going to take you like 20 days or something like that, what people tell you with a negative risk reward. Don't get confused by these guys. Particles was asking, so what was the reason for not wanting to short your GBP again? I forgot, lol. Yeah, I can tell you. So your GBP, let me check it out real quick for you. So take it as this way. I did the analysis beforehand, but I'm gonna do them again, of course. Looking at the daily time frame, are we going for the previous day high, or are we going for the previous day low? Probably we are going to go for the previous day low, judging from this massive candle onto the downside. And also just overall, granted, we are just trading onto the downside, right? We're making lower lows and higher and lower highs in that sense, such as where there was not like really a high on the daily, but if you go to the 4 hour time frame, right, it's going to be also lower highs, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Okay, so the most logical reason to trade into next is probably going to be onto the downside, so to the previous day low. So now you might be asking, well, it was looking that fire, why didn't we take a trade onto the downside? Because these are also going to be what? Relative equal lows, additional liquidity that we want to trade into. One swing low, another swing low, relatively equal close to each other. These are going to be relative equal lows. Okay, so why is the reason why we're not going to take a trade? Now, the very first thing that I can spot on a daily time frame is going to be of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different candles, okay, of the same color, or like I'm saying color so people just get it more simple, but just in the same direction. So it means that the next likelihood that this candle is going to be the opposite direction is quite high. The 6th candle has a higher chance to become a bullish candle. And also just a little bit of discretion, okay? But there is still fundamental reason on why I shouldn't take the trade. So now we're going to go into the 4 hour time frame. In the 4 hour time frame, what I just don't like is that we still have liquidity higher also in here. Now, I've also touched on this previously on the daily time frame. This was already enough of the reason why we're not going to take a trade. We have liquidity also higher. Like, don't get me wrong, this liquidity does not play like too much of a big role. Here comes the part where I decided, no, we're not going to take a trade. Absolutely not. Okay, this is going to be the breaking point for when I was doing this. I did not want to participate in this trade, because if we're going to take, 0 AM, because from this point on, you're going to enter right at that candle. This will be how the position will be looking like based off of rules. This is how it's going to look like. Remember, this line in here, I'm going to mark it out very fancy for you so everybody really gets the point of this, okay? It's going to be the bottom, relative equal lows. This entire price action move in here is basically gifted, right? I like to call it gifted. And we're actually going to put it like, but this price action point is basically everything that the price has to move in your favor. Okay, everything that is in here is like almost guaranteed that it's going to get hit, because we are naturally just want to trade into the previous day low. I'm gonna put it like so. Hang on, blue previous day low. Naturally, we want to trade into it, but then everything in here in red is going to be not granted, right? We don't really know for sure if we're going to trade into this little bit of price action, so it's not gifted. And basically, if you're going to measure out the green box, which is like the green box is going to fit like almost 3 times into the red box, right? So if you're going to take like the exact same thing, so I'm going to do blue, like 1 time, it's like the size approximately, then another time, okay, like not 3 times, but you get my point, 2.5 times, let's just say. So there's not like enough movement that is gifted to us by the market, right? So that's basically the point. Guys, I am going to keep this up for just 1 more second, take a screenshot, okay? And yes, I was saying, do you believe on psychology? I think if strategy is good, psychology has no entry. The strategy can be good, but you're always going to like lose. That's just a part of trading. So I think psychology will always be a part of trading, even if the strategy is good. But yes, I agree with you to some extent there. If the strategy is really good, then psychology is going to matter less. Particles was saying that makes sense. I hope so that it does. Guys, I'm going to leave it like 10 more seconds. Just take a screenshot. Go to my Discord and send it into the general chat, so everybody knows what's up, that we're doing like crazy analysis also in the live streams. We're not just talking about buy more, buy more. We're doing analysis in here. We're doing work, and we're doing great work. Particles was saying, have you backtested any other pairs apart from your CHF? This backtest was done on 6 different pairs, basically. Like not all of the ones, because you can own now like 5 different pairs, because you can only backtest 6 different pairs on FX Replay, and it's a combination of all of these you're seeing on the screen. Everything that is below USD, no, everything that is below GBP USD, I'm not trading. Okay, to put it simple, yes, I have backtested way more pairs than just USCHF. There you go. Now, brother, Particles, you're in the mentorship. The entire journal is documented in the Notion. Every single trade entry, every single, like literally every single trade entry, every single opportunity, every single confirmation, every single max drawdown, every single take profit overshot, duration of the trades, everything for you that is like covered. If you can't find it, just like let me know in the general chat and I'm going to show it to you manually. You can watch it, and yeah, if you want to review all of the trades that I've taken on a backtest, buy more. Okay, jokes aside, like you can still joke in the chat, of course, but I'm gonna do the analysis real quick. I'm gonna leave that up to you, everybody that has been watching the streams and everything and so on. Why are we not going to take a trade on USCHF today? Just write that in the chat, and then by the end, I am going to say why and reveal the reason. But for right now, we are going to go to Euro GBP and do like every other day, basically. On Euro GBP, we're not going to, okay, let me quickly show it. Everybody that has not tuned in recently, this was, no, we didn't take that one. This was just like a test one. We did not participate in this one. But it's an option to actually now participate on it, but I'm still like not too eager. But this is actually the reason why we didn't participate. I told you, like, only this certain amount is gifted to you. Let me do it in green. Like, for anybody that doesn't believe, I can also show you my trade history in just a bit. So this is gifted. This is everything that we have to push lower. Has not happened yet, and you know, it probably, most likely, it is still going to go on the downside to it or take profit. That is probably going to happen. But as of right now, not really interested in that, okay? So Euro GBP is not going to be a trade for us today, right? There's like an opportunity to trade lower, but we also have a no wick candle. There's just a lot of reasons on why not to take this trade at all today, okay? So no trade. Let's go to AUD CHF daily time frame. Let me show you for everybody that has not tuned in yet. We have hit a take profit on this one. Let's go to the daily time frame. We want to ask ourselves, are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? Notice this candle has not taken out its previous high, but also not its previous low. So the likelihood of that happening another time is very slim. We are most certainly going to go for either high or the low. This pair specifically, probably we are going to go for the low, but I count that as a 50-50 scenario. So I'm like not willing to trade it as like my first choice. For anybody that's watching the stream, this is not going to be a choice of trading for today. Like as always, I might like take it as a riskier position, but for you, don't take this trade, okay? So AUD USD, how's that looking like? We've already taken out the previous day low, so unfortunately we cannot take a trade on this entire. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the 1 hour just so everybody knows. We have also taken that trade. I'll remove everything. AUD NZD are 1, 2, 3 man. So that's like Robo Kelly. My best 2 pairs for today: AUD CAT, William Premium plus established movement to down plus FUG below. Okay, I'm gonna check that out real quick. So then we had AUD NZD. Let's also take profit hit for everybody that didn't join yesterday. We're going to remove it. Let's go to the daily time frame and ask ourselves, are we going for the previous day high, previous day low? This entire candle is a 50-50 scenario, so we're not going to participate in that one either. Okay, so also nothing that we should worry about. Let's go to the daily. Have we taken out the previous day low or high? Yes, previous day low has already been taken out, so it's also no trade for us. NZD CAT, do I have AUD CAT even selected? Forgot to have it on my watch list. Here, AUD CAT. So this was no trade. NZD CAT, are we going for the previous day low or previous day high? Based off logic, based off our daily analysis and all of that, we are most certainly going to go for the previous day low and not for the previous day high, because this is going to be your established movement, this candle specifically. But since we have already been trading lower, all of this is also going to basically contribute to the established movement to trade into the previous day low. I don't favor this too much because there's a lot of liquidity higher. These are all going to be relative equal highs because we still have this price action gap which we want to trade into, and that's like not something that I like. But let me see how the position will be looking like if we are willing to take a trade. So this is how it will be looking like, and also out of intuition, I don't like how this is looking like. It's at a lot of like a couple of seconds. So we don't have to overshoot our previous day high by too much, but intuition is just not telling me that we should take this trade. Let me see on the 4 hour time frame. No, man, we're not going to take this trade. Now, this is also just a little bit intuition, but out of logical sense, we have traded into this FEG, and there is potential to just reverse out of that FEG, and we're not going to trade into that. There is a potential that this low is going to be the last low created before we're going to go for higher liquidity up in here. Out of intuition, I'm not going to take this trade. Use DCHF, we're going for the previous day high or for the previous day low. Like, let me check, have we traded into the previous day high yet? We did already trade into the previous day high. So once again, why is the reason why we're not going to trade EURCHF today? Everybody who has been in the live streams and whatnot knows why, or should know why by now. But once again, just look at EURCHF. I'm having it here right now and tell me why we're not going to take a trade on that one. I've already explained it for the previous pairs, but just let me know on this one. So USDCHF, how's that looking like? We're trading into the previous, oh, we have already traded into the previous day high, never mind. GBP USD, oh, let me check AUD CAD first. Are we trading into the previous day low, previous day high? Robo Kelly was already suggesting that. And I do in fact think there's an opportunity for us. Let me check how the position will be looking like. Okay, so we don't have to overshoot our take profit. That's something that I like about this trade. Massive FEG in here, and also a no-way candle. Yeah, it's like kind of a mad day, but we had also a fire week so far. We would not be willing to give out our profits that easily. Now, of course, if like a setup appears, if it's a high quality setup, like it doesn't matter. I'm not going to rush myself just because the 0 EM candle is about to hit, because you need to take an actual decision. And if you're going to basically miss the trade, it's also no problem, because you might be saying, well, then start the stream earlier. Yes, but I need the closest sort of price possible to the 0 AM candle, right? That's why I rarely do analysis before that. I like to wait for as close as possible to the 0 AM candle. And also just I'm explaining that all of the things to you, which also takes a little bit more time. But GBP USD is looking fire. We have not traded into the previous day low. Probably just going to stick to GBP USD and not AUD CAD, because I can confidently say we are going to trade into the snowy candle first, and only then you can expect it to move lower. Now, of course, like as always, you can just trade lower from now on, and then, you know, you have lost it, like not lost a trade, but you have missed a trade. But this is just how it goes. So we want to trade into the previous day low. Let me look at the weekly real quick. So the weekly is just like a whole mess. But good thing is we have already traded into one of our previous day highs, previous day lows. So there's like not going to be potential, or what I said is there's like now potential to trade one more time into the previous day high, especially because it's a Friday, right? And then the next weekly open, right, is probably going to go for its low, not for its high. Now, yes, you have these gaps in here, but this is just weird price action as a whole. Let me look at AUD CAD real quick. No. Where was it? Yeah, AUD CAD. Yeah, we probably want to trade onto the downside. Let me see on the 4 hour time frame. Yeah, we have this entire FEG, which there is potential to trade into. And also this 4 hour candle has potential to just close bullish. The 4 hour candle is going to go for 1 more hour. So likelihood of us basically, and there's also like a gap. I like this trade overall. I've seen also from backtesting sessions, if you have a no-way candle at the bottom of something, becomes a little bit less likely to play out. And you might be saying, well, why are you still waiting to take the trade? Because the entire analysis just aligned. We are going lower and lower. The bias is basically confirmed, and there's more of a rare occurrence. I have just seen it a couple of times. Like, just because it makes it high probability that it's not going to work out, it doesn't mean that it's like overall low probability. You can follow me there. So that's like one thing. And I think that we are going to trade into the 4 hour gap first, and then from there on we can trade lower. Let me see how the original position will be looking like. The original position will be looking like that. And I am actually going to extend the entire take profit all the way to that low. Stop loss can remain at this candle high. It's actually going to be a good risk to reward, especially if we're willing to put it in here. But I'm not really sure if I'm willing to do that. Hang on, let me see. 1 hour time frame, preemptive discount. Like there's not that much room to play into the preemptive discount, right? It is basically our headroom that we're making in here when we're trading into the equilibrium. Still like a good amount, but not something you would prefer. I mean, it's just a Friday, I guess. Robo Kelly, Robo 123 man was saying GBP USD was my second pair too. Nice, man. It's great stuff. Yeah, there is still potential to trade lower too. Like, I have to think about this. But I have sort of an unwritten rule. If I'm thinking too much about the trade, whether or not to take it, then I already know that it's not that high probability. So for today, I don't really recommend anybody to follow me. Like, of course, there's still going to be people that are going to be following me anyways, right? There's always going to be that. But just out of my advice, sort of, like, there's no financial advice by any means. But if you were to ask me, you know, for today, rather don't follow any trades. I'm still probably going to take this one at least. So GBP is going to have news at 8 AM. CAT is also going to have news. So there is going to be potential that also AUD CAD is going to play out anyways. But at the same time, the problem with GBP USD is that, as I've told you previously, we have this no-way candle. And since we have just like weird ass price action going on onto the weekly time frame, there is potential to just trade onto the upside. So to fill out these gaps. Well, I actually don't think that this could happen by Friday alone at least, but by like next week, the week after that, that type of stuff. Like all in all, this like not something that I would like to trade in. Like I'm still going to take a decision in just a bit, going to think about it. But once again, this is my unwritten rule. If I'm thinking too much about the trade, then I already know this is not something that I would love to trade. Compared to the streams that we had yesterday, the day after, the day before yesterday, like the entire week, you know, boom, 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 and we took like 2 to 3 trades or like 1 trade. And this day, you know, I'm not so certain. That's already like that mindset. That makes it less probability. You have to understand that when you're doing analysis, the moment you start doubting your trades, the moment you start doubting the analysis, I mean, if you're doubting the analysis every single day, then like there's something fundamentally wrong. So there was also AUD cap. And watch it down real quick. Oh, this would have hit a take profit already, like crazy, right? Like we are already making a little bit of profit. I think it's fine. Just not taking the trade for today. But I am going to break down for every single pair on why that is the case, so you can also learn why we're not going to take a trade, right? Because I've said it so many times, knowing when to trade is less important than knowing not when to trade, okay? I mean, the dates when you're not going to take a trade, the reasons for that are more important. You get what I'm saying? So for USCHF, the reason why we don't want to take a trade onto the upside is because the previous day high has already been taken out. Why does this matter? Because you have to see it this way. If I'm going to go onto the 1 hour chart, like the 1 hour time frame, right? Remember, this is going to be our previous day high. I'm going to mark it out real quick for you so everybody knows what's up, and you can also take screenshots, you know, for your documentation, whatever it's going to be. There's actually like 2 more reasons which we're going to get into, which I haven't seen yet because the previous day high had been taken out. That's already enough of a reason, but there's even more into it. I'm going to take a position. This will be our regular position looking like. So the previous day high has already been taken out. Usually we like to trade into the previous day high or into the previous day low, because that is basically going to be your free movement for that sense. So in that case, it will be looking something like that. You see the previous day high, I'm going to mark it out in green. This will be your free movement because price is almost guaranteed going to go into the previous day high. Everything that's above that is going to be not gifted, right? You have to get a little bit lucky, or not just lucky, but also the analysis have to align for the price to move higher into your take profit. That is the reason why I care so much about the daily time frame, and why the analysis always start on the daily time frame, and then from there on I go to the 4 hour, 1 hour, and I also like to look at the weekly. Especially you will see me look at the weekly more towards the start of the weeks, right? At the start of the week I like to look at it, have like a fresh start, even the monthly time frame, but I'm only doing that like once or twice a week, that I'm looking at the weekly time frame or monthly, right? Monthly even way less, like maybe 2 times a month or so. So that's basically the logic behind that. Now the previous day high has already been taken out, so there's not enough gifted movement. So Niazi was saying US 30 494 469 45 short. I'm taking this trade. All right, I am going to look at it in just a bit, right? Before that, I'm going to explain the reasons. Now, this is just reason number 1, because this is a fundamental rule. You are never allowed to break this shitty rule that you're going to trade into a previous day high that has already been taken out. That's the very first thing. The second thing is going to be, as you can see, we have a no wick candle in here, no wick candle number 2, no wick number 1, no wick number 2. These candle wicks like to be traded back into. Like, now you might be saying or asking to me, why is that the case? I don't know why it is the case. I just know that that happens a lot of the times, okay? You don't even have to know all of that. Now, granted, if you're going to look at this entire position, even if we are going to trade into the second no wick candle, right? So this one basically, there's still going to be enough movement that the price would have to move against us in order for the stop loss to get hit, right? So that is right. I mean, first of all, the previous day high has been taken out, so no trade at all anyways. But that is just additional information why I'm not willing to take this trade, okay? And we also had significant movement onto the upside. Candle number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row, a bullish candle. Now, of course, we already had a bearish candle onto the downside. So that basically resets it. Problem is just that we had too much movement onto the upside without taking fuel of the opposite direction. So what I like to see is at least, at the very minimum, these no wicks candle to be taken out, and then from there on you can expect a move on to the upside. Okay, this is just everything that is on top of the previous day high that we're not going to trade today. Okay, so here we are at Euro GBP, next trade. This is going to be the daily time frame, and on this pair, this could even be potentially a trade onto the upside, and the likelihood of that working out is also quite high. But this is once again more of a riskier scenario, right? But let's just go over it why it's not a high probability trade, and why everybody that is following all of the trades that I'm taking in the streams, which once again, I just have to say that just to be secure, no financial advice, guys. But everybody that's following, this is specifically, you should even less follow that one, okay? So you see, we have the previous day high, we have the previous day low. Where are we more likely to trade? Just tell it to me out of intuition. You just can't tell. Like, if I'm just going to show you, if I'm just going to put it like this, hang on. I want you to really understand this principle. Look at the chart like so. You have no context. Now, of course, you need context in order to build a framework, but this is just for demonstrational purposes, okay? Look at this entire formation without any context, right? Everything that happened to the left, you don't know. You don't know, simply as that. We are going for the high or for the low. You can't tell because this entire candle is showing you indecisiveness. We are pretty far away from the high. We are pretty far away from the low. But there's still a reason why we're probably going to trade onto the upside, because I just wanted to show you the principle of the daily time frame, of the daily logic. But of course, context is always going to play a role, right? So I just had to simplify it first. Now we can do it a little bit more advanced. We have this entire FEG in here. And FEG is an imbalance. Imbalances like to get traded back into, no matter how you twist it. We are going to trade into these imbalances. We're going to go into the 4-hour time frame. Let's further look at that. What can you see in here? These are going to be your internal relative equal lows. Okay, so I have to readjust the FEG real quick so it's perfect. Okay, so here we are on the, and why is it not locking into this line in here? Okay, so we have basically the relative equal highs. This is going to be internal relative equal highs. This is going to be external relative equal highs. I am going to mark it out. So this is going to be your external relative equal highs. This is going to be your internal relative equal highs. Why does this matter? Because you want to have as much liquidity building up to a specific point as possible. Okay. Now we already have one reason that's going to be the daily FEG. Second reason. Now once again, don't take this trade because the daily bias doesn't align. That's just as an example, and I might even take this trade on the high risk account, right? But for right now, this is not something as an example to take a trade. This is just pure analysis of confirmation that could be making the trade to work out if you are willing to take it. But once again, keep that in mind. So we have the FEG that is aligning pretty well. We also have the relative equal highs, which are external and also internal. The reason why you want internal and external is because you want as much liquidity building up as possible. Because if you have just those liquidity points, that's just going to be like one liquidity point that the price has built up, right? But then also what do we have? So we already have 3 reasons, guys. We have this liquidity being taken out. So now there is actually a reason, because we have taken out fuel. So basically all of this, right? I like to call it fuel, to now go on to the opposite direction. Now, for anybody that has maybe just came in new, right, and or just doesn't know about me, but for anybody that has been watching the streams for like quite significant of time, and like just 5 minutes ago, come on man, 5 or 10 minutes ago, I have just told it to you, look at this candle, pay attention to how it's looking like. So usually, like by idea, I would be saying type into the chat, but since no motherfucker in here is active enough to actually do that, I'm just going to put it out, right? I'm just going to say it. No way candles like to be traded back into. So that's another information that probably we are going to trade onto the upside, because we also have all of the additional information that we already have out of the market. If told it like so many different times, you need an entire framework. It is not just going to be like a simple strategy, like just one candle or just one concept or just, right? There is an entire framework to be built off before you're going to take a trade. Get this into your mind. This is what separates a profitable from an unprofitable trader. The unprofitable trader just believes that you need 1 or 2 concepts and that's it. And yes, you might only use 1 or 2 concepts, but they're going to repeat themselves the lower you go into the time frames, and that is going to build up your entire framework. It's not just only going to be one confirmation. It needs to be in multiple different confirmations until you're actually going to take decisions. Out of every single stream that I have done so far, have you ever seen me taking a trade? Unless I have specifically said This is going to be a high risk trade. And those trades, that does not count. We're only talking about high quality trades. Have you ever seen me taking a trade that was not high quality and it only had one confirmation? That has never happened so far and will also never happen. I'm only going to take, once again, speaking of high probability trades, when they have multiple confirmations going on. With that being said, there is this no way candle, which we like to trade into. Now, this candle has already taken out this previous day low. So probably this candle is also going to close like that. Because if you're going to think of it of relative to time, right? I am going to zoom in real quick. So you see this entire candle. This is the candle that we're focusing on right now. And you also see the time. We're at 36 minutes into this entire candle, basically. And basically, you're telling the candle, I am going to give you, like, running up to 35 minutes. I'm going to give you 35 minutes to reverse and go for the previous, to reverse and basically create a weekend here. But also, once the candle is already getting that close, it will also take out the previous day high. Think of that likelihood. Out of every single candle you have seen so far, does that happen a lot? How do I say this? Everybody that has tuned into the stream, this is the most valuable stream that I've shown so far. Me showing the trades, you making money, this is great shit. This is the information, this is the logical standpoint. And not to glaze myself, but I don't understand how people are missing this. This is just so logical thinking in my opinion. Or maybe it's just about pattern recognition. Maybe there is just something about the charts that I see and other people don't see. But I really want you to also see it. This is the reason why it is less likely that the candle is going to reverse right now. Because once again, you're giving the candle 35 minutes to basically do a very unlikely thing. Give the candle one day and then yes, this could be more likely to play out because you're giving it 24 candles, 24 hours to do that same shit. But that doesn't apply to the scenario because we're just talking about one single candle. And that one candle, once it's printing, it's over. It is going to stay like that for the rest of our lives in that sense. So this entire candle is not going to be the candle, or with a very low probability that we are going to trade into its open high, right, and create a wick onto the upside. It would be quite funny if this is actually the thing that is going to happen, right? Because this is why I'm also going to include and say these things. You can have such good analysis and such good logic points, but the likelihood is still going to depend on the market, right? You can only do so much under the charts until you're actually going to take a trade and whatnot, right? So this can still happen, but it has a very low probability. Just go check this out yourself, guys. Everybody who's watching right now, go check this shit out yourself. You'll see the exact same stuff that I'm telling you right now. After looking at a almost blank screen the entire time and talking for 10 minutes, I hope you really got that into your head. So now we're going to drop onto this 1 hour time frame. See, that's when we're doing very high quality analysis. You see how much time I'm taking just to analyze this entire pair. And I know people don't like a lot of talking, but this is just the information that I'm trying to give you when doing all of these analysis in that sense. On the 1 hour time frame, I don't even have to do something like that where we're having millions of different candles we're looking onto the chart. Focus on just something that is very recently happening. There's a lot of information that you can already base off this thing alone. And it's basically going to be the same logic in that sense. Put it like this. This entire candle on the 4 hour time frame, so I'm talking about this one, on the 4 hour time frame, this is the candle that is currently looking like that. So this is just on the 1 hour time frame. Now look at this candle specifically. This is the current candle, this right in here. Where is it more likely to go when it's going to close? So remember, the 4 hour candle is about to close in 1 hour. So when the current candle, this one in here, is going to close, the 4 hour candle is also going to close. I've just told you, for the 4 hour candle to do a 180 on you is pretty unlikely. We're not going to trade into this candle within 35 minutes. You see these entire candles, this is a lifespan. This entire thing is the lifespan of the 4 hour candle. We have already done so much work in that 4 hour candle in itself. Keep also in mind the time, because right now there's just not a lot of volatility going on. So the next candle, where is it more likely to go? The reason why I'm telling you this and why it's so important, because this is basically what I also do on the daily chart. People asking me, why are you so well at identifying the daily chart? Why are you so well at avoiding the bad trading days? This is the same principle that I'm doing. It's just that some phenomenons, like the no-way candle, you don't see as often on the daily chart as of the 1 hour chart. Because in a certain day, you have 24 chances, so 24 hours, 24 candles to have a no-way candle. But on a daily chart, it takes 24 hours to have one chance to have a no-way candle. You get what I mean? So the next candle, where's it going to go? Are we going for the previous candle, not previous day, previous candle low, or are we going for the previous candle high? If it's not obvious by now, then I'm the wrong teacher, or I'm just not good enough at teaching you. This is the easiest way that I can explain it to you. We are probably going to go for the previous candle low, not for the previous candle high. Pretty logical, right? Now also, we have this entire liquidity point, which this was our fuel to now go on to the upside. This is great shit. This is what we like. Problem is just that as of right now, there's almost guaranteed going to be movement onto the downside if we're willing to take a trade onto the upside. Even though there is confirmation, right? Remember, we have still the FEG daily, the FEG, the external relative highs, and also the internal relative highs. There is a lot of reasons to trade onto the upside. But for the very, very short term, this might even be like a scalping strategy. Like, I'm being for real in here. Like, I'm not going to scalp. I'm also not going to develop a scalping strategy out of this stuff alone. And there's like multiple reasons for that. I don't like scalping in that sense. I think it's way too much time consuming, but that's like a different story. As of right now, we are going to trade onto the previous candle low. And we're also going to target this previous candle low. Why? Because it's just already so nearby compared to this candle low. Okay. So all in all, you might be saying, okay, we have like all of this different information. What do you want to tell with us? What do you want to tell us by that? Are we going for the previous? Are we going to take a trade or not? No, we're not going to take a trade. Like people expect like after having all of these different confirmations, and this is basically also on purpose. I have shown you like a very great framework, and I've named you like 100 different reasons and confirmation points to trade onto the upside. Yet this one reason is me two reasons preventing me from taking a trade onto the upside. This is exactly how I'm avoiding the bad trading days. Okay, and it's not going to be the same for every single day. Sometimes you will have scenarios where it's more obvious. Sometimes you are going to have scenarios where it's less obvious, right? It is always going to be dependent on the current price action that you're having. Once again, sometimes the scenarios will just be the same and it's going to be easier for me. Well, this was just like the 3rd of May 2024. Remember guys, when we have taken that on the stream, it's the same scenario as on that day, just as an example. But a lot of the times it is not going to be the same scenario because it's the entire framework. Charts never look the exact same as they did yesterday. There's never a point in time where it has looked exactly the same. There's always going to be a little bit of different discretion and also a little bit of minor adjustments that are not the same as the day before. I don't know, your goldfish died. This was your GBP only. Like, we're not done yet, guys. AUD/CHF. Let's go into the daily time frame. Are we going for the previous day high? And this is basically what I always ask myself. Are we going for the previous day high or are we going for the previous day low? This is basically the same framework that we have just talked about, but here it's a little bit more obvious and this also different, a little bit of a different twist to it. So I want you to look at this chart and just think about it yourself based on what I've just explained to you on Euro GBP. Like, come on guys, are you listening? Are you willing to learn what I'm telling you in these live streams, or are you really just watching for no reason? Type into the chat whatever it is, or type it into the Discord. It doesn't even have to be in the chat, or just type it in for yourself. Think about it. Like, try to understand it for yourself. Why are we not going to take a trade on this specific day? Name me every single reason in detail, no matter if it's right or wrong. Just tell it to me if you're really serious about learning this. Let's go over this in more detail. This is what most people also just aren't going to miss. What we have here. Pay attention to this entire candle. Fuck the candle that is in here right now. I'm going to just completely pay attention to the previous day high and previous day low. I've told you in countless of videos, everybody that has been watching the chart, the daily time frame, 80% of the times, maybe even more, I can't tell you like the exact chance as of like off the top of my head, we're going for the previous day high or previous day low. And there's 4 scenarios. Either we're going to go for the previous day low, scenario number 1. Either we're going to go for the previous day high, scenario number 2. Either we're going to go for both the previous day high and the previous day low, scenario number 3. Or it's going to be the 4th scenario, which is that we're having right now in here. So we have not taken out the previous day high. Okay? Not taking out the previous day high, not taking out the previous day low. This is the 4th scenario. There's only these 4 scenarios. Right? There's no other chance for another scenario to happen. like every single day you're betting on these 4 scenarios basically in that sense. Which if the previous day high and the previous day low gets taken out, then you can still basically hit the take profit, because we're not always extending our take profit to the previous day high and previous day low, but it's like a different scenario for now. Okay, so we have scenario number 4, we have not taken the previous day high, also not previous day low. So the next candle, okay, the likelihood of it's doing the same bullshit on you again is extremely, extremely low. We're not going to do that like another time. You know, there has been, you know, sometimes I'm saying this has never happened in the history of charts in that sense. But this is the thing, this has already happened. That we had like 2 times in a row, not trading into the previous day high and also not into the previous day low. But this happens more so when the very first candle, so this one, was very large. The second candle, this first, the second was very large, and then the third candle was also just not as large. So the very first candle has to be extremely large for this scenario to happen. So it's not going to happen this time. Now there is reasons to still take a trade onto the downside, which is going to be this FEG. This is why I said it's a very similar situation that we had last time. Now, why is it so important that neither the previous day high, neither the previous day low has been taken out? Now, this is a 50-50 candle no matter how you do it, right? This is like right from the start, that's why we're not going to take a trade. It's 50-50, let's just put it like that, candle. But also, if the previous day high, but also not the previous day low has been taken out, that means that neither side of liquidity has been taken out. And I hope in that point it's going to make click for you, okay? So if we're going to go into the 4-hour time frame, we can see, now yes, we have relative lows, relative highs, I mean. It means that basically there was not liquidity being taken out, so we would have to see something like that. And then from here on lower, right? So then we had, at least in the back of our mind, in the back of our head, we had the sort of thinking, okay, liquidity had been taken out, and now is the time to go to the opposite direction because we have fuel to basically sustain that move. Think about it this way. Price is not just moving randomly higher and higher and higher. It is taking out fuel by taking out liquidity, and then from there on it's going to go to the original direction. So in a theoretical sense, like just real quick, for everybody that's watching new or whatever, this is going to look something like that. Okay, so if we're in the uptrend, we're making higher highs, higher lows, as you can see. We need to take out fuel of the opposite side, so basically this liquidity being taken out, and only then we can continue higher with these relative highs. And you basically already see the pattern that we're trading on a day-to-day basis. This is going to be your previous day high, right? This is also going to be your relative equal highs. Okay, this is getting very messy, right? And then potentially you have been coming from a massive downtrend. So then also you're going to mark out the equilibrium from this high to this low. It's going to be equilibrium. Then you want to trade onto the upside in here, right? It's going to be your take profit. So in here, this is basically the same scenario. Liquidity, or the opposite scenario. Sorry, man. The previous, we have not taken out liquidity, I mean. So probably we're also not going to trade onto the downside. Or if we're going to trade onto the downside, then it's not a sustained move. Like, get that into your mind. The move is not sustained by enough liquidity to trade lower. Now we're going to drop onto the, I guess now we're going to drop into no time frame. Now we're going to drop onto the 1 hour time frame. So basically, the 1 hour time frame is basically the same scenario that we're talking about, but just looking into more details, right? Because here you see the entire time frame, and I think we're actually on the wrong pair. Okay, so never mind. So on the 1 hour time frame, we do have relative equal lows. I do count that as relative equal lows. It is like not the cleanest relative equal lows, but it can be counted in that sense. The reason also on the 1 hour time frame, there's this massive FEG, but there's like not too much on the 1 hour time frame. Like, I'm not just going to invent some kind of reason to, okay, but then there's like X and Y, Z candle on the 1 hour time frame. Like, I just cannot see a lot of things. Like, also, this is another lesson. If there's like not too much information, or like take the information that the market is giving you, but don't force the information. If there's nothing to learn about, if there's nothing that the market is giving you, for somebody else that is watching this chart, this might be looking more interesting, and they have something to say about that. They be saying, you know, the only like thing that I see at least is we have this FEG, which we have already been traded back into with these candles, but there's still like what, 3/4 of entire price action that we have not traded into. So that means that there's still an imbalance in the market. And as always, guys, imbalances like to be traded back into. we've also taken out these relative equal lows in here, which are internally, right? So there's a reason to trade onto the upside. So we are breaking this chart down. This is the reason why I'm doing it. We're breaking this chart down, and we're having reasons on why we're trading onto the upside and also to the downside. And this is the exact problem. This is the exact problem where we're not going to take a trade. Like, get this into your mind. Because we're having 10 confirmations to trade onto the upside, because we're having 10 different confirmations to trade onto the downside, this makes it low probability. This is the reason why we're not going to take a trade. And to simplify it, this is not just for that pair. What we have just looked into was Euro GBP, same scenario. We had 10 different reasons on why we should take a trade onto the upside, 10 different reasons on why we shouldn't take a trade. So no trade. Simple as that. Previously, I've also said to you, I am doubting myself about every single pair that I'm seeing right now. So we're not going to take a trade on any of these pairs. So now we're going to go to AUD and ZD. Let's go to the daily time frame. And now it looks obvious, right? Okay, we're just going to trade onto the previous day high. We're already close to it. That is a very bad mindset to have to begin with, right? This is basically the same scenario. We have this 50-50 candle. And I like this example a lot, because I actually hope that we're going to trade on the previous day high for this day. Although I'm not going to take a trade, I hope that it's going to happen. What is the reason for that? In the previous candles, I have shown you that probably we are going to trade into the previous candle low, like with the previous candles, right? With the AUD CHF and also Euro GBP, right? We're going to trade high or lower because we have an FEG. In this case, it's higher. In this case, it's lower. So for this day, I hope we are going to trade into the previous day high and not to the previous day low, because it is going to disprove everything that I've just shown you. So, you might be saying, well, you wouldn't want to disprove your analysis, right? No, I want my analysis to be disproven, because previously I've told you in this trade, probably to the downside because we have this FEG, but we're not going to take a trade because of the reasons that I've just explained to you in the last 30 minutes. So just get that idea, get the concept that I'm showing you right now. On this trade, I was telling to you, probably we are going to trade onto the upside, but I'm still not going to take a trade because of the information that I've talked about in the last 30 minutes. So in that case, it is going to disprove, if we're going to trade into the previous day high in here, so right in here, it is going to disprove everything that I've said. But it's going to prove on why I did not take a trade, because on that pair, the analysis did not work out. You get what I'm saying? AUD CAD. This would have already hit a take profit, interestingly. Yet, I still don't regret not taking this trade. The only time where I regret taking a trade would be in a scenario where I fell asleep and there was a high probability trade, and then I just missed it. This is the only time, like, I hate myself for missing that trade, because it's solely my mistake. But on that one, I had doubt and I just didn't want to take it. So I don't regret missing this trade. This was a great trade to miss. But let's go over it quickly. There's not too much on this pair, because we've already traded into the previous day low, and it has also shown you a little bit more of a rare occurrence. Now, we have yesterday done a stream. I already noticed this stream is more so about when not to take a trade, because simply we just have no trade. Yesterday's stream, what was I telling you about? I was telling to you that we don't want to trade into the previous day high, because there's already liquidity being taken out. Go watch that shit yesterday that I've explained to you. This is the exact same reason. This would have been a straight up loss. You get that? Or have we taken a trade? I don't know. Like, maybe we have taken a trade, but seeing it right now, I'm pretty sure we have not taken a trade for yesterday. So this is going to be, like, maybe we have taken a trade, maybe or not. But if we have taken a trade, then definitely we have not traded into the previous day high. Because if you're going to base it off from the daily bias logic, but I don't know if we have taken a trade. I would have to check it right now. But what I do, like 100% certain, because I never do that shit, we have never taken a trade into the previous day high if the take profit is extended by that much. This is the reason, because I have people who've been coming up to me, whether it's going to be comments, Discord, or whatever. Unprofitable traders are telling me, why are you not trading into the previous day high, man? You could have won there. Right? Things like that. Because on a different day, on a different occasion, on a different whatever it's going to be, we had trades that were looking something like, let me find an example. I think USD CHF is a good example. We had trades like these. We want to trade onto the upside. So hang on. They were saying, why have you not traded higher into, like, I don't know, this high or potentially this high? You could have gotten so much more profit. That's the exact shitty reason why. Because we're going to go to AUD USD, hang on, where was it? AUD CAD, I think. This would have been straight up loss just because you were so greedy, just because you wanted to take that 0.62, which occasionally, like at one point in time in this entire live stream, I do believe we are going to have a little bit more of a bigger trade. You're having a lot of different trades. Eventually, you're also going to hit like a very good one, right? Like a very profitable one. But this is the exact same reason why I'm not trading into all the way into the previous day high or previous day low, unless there's a logical reason behind it. In that case, there's just no logical reason behind it, because I've already explained to you earlier. We have the previous day high, which is pretty significantly far away, right? I would like to have this candle at least in here, or like minimum in here, then I want to trade higher. But look how much headroom there is to trade onto the upside. Also, we have taken out liquidity. So now there's a reason to now go to the opposite direction, which we have actually done, which is this entire FEG. Now guys, we are going to look at my account balance, and also we're going to journal the trade together in just a bit, right? So you're going to have like a whole overview about the account, and yeah, we're just going to review a little bit of stuff and talk about it. So this was AUD CAD, and also the reason why we have not taken a trade today. Do you see that candle right now? I'm going to remove everything onto the chart. Now, right now, I know it looks obvious. In hindsight, you're the best trader in the world. Why have you not traded onto the downside? This and that. First of all, we are trading into this FEG, which is actually a good sign. We like to trade into the FEGs, but this candle has already traded into it. So that already makes it a little bit less likely that we're going to have a continuation. Because FEGs, I see them as imbalances. We like to trade into them, but in the right context, because you have 1, 2, 3 fairly massive candles onto the upside. So the momentum pushing higher is there. Okay. In these cases, I like to use FEGs as protection points. Now look at this candle specifically. You see it? This candle has a wick onto the upside, but barely has one. This has also been, I think, for like the longest time possible. How is everybody looking at the charts on a day-to-day basis and not realizing this, that this is happening basically every single day, like almost every single day? Every single candle on the daily chart has sort of a minimum wick. You see, this is sort of the minimum wick for this pair. This is going to be pair dependent, season dependent. This is going to depend on the context as always. I cannot give you like, okay, your CHF is going to move at least 2 pips onto the downside and upside from the true daily open. Cannot give you something like that, because there's always going to be an average, but there's also going to be discretion, which is going to be, okay, for this period, it's okay having less wick movement. You get what I'm saying? So this can also not be sort of automated by a robot. Just ask him and then you get the average. That's maybe like a fun thing to have. It's also maybe perhaps also not like a bad thing to have. But I think that it depends also on discretion, on current market conditions. Because an average is called an average for a reason. Okay? So this entire candle, hang on, this entire candle has barely wick onto the upside. So there is reasons to trade onto the upside. Sometimes I'm seeing these things, but I'm just not explaining it because subconsciously, it sounds weird, I know, but subconsciously, I am already seeing these things, and this is the discretion by the end of the day. This is the exact same thing. To put it into words is me trying to get you into my head. That is basically like my words are the bridge to get into my head for you. But this discretion has to be taught with time. By listening to these streams, by also you going onto the charts yourself. This entire candle is probably also going to trade onto the upside. And there's always going to be a reason or the chance that it's going to look something like that, and we're not going to trade onto the upside. But once again, you're weighting the confluences, you're weighting the probabilities, right? In all of these streams, in all of these analysis, I'm never saying something like, this is 100% going to happen, right? We're always looking at the probabilities of what is going to happen and what can happen. So this is the reason why we're also not going to take a trade. This is something that subconsciously is going on in my mind, but I couldn't just put it into words at that point in time, right? This is also why we're not going to take a trade on this pair. NZD USD, previous day low has already been taken out. We do have relative lows lower. We do have liquidity lower. We like to see that. That's going to be your external liquidity, internal liquidity, external liquidity. Hang on. Yeah, internal, external liquidity. Looks fine, right? Why not take a trade lower? First of all, previous day low has already been taken out before 0 a.m. No trade for you. But there's a little bit more. Go to the daily time frame. Massive price action gap. Now, I've been also saying this for a long time. If, like come on, guys. You're seeing a price action gap like that, and you'll be thinking, well, but StarTrading said that we like to trade into price action gaps. Context always matters. If the price action gap is that far away, you don't give a shit about that price action gap. It's too far away. You look at something that is nearby. Look at it from a logical standpoint. The candle would have to move something, would have to look something like that to reverse all the way higher. So the recent price action, the most massive candle, and not even the most massive candle for this price action, but just for that entire pair in the whole history of that pair. The highest, like the most extreme candle is this one. If you're going to take the same size, so basically from here to here, approximately, we're still not going to trade into the price gap. You see? So things only matter when they're also nearby. If, like, let's just say we had established movement onto the upside, the next candle was looking something like that, or the current candle, right? Or let's just say we want to trade the Monday. This is the Sunday, this is the Friday. We have moved higher, which is pretty unlikely, but we have like just done something unlikely. It happens, and then we're having something like that. Now the price action gap, so I'm referring about this one right now, now plays a role again, because now the context aligns. Now we are trading towards that price action gap. So right now, why are you trying to trade towards something that we are moving away from? Think about it logically once again. Like, turn on your hat. So now NZD CAD. Daily time frame. Previous day low, previous day high. This is one of the only pairs where we have not taken out the previous day low before we have basically hit the 0 a.m. candle. Yet we still haven't taken a trade on that pair. How's that? First of all, that's like the very first thing that I can spot. With 1 candle, 2 candles, 3 candles, and then potentially the 4th candle. No. I only start counting the candles after like 4 or 5 different candles of the same direction or color in that sense. And then that starts mattering. Now, I'm not going to explain this entire price action gap because it's the same principle. We're moving away from it, so it doesn't matter as of right now. It is in the back of our mind. Like, we're not just forgetting about it. Like, think about it, okay? There's a like chance we are going to trade onto the upside. It's 100% not going to happen today that we're going to trade all the way higher unless some kind of war or something like that happens. And then this pair is just massively benefiting out of it. But that's not going to happen statistically. However, this entire candle formation, this is once again a little bit more of a discretion part. What I have just said to you, because people like to hop on that and say, oh, it's very discretional. What I've just taught you in the last hour or so, right? The stream has been going for 70 minutes. 80% of it was objective, and it was not mechanical, but it's pretty objective reasoning on why we're not going to take a trade, or we're going to take a trade, depending on what type of decision we're talking about right now, right? So this is not as discretional as you think. 20% is discretion right now. I've given you the full framework of all of these pairs. Now this is going to be a little bit more discretional, okay? These 2 candles are showing you weakness, okay? Because of these candlesticks. This is just how I see it. A lot of the things that I'm thinking about, I'm just not telling you, not because I don't want to say it, but I just don't come to the conclusion for myself to explain it in that matter, because I already see the time frame, I already see the reasoning on why I want to take a trade or I don't want to take a trade. And then after that, I try to put it into words. Once again, my words is the bridge for you to get into my head. So in here, these candles are already showing you weakness. So probably we are showing strongness in that sense to trade onto the upside. We still have that gap. It doesn't play too much of a role. We have talked about that. We understand that. But we're keeping it in the back of our minds. And you're talking about, well, but this entire candle has traded lower. So right now, there is established movement onto the downside. Yes, there is established movement, no doubt. By definition, there is. Like, we can't neglect that. The reason why I also didn't take a trade on this pair is because if you're going to go onto the 4-hour time frame, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what do you think the next candle is going to be? Like also bearish or what? Can be. That sometimes happens. The highest that I've ever personally experienced was, I think, 11 times in a row of just one candle. But that is only one time that I've ever seen it, and I don't even remember the pair that it was on. Right? I don't remember the instrument. This was the highest amount that I've ever seen. That you have the same color of one candle is extremely unlikely. It's extremely rare that you're going to have 8 times in a row. Go back to the chart. You probably have to go months back. Okay, currently we are on the 4-hour time frame, so it is going to happen a little bit more often than compared to the weekly time frame. But you have to go at least days back. Find me another instance where we had 6. Okay, 6 happens more often than like 7 or 8. We're talking about 8 right now. Tell me an instance where we have 8 candlesticks of the same color in a row. So let's check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not 8 candles though. All right. This is my point that I'm trying to make. It is unlikely that it's going to happen. And these kinds of instances don't count because the basically color candle count was resetted by this candle because this one is a bearish candle. So you're talking about like 1, 2, reset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, reset. You get what I mean? So that's also a reason why we're not going to take a trade on this pair, right? Because the next candle has a higher likelihood. And this doesn't even have to be statistically proven. Just look at the time frame yourself. I'm telling you this. Look at the backtesting sessions. Tell you that you're dumb or so, right? Or that I'm the best trader in the world or whatever it's going to be. But like how are RoboKelly was saying also price and discount already for sale. I don't know what you're referring back to specifically right now. But hang on. People are backtesting. The stream flies back. People are backtesting. But what are you doing while you're backtesting? You're not even seeing the very basic things when you're backtesting. Like you're mindlessly looking at the charts without understanding the logic, without understanding the probabilities, without understanding the framework, without understanding all of these different things. GBP/USD, I've already explained to you, we're not going to go in too much detail. And currently it is doing that exact same thing that we were talking about previously. Now, I don't know if it's going to hit the stop loss or hit take profit. The only thing that I know is that I'm not willing to take a trade today. Okay? It's not about knowing. It's about weighting the confluences and the probabilities. And that's all it really is. Okay, let's do the analysis real quick. USDHF, previous day low, previous day high. We have already taken out the previous day low. So most likely we are also not going to trade higher or lower because we have already taken it out. Okay? We have talked about that in very detail in the last live stream, and also I've made an entire masterclass for that day. Most likely we are actually going to go for the low, not for the high. I'm still not willing to take a trade because it's just a 50-50 scenario. We can't tell if we're going for the low or for the high because we're just kind of in the middle of nowhere. But actually we are exactly in the middle. Not exactly in the middle, would probably be here somewhere. But you get my point. We are neither close to the high, neither close to the low. AUDCHF falling back into that FEG. I would have traded this another time lower for the previous day low, but the previous day low has already been taken out. AUD/USD. I think I gotta do something with my monitor settings. Anyways, AUD/USD. We're going for the previous day low or for the previous day high. Probably for the previous day low, right? Why? Because we already have established movement number 1. So I'm not sure, but I think we also traded that last week, depending on if the previous day low has been taken out before 0 AM candle. And this is going to be our established movement candle number 1. But essentially all of these two are just combined together, and for that you just want to trade onto the downside, not to the upside. Okay, so simple as that. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame, check it out real quick. We have an FEG in here, and the next 4-hour candle is going to open in 1 hour. So there is quite a good chance that we are going to trade into that FEG first and then trade lower. Let me see how's the equilibrium. We have not traded into equilibrium yet, so there's potential to trade onto the upside. Let me see how the potential position will be looking like. Okay, so we don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day low. We are able to endure quite a bit of price action. It's also something I like. Trade could be looking better if we didn't have some kind of FEG that we want to trade back into. All in all, this is something good to take. Also, if we go to the 15-minute time frame, there's this price action gap, right, which we have not traded back into yet. We like to trade into the price action gaps, remember that. And yeah, this is also creating a no-way candle. It's also something that I really like about this trade. Let's go to the 1-hour time frame, and I'm probably going to enter with a limit order, like in just a bit. AUD and NZD, I mean. Yeah, I mean, you just can't build a framework off from probably we are going to go for the low because we have relative equal lows, internal, external, previous day low, also FEG that we want to trade into. Might be a risky trade opportunity, but let's just see. I'm probably not even interested in that one. AUD CAD, previous day low, previous day high. Probably for the previous day low, of course. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame. 4 hour time frame I really enjoy because we have traded already into this FEG. Okay, so this is already going to be your protective. I'm gonna just mark it out as P or protective swing high. Probably the price is not going to return there until our take profit gets hit. You know, then the price can do basically whatever it wants, right? We just want our take profit to get hit, and that's it. So probably we're not going to trade there. This is more of a weird candle, but this is because we're trading the Monday. Let us look at the weekly real quick. Okay, weekly is looking very messy. But there has to be a wick created onto the downside of the entire weekly candle, and also a little bit more because this is not going to be enough. For more details, we can talk about that a little bit later. And yeah, let's look at the 4 hour. This also has a no way candle in here. This could be an entry. Let me see how the position will be looking like. I'm just going to take it as that real quick. Okay, we have also created, oh dang it, anybody who looks at their watch list like that is not normal. So we are still having this price action gap, which we have already traded back into with a body closure, but we still have that sort of weird candle, right? Now this does not count as a no wick candle because yes, it has no wick, but it created from here, right? This is the candle open, so basically everything in here would be the wick if you get it like that, right? A no wick candle is only counted if you are trading in one direction without ever returning to the opposite direction from its candle open. We can get on that later on if you want. Okay, and then let me check NZD USD. Let's go to the daily. Also probably to the low. I mean, we could probably just short every single pair onto the downside, or we're just going to lose every single pair. That's also an option, of course. But let me look at the weekly real quick. Now the weekly is just not looking the way you would want it to look. We have a lot of gaps and also the snowy candle. Let me look at this one, trading onto the upside for this pair on the weekly at least, but no, we didn't want to take it because of the daily. How's this looking on the weekly? Also messy. Weekly is showing, now this one is pretty safe to take. AUD CHF also on the weekly. I already see that. We can take it as it is. The 0 EM candle is already pushing onto the upside, which is not something bad. It's good. We're getting a better entry. Let's look at the 4 hour time frame. Can we refine it somewhere? Daily chart. Ah, dang it, this was the pair where the previous day low has already been taken out. My bad. Let's look at the weekly real quick. Okay, this is like whole of a mess. I have to think about that myself real quick. Also have this BPR range in here. Tricky day, definitely, because of the weekly open. But we are already trading onto the upside on the 0 AM candle, which is favorable because we are going to get a better price. In the very short term, the daily time frame is looking bearish. We also have relative lows in here. Right, internal, external. Like what just concerns me is this entire BPR range, right? I mean the equilibrium. We're going to take this price action. Like, okay, price action is going to get a little bit messy from now on. I'm going to remove a couple of stuff. We're going to go into the 4. Let's measure it from this high. So we are not able to endure this entire price action move. This is going to be basically the whole price action leg, but the internal price action leg is not that far away. Okay. So there is potential to trade onto the downside. Just have to check it out. Just have to think about it. AUD NZD. I really want to pick the best pair for today. AUD CAD, 4 hour time frame, probably our better choice for today. Which pair was it? We had like a gap. Yeah, this one. We were already pushing onto the upside. That's great stuff. Like we're getting a better entry. I am going to take this because of the 15-minute gap in here. And if price has already pushed that much onto the upside, then it's also going to go for that FEG. So I'm going to mark it as that. Okay, I'm gonna do the original position just so everybody doesn't get confused. So this will be the original position, okay? And then the way we're going to refine it is going to be right at that 4 hour FEG, okay? Then our stop loss, you can just put it right in here. It's more of a higher risk reward than we usually like to go for, but if it aligns, then aligns. This is going to be AUD USD, and we're gonna be doing a market order, no limit order here. Sell limit, entry, and we're going to do the stop loss. Then we are going to put the take profit in, going to be our limit order. Okay, this is going to be trade number 1. There was also another opportunity, if I am not mistaken. I know it's going to be AUD NZD. No trade on that one. AUD CAD 4 hour. This pair I liked a little bit less because the price action gap has already been filled out. But to be honest, if I'm betting on AUD USD to hit a take profit, and it's also, I mean, they can also lose both, right? They are not that far away from each other in terms of correlation. But if I'm betting on that pair, I might as well also bet on this pair as well. You know, for today, I recommend, like, if you really want to keep it super safe, probably no trade for you, right? But your best bet would be AUD USD because it still has the price action gap intact. right? You see this entire price action gap, it still has it intact. Whereas of the other pair, which was AUD CAD, did not have it. We already traded into the price action gap with a body closure, right? The candle was looking something like that. So that's why we didn't want to take it. Or we are going to take it, but it's not higher probability. You get my point? For this pair, we're just going to put a market order. It's going to be AUD CAD. Where is it? AUD CAD. Alright, so our limit order got hit. These might as well just both hit stop loss and then, oh, bad shit. That's okay. 3.01 lots. This is going to be AUD CAD. Let's double check. AUD CAD. Australian versus the Canadian dollar. Market order sell, place order. And then it's going to be our take profit. Going to be our stop loss. More of a low-key stream, to be honest. We're keeping it kind of quiet today. Today we're having less of that. Buy more. Maybe because I'm drinking tea. Usually was saying, yeah, can you do quick analysis on gold? Let's go to the weekly time frame. As of right now, we are looking to go onto the downside. Now, unfortunately, or maybe also fortunately for some, we have already taken out the previous week low. Now, these were relative equal lows on the daily time frame, pretty sure. Yeah, so we had relative equal lows. That has already been taken out. So if this wouldn't have happened yet, then probably we would have traded this onto the downside. As of right now, you're like based off my system, there's no trading opportunity for you to take, right? And also as of right now, in order to tell if we're going higher or lower, I need to see a little bit of rejection on the daily time frame. So this could happen in, you know, maybe this entire day, if this is going to close something like that, so very bullish. Or this could also happen within, you know, the next 2 or 3 candles, so maybe like until the Thursday or something like that, and then from there on I can determine, okay, we're going from this high, or we are doing something like that, trading into here, showing rejection off of this FEG, and then from there on we can trade lower. There's also an important lesson. Not every single day you can draw conclusions of something. So Haidas Vlogs was saying, hello brother, I know SMC in price, but did not understand where to start. Start at my masterclass that I've just made a video on. Like coincidentally, there's a lot of people just coming in newly, and this is actually perfect for you guys. I've just made an entire masterclass. Once again, watch it. It's free on YouTube. It's the latest video that I've just done. Watch it fully. Okay, I'm trading something that is a little bit different from everybody else that is doing, because once again, 90% of traders are unprofitable. Okay. So I'm doing what, so in order to be profitable, you have to do what the opposite of unprofitable traders are doing, which is going to be a negative risk reward. Everybody's trading at 145 and they're not profitable with it, you know? So to be honest, I've also said it in like one other video. You have tried everything at this point. You have tried SMC, ICTS, like positive risk rewards, Wyckoff theory, top and bottom tick. Then you have followed some stupid advice on TikTok, on Instagram Reels, whatever it's going to be. Nothing of that has worked so far. Why? Because it doesn't work to begin with. Okay? Now you can be profitable with a positive risk reward, but it's just not practical in the live markets. That's why I've made once again the new video. Yushi Kid was saying, thanks, I got you, my brother. It's probably going to go into the upside for UCHF. So this could be a potential good trade for tomorrow. If this trade is going to close bullish, right? Like heavily bullish, then we could be aiming for the weekly high. But for that to happen, this entire candle would have to be looking something like that, right? And then with the week in here, and then from here on, we're going to put the position like so, basically, you know, this is going to be the take profit. It's going to be the stop loss. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, we'll see if that is actually going to happen or not. Because what I also like, it has taken liquidity from the previous day low and it's showing rejection. So there's potential to trade this pair for tomorrow, but we just don't know. As of right now, we can't tell. Okay? This is what we do. As I was saying, I know about 70% of trading. You tell me with how many dollars I should start trading. No, you don't know 70% of trading. I know that for a fact, because you have been trading a positive risk to reward. Brother, once again, watch the video in the masterclass. Okay, we're going to do a deal with each other. Watch the masterclass from start to finish, and then in the next live stream, which is going to be the same time, but just tomorrow, you are going to tell me what you have learned from it, and if you actually knew, like 70% that I have told in the video, if you already knew that or not. Tomorrow, join in the same, what's it called? The same time. Yeah, basically the same time, but just tomorrow in 24 hours. I'll just put it that way. I am going to do a live stream again. And you're going to tell me if you knew 70% of what I've told in that video. Because I guarantee you, you did not know 70% of what I'm telling you in this video. Nobody's teaching it this way. For Euro NZD, I just can't tell based off data, but we can still look into it. You have the external liquidity, you have the internal liquidity. And let's put it this way. We have 4 hour, we have 1 hour. There's actually a potential trade to go onto the upside. Let's just say we had this price action on a different chart. Let's just say on Euro GBP. I would definitely take this trade because we also have price action gap in here, right? And then these are going to be all like internal relative equal highs, internal and then external relative equal highs, okay? So there is a lot of reasons to trade on the upside. And potentially I might even just take it on like a very small, on the high risk account. I'm gonna just see how the position would be looking like potentially. This would be the original trade entry, 50 pips. It's actually looking quite fine. This is like most certainly going to take profit. It's actually a very good trade opportunity, but probably not going to participate in it because it's like too spontaneous for me, right? We have just looked into it. So unstoppable scrolls. This is probably smokers. Hello, brother. Why don't you show your dashboard like Nico Trades? I have no idea who Nico Trades is. And Sad was saying, okay, I will watch your video. By the way, tell me one thing, which coins you trade on. I don't trade on any coins. I don't trade crypto, right? But I know somebody in my mentorship. He's called Ghost Whale. He's also in the chat right now, probably watching. Still watching, I mean. He's trading crypto and he's also doing pretty well with it. You know, so just join the Discord and tag him. He's called Ghost Whale. You know, if he's going to help you, that's going to be on him, right? It's like his decision. He after all has also paid for the mentorship and that kind of stuff. If he wants to share, he wants to share. If not, if not. But yeah, if you want like crypto advice, because I specialize on forex. Oh, dang it, man, we're like at 20 likes so fast. That's cool stuff. I love it. The live streams are getting better and better. Yushi Kid was saying, oh, price gap. Yes, we got the price gap. This is why this trade is looking very good for me, even though like it's going lower right now. This trade is actually looking quite favorable. You know, once again, I might be able to also take a position on that pair, but only, guys, only, I can't explain it too many times, right? Only on a high risk account. Don't take this on your prop firm. The only valid prop firm account, first of all, no financial risk. Don't follow my trades. You see the disclaimer anywhere in the top, like it should be here somewhere, I guess, anywhere in there. You see the disclaimer. But like if you want to take it, then I only recommend for me personally to trade a USD also on my prop firms. Like previously I've taken it also if I take my personal positions, like aside from the high risk account, usually on the phone. So Sleepwalker was saying Germany. Yes, man, I live in Germany. Yushi Kid was saying I practice the low RR on futures, your strat. That's great shit, man. You know, tell me, like update us in the Discord, also on live stream. How's it going so far? Aside saying, which pairs do you trade on forex? Every single pair that is on the, okay, you cannot see it, hang on. I'm trading every single pair that is on the right. You see every single pair besides everything that is lower than USD SGD. Everything that is lower, I'm not really trading, right? So Euro USD, I'm not trading. Euro NZD, like I've never like looked into it much. Like somebody on live stream has just recommended it, but I'm also not really trading it on a usual day-to-day basis. Although it's, as I've said, it's looking quite good as of today. And you know, it's quite funny. I can move myself around in here. Anyways, you know, and I'm gonna do that shit. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, so this is just basically how it goes. We're going to let the trades play out as usual. Okay, I got 20 likes. I'm gonna do the push-ups. I'm gonna do the spin real quick. There we go. Once again, the spin is very important. Let me look at the trades real quick. I'm gonna like to play the 1 minute for you guys, just because people like to have it interesting. They like to camp on the 1 minute. Like, don't get that twisted. I'm never trading on the 1 minute. I'm just leaving it as that, so you have something to watch. 1 minute is like most annoying shit ever, to be honest. It's actually so funny. The setup in the, for anybody that's maybe wondering, but I also wanted to point it out. The setup is looking differently in the latest video that I've done, right? Like already pretty old stuff. Oh, silver is tanking, but that's just the 1 minute time frame. Silver, I also don't trade, but always like to look at it. So to be honest, you would have expected that we would have gone for the previous day high and also for the PPR. That hasn't happened. It is what it is, but that's something I would have expected to happen basically. But we also didn't do the analysis at that point in time. Pretty sure we did it somewhere in here, perhaps. I'm not really sure where it was exactly, but yeah. Yushikid was saying, what is BPR? Brother, I suggest you just watch the masterclass. It is going to explain it to you. So that I just don't have to repeat myself too often, okay? So watch the masterclass. Because there's going to be a lot of different terms. If I'm going to explain like all the different terms, then like there's like a separate masterclass, not a live stream. I hope you understand that. Hope you have understanding. Just watch the latest video. I get it. And I do believe that I should do it this way, to be honest, so people are not getting confused. Because like people seem to not understand it, even though it's also a little bit obvious if you're just going to put it this way. Up is basically, anyways, I'm not going to explain it. It's pretty obvious, but we're just going to put it this way. Okay, this is going to be short. Then we're going to do long, put it at that, and then put it at that. Okay, so now people, like by now, people should really understand this guy is trading a negative first tier word. I hope so, at least. There's also actually a great psychology thing right now. You see what is going on. We went almost into the take profit. Now we are just shooting onto the upside. Now what is Joe Schmo going to do right now? He's going, no, my position, man. Let's go to StarTrader. Close the position, man. Close the position. Jokes aside, but this is what people do. But you have to understand, you have to stick to the strategy. That's why I'm telling you why backtest is so important. If you have not done the backtest, then you don't have the confidence. In these kinds of situations, you have to stay in. Even if the fucking trade is going to run, even if the trade is going to do some shit like that and run into the stop loss, and if we would have gotten out right now, we would have gotten a minimized loss, or actually a win in that sense. Even in that case, it is not going to be worth it to do that shit, right? Because over the long run, this is not going to work. You have to stick to the strategy, okay? And even if this runs into a stop loss, I am not going to regret not closing in this specific time. Stick to the fucking strategy, guys. Yushikid was saying, hold the line. Hold the line. Hold the line. We are in war. We are in war. Hold the line. Yeah, but people are really like that. They over-exaggerate the current situation, you know? The best part, or like one of the best parts, that you can learn also out of these live streams, that I'm calm about the trade. Sometimes, also I do need a little bit of time. Like I told you in previous streams, it needs like 10 minutes a day. Sometimes I'm also taking my time, 20 minutes analysis, you know, I'm thinking, how can we turn this, you know, let me look at that time frame, let me compare it to another pair, these kinds of stuff. Sometimes I take more than 10 minutes, but come on, like 20 minutes or 10 minutes, is that really going to make a world difference? Probably not, right? The best part that you can learn out of the live streams is that I'm just staying calm. No matter if we're going to hit a loss, I'm saying it is what it is. If we're to take profit, of course, I'm positive, I like that. Here's the biggest mistake that people do when learning psychology and basically trying to master their psychology. You have been told that you have to be a robot. That you have to be a robot, and that if it's going to be a loss, don't care. If it's going to win, don't care. If it's going to be a break even, don't care. Now, first of all, trading, everything that you do and also learn in trading is against human psychology, because a loss is kind of like a threat. No, I've learned this about, actually it's in here. I've actually learned this about this book. Right? Like some people know it, some people don't. It's Trading in the Zone. Most people that are trading should know it. I've read it. That's also the knowledge. Like a lot of the knowledge that I'm also sharing is just out of books, to be honest. Like I'm keeping it real. And my point is, my point is that a loss is like a threat. It's like a survival instinct. You'll be thinking, man, shit, I'm losing, you know, fight or flight response. You know, am I going to range trade, or am I just going to close very early? You get what I mean? And so basically it stands everything that is against human psychology. But you have been told that you have to be a robot. So, you know, like, I am not going to buy, I am not going to sell, I'm not going to be positive, or I'm not going to basically be happy about a win. I am not going to be feeling bad about a loss. I completely don't think that this should work like that, you know, being a robot. If I'm going to win, guys, and this is coming from a 1 million funded profit trader, and also I'm having a pretty large personal account, I am happy when I'm winning, and I'm sad when I'm losing. Now, break-even trades I don't do, okay? This is the most breaking point of my trading in terms of psychology. You don't have to be a robot, you have to be able to accept it. Okay, I'm happy when I have hit a take profit, I'm sad when I hit a loss. The difference is that going to determine you from doing another mistake? Is that going to determine you from taking a revenge trade? Is that going to determine you from being scared of taking trades? There's also people who are not revenge trading, but after one loss, they're just scared. They're not taking the setup, even though it appears right now on the chart. It's also like a different thing. People also always talk about, you know, revenge trading. There's also the opposite. People are all getting scared after taking a loss. This is what's going to determine you if you're profitable or not. So once again, the emotions you feel is not the problem. The emotions when being in a trade, this is not the problem. You can be hot as hell, saying like, no, it's almost going to run into a stop loss. No. You can be really like this, and you can still be a great trader. Why? Because your emotions are not going to determine your decisions. That's my point, okay? And let me remove the StarTrader in the background, because it's hella annoying. Background image, none, save. Okay, guys? So for anybody that wants psychology advice, here it is. Because I've seen, like, in the last stream and also in this stream, there were people, you know, give me some psychology advice. Here it is, guys. If somebody is going to ask again, then I'm gonna give them this exact advice once again. To be honest, this is the best advice that I can give you. Don't try to force yourself. Okay, that's like pretty unfortunate. Speaking of psychology, right? Of course, I don't like shit like that happening, but I'm still going to stick to the strategy and also to the trade. I'm not going to modify anything on. Yeah. So if anybody is going to ask that again, I'm going to tell them this exact same shit again. Don't try to be a robot. Accept your emotions. Don't try to fight your emotions, but work with them. This is what we do. This is how we doing it. This is how we doing it. This is how we doing it. Has taken a loss, a little bit of a blown. Like while we are not doing the analysis for today, let's review yesterday's trade. Like this is just for me. For some people, it has to take profit. For students in my mentorship, it has to take profit. You know, that's just how it goes. It was quite unfortunate. Remember last time when we were talking about this? Like I was telling it to you. If this is not going to run, and I hope enough people watching so they're not going to miss this part. Hang on 1 second. And I hope, yeah, okay, 9 people watching. So yesterday I was saying that shit. If this runs into a stop loss after hitting almost our take profit, I will not regret this taking this position. And even now in hindsight, after this has taken a loss, I don't regret not closing anywhere in this price action point. I don't regret that. Why? Because that aligns with the strategy. You have to take that loss. It means that the strategy has just taken a natural loss. Simple as that. Same for this pair. Like for this pair, even like I'm confused how did this not like get us out? Yeah, technically it was not there, but on some brokers, like if we're going to go to FXTM maybe, I don't know. This is probably going to be a take profit, pretty sure. For this one, I'm a little bit confused, but also same story. I don't regret not taking this position. It's just a loss that occurs. Okay. So this is what we had yesterday. I'm going to remove everything. This is where most people, this is so important. This is where most people will be saying, nah, man, I need to change my strategy. You know, they'll be saying some shit like, you know, next time I'm gonna not go for a 10 pip take profit. Or like in this example, 18.7. Next time I'm gonna go for 16 take profit. So this would have been hit a take profit. You're modifying your strategy for no reason, man. This is so idiotic. Like, come on, stick to the strategy. Losses are going to happen. Even with such a high win rate, they are going to happen. Now keep in mind, we're trading multiple pairs, so more losses are expected. Okay, so I've watched some stuff. We're gonna be doing the analysis now. So let's start with USCHF. Are we going for the previous day high, or are we going for the previous day low? Can you see the pair right now? Hang on, I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, you can. Probably we are going to go for the high and not for the low. Why? Because we already have established movement. Now keep in mind, this candle has taken out its previous day low and also its previous day high. But that is quite okay, because this is going to be our liquidity point, and we are very, very close onto the previous day high. Now also recently, right, I take that. What's up, my man Ghost Whale? I take that into consideration. We have taken out liquidity, like major liquidity. This is just internal liquidity. This was external liquidity being taken. We had a quite, like, we were just trading onto the downside for a very long time. Remember what I've said yesterday? I've just said it yesterday. On the weekly time frame, I wanted to trade higher. And I told you, if we're going to have like a bullish candle onto the upside, that's the reason for me to take a trade onto the upside. Yesterday, I was also saying like, okay, we could trade onto the upside, but not really sure about that. Today is the day. What else do we have? We have relative equal highs, even more of those, right? So we have internal relative equal highs, external relative equal highs. So let me mark it out for everybody. This is going to be external. Oh, hang on. Why is it? Okay. External relative equal highs. Okay. And this is going to be your internal relative equal highs plus previous day high. Guys, I've made like a full separate video just on external and internal relative equal highs. Go check that out if you're getting confused in here. You know, like right now it looks obvious, but sometimes it is not so obvious determining, okay, why is that external? Why is not something external that is way higher up in here or something like that? It is all explained in the video that I've done. It has like the thumbnail. The thumbnail is actually showing it just like that. External, internal liquidity. So we want to trade onto the previous day high, not the previous day low. Ideally, I would have liked to see some kind of FEG that we have already traded back into, but it's okay. I mean, the daily chart alliance, we have a no weak candle in here. Actually, 2 ones. I mean, they already got hit. But like, I'm not going to make it too much complicated on this trade. Okay, so we are overshooting to take profit by quite a bit. In that case, I'm still willing to take it because the momentum is there and I quite like that. But I'm not going to not take the trade because of that. So stop loss placement could be that low potentially. Let's just put it in here. Yes, this would work. And we're just going to take it as that. Now let's go to our next pair. Your GBP. Are we going for the previous day high or previous day low? Probably for the previous day high. If you would ask me, it's kind of the same situation. We have a lot of liquidity. You know, this is going to be internal, external. You want to trade onto the upside, but the entire candle for that matter is just not realigning. because we need to be a little bit closer to the previous day high for me to consider. Like, let me quickly check on the 4-hour time frame. We have at least more info in here. Now, I wouldn't really like to participate in that one. Okay, so let's go to the next pair, AUD, CHF. Let's remove everything. Are we going for a previous day high? Never mind, we have already taken out the previous day high in here. This is not going to be a trade for us. Let's go to AUD USD. Are we going for the previous day high, or are we going for the previous day low? Probably for the high, of course. Like I've also told you, if you're going to get trapped one time, so basically this was the trap that we have fallen back into and this was a loss, or at least for me, like not for everybody. Also, like one of my students, Ghostwill, he has also said that this was a take profit for him, as far as I remember at least. We had this day that basically we have taken a loss. The next day is going to be higher probability. Like, don't even ask me why that is the case. I have just seen it from a lot of backtesting that it is like that. Once again, we have to move on to the upside. This alone is already speaking. Okay, we want to trade higher. But what else do we have? This FEG, what is that? A BPR range. These are going to be also what? Relative highs. So that's like a beautiful setup, okay? Ideally something on the 4-hour time frame where we have already traded back into an FEG. This would make it like an ideal scenario. But this already is like, you know, a really good trade to take. Now the next candle is probably going to go onto the downside because we already have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles onto the upside. The next could be a bearish, but it's also no problem. Let me see how the original position will be looking like. Okay, let's extend the entire take profit to the previous day high. I think it's quite worth it to do. Let's go to the daily real quick. Let us optimize the entry a little bit. Can we put our stop loss? We're just going to put it below this candle low. Why? Because here's going to be this entire 1-hour FEG, which, you know, you're basically giving it a little bit of buffer to return back into here. So that's also okay to take like so. It's going to be our next trade. Let me see. AUD NCD. Okay, there's no trade. It's probably this one of those days it is going to hit take profit no matter which side you're going to take, but based off logic, you wouldn't really want to take it. Probably we're going to go higher because of this gap, but I really wouldn't really want to take a trade on that one. AUD CAT. Are we trading for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Same story because they are very correlated with each other. If one is going to take profit, the other is probably most likely also going to take profit. If one of them is going to hit loss, then the other one is probably also going to hit loss, which is exactly what happened to us yesterday. But we want to trade into the previous day high. Now in here it's a little bit less clear because we don't have a BPR. Also we have a no-way candle in here speaking against us actually. Let me see, can still take this trade. It's looking fine. Okay, currently we are in here on this 1-hour time frame. In this FEG, let me see how the position will be looking like. Okay, so we have to extend the take profit by a little bit. That's fine for me. Let me see. There's not really going to be anything that we can base it off from. I mean, I would just put it at this FEG just to minimize it a little bit. It was similar to the other trade, but on the other trade it was somewhere like here. So we even had a little bit of a buffer, but it's okay to take like so. Because if the price runs all the way lower, you might as well go for that FEG, which could be set the same way in here. But I don't want to minimize my stop loss by too much. I don't like that. So we're just going to put it at that. NZD USD, it's going to be quite a few trades today. Also to the upside, this was a trap. Now we're going to go higher. We've also had like significant movement onto the downside, lower and lower. So probably this time we are going to go onto the upside. Probably going to be a margin problem this time. We can't open that many positions, but we definitely want to take a long in here. Also, no-way candle, it's maybe even the best. Okay, but we also have a no-way candle to the downside. So what am I even talking about? No-way candle onto the upside, no-way candle onto the downside. So there is going to be reasons to trade higher and lower. But overall, the momentum is bullish. So you also want to take that as it is. It's also going to be a trade. Okay, so are we going to extend the entire take profit? Probably not. I think it's a little bit too much. Let me check on the daily. 4 hour, there's something nearby. If there's something nearby, then I'm open to do that. But if not, then not. Now the equilibrium has already also been reached to. We're just going to leave it as that. I don't really consider something we can put stop loss in here. Okay, NZD CAT, it's also going to be, you know, like pretty much same scenario for a lot of different pairs today. Like I don't have to look too much into it, to be honest. Probably going to fall back into that FEG. We're also going to take a long. We're going to extend the take profit. That's just a little bit. It's fine to do. Stop loss can be below this candle low. USD CHF, daily time frame, can't tell. GBP USD, also like to the upside. Like a lot of pairs just onto the upside. This could just be a day where all the ones are just going to hit a stop loss. Account is blown. But no, so looking fine so far. Let me see how this would be looking like. Okay, so let me firstly take the position. So we have Euro CHF. This is like our first pair. So Euro CHF, buy. Then we have our next pair is going to be AUD USD, also buy. We're going to do the stop loss in just a bit. AUD USD, it's also going to be a buy. Then we have AUD NZD no trade, AUD CAT. This is going to be a buy, AUD CAT. I was even thinking about depositing a little bit more into the account because I think this is going to be a margin issue and not like an actual trade issue in that sense. But like we'll see, AUD CAT and NZD USD. Also going to take a trade on that one. Let me look on the 4 hour real quick. NZD USD. Yeah, we're also going to take a trade on that one. That's more of a risky one. Keep that in mind. I am going to tell everybody which ones are going to be more risky than the others, because there's always going to be a pair for the day. NZD USD. This is more of the riskier side. Then we have NZD CAT. And always when I'm taking trades, everybody's just leaving because they need to take it on their phone or whatever it's going to be. So NZD CAT is probably also going to be like an opportunity for us. Yeah, let's take NZD CAT. NZD CAT. So let me quickly check something out. So we are in here. We have to do the stop losses first, and then after that we can see GBP USD is also like potential, but you know, we have too many positions. Like I might take this on my prop firm account, on the high risk prop firm account, like not all of them, but because like we just don't have enough margin in that sense. I'm gonna do the stop loss in just like a second or two. Like, okay. So yeah, we're gonna be doing the stop losses firstly. Like here, stop loss. This is going to be hang on, EUR/CHF firstly. So this is going to be our stop loss for EUR/CHF. EUR/CHF right in here. Stop loss. Yeah, once again, there's probably going to be a margin issue. And if it's going to be a margin issue, then I will deposit a little bit more. Because, you know, this shouldn't be the problem when you're trading AUD USD. AUD USD is going to be the next one. It's 1 hour time frame. AUD USD. It's going to stop loss. And then also take profit. Then we have AUD CAT. It's going to be AUD CAT. And we have to take profit. Then we have NZD USD. NZD USD. I'm going to check out how much that is going to be like margin wise. And then the last one, NZD CAT, gonna be. Hang on, I will tell you what are going to be the best options for everybody to take in just a second, okay? Like, there's still like more riskier trades than others, and then there's going to be like more NZD CAT, and then there's going to be some which are just better to take. You know how it works. Stop loss. Don't forget the spin, very important. Yeah. You know, like my neighbor, he came up to me and said, you know, what are you doing there? Like at 2 a.m. in the morning. What are you doing there, man? I am not going to tell him what exactly I'm doing, but yeah, my neighbor was already like complaining about that shit. Anyways, but I'm gonna do that spin anyways. Don't care. Okay, so I'm gonna check. There's going to be a margin problem. So it's going to be 5.5. Hang on. This, like EUR/CHF 5.5. Then this one is going to be, hang on. Okay, never mind. So 4.27, 4.27. Then we are at AUD CAT. It's going to be 3.17, 3.17, and that's going to be 4.73 plus 4.73. This is right now NZD USD, and then NZD CAT is going to be 3.33 plus 3.33. That's going to be 21. That should work. Yes, that should work. I mean, 20%. Like, if margin falls below 20%, it's going to start taking positions, but we are like, yeah, like almost above that. You know, in that scenario, every of those would have to go like way lower. I don't expect that to happen. I don't think we have to deposit. I think it's going to be fine, because like in total, and actually quite coincidentally, it's going to equal to exactly like 21. Just search it up real quick. And yes, I'm using Google, you know, like 21. So we are pretty much safe about when it comes to margin. Should be fine. Should be alright. Yeah, hang on, I'm gonna get the pillow. Oh, we are at 10 likes. I'm gonna do it like very quietly, you know. I'm gonna do it like very quietly, you know. Shh. I made it as quiet as possible because my neighbor was talking some shit last day. So I'm gonna just pretend as if I'm listening to him, and then after like a week or so, we're just going to be annoying as hell again. Anyways, so the story goes like that. Neighbor came up to me and said, like, you're loud as hell at 2 a.m. And so I said, you know, like, I'm trying to be quieter and shit, but like I'm going to be quieter for a couple of days, and then we can be running around like idiots again. So Ghost was saying, man, new PR on the amount of trades. Yeah, man. So we're doing it. Ghost was saying only took one though. Yes, man. Which one did you take? Also was saying the only thing you need is a Cloud Pillow, Streamfly, and Stream Spinner. Yeah, Cloud Pillow, Streamfly. Streamfly I have already killed. Like, rewind back in the stream if you want. Like, I've killed it, and I've also like shown it. It was on my hand. But yeah, these are the only things that we really need. Easy, what we do. Okay, so like, so the very best pair that I recommend for today. Hang on. USD. Yeah, guys, so how was everybody's week doing so far? Yeah, new PR. Kind of funny, isn't it? I might check out chat real quick. So also say no Streamfly. Yeah, man, like it was annoying so I just smacked that shit. AUD brother, keep the streak going. Yes, man. That's how we doing it. AUD is actually like my best pick for today. Like I've my brother Ghostboy just knows it beforehand. Like didn't even have to do it like in the market outlook or something like that. In the private group, he already knew it. So Roger was saying, not bad, bro. I have Monday off college. Like what? Like I don't remember what I was talking like a couple of minutes ago. Like what are you referring back into? Like just in general or what? Like the other day I saw somebody in the Discord, and maybe he's also watching. He said like just trade negative or support and put the stop to break even once it gets higher, and that way you can trade a 1 for 10. What am I even supposed to say about that kind of stuff? So he's basically saying that, you know, like take position like that, the original, then once it gets into like take profit, then just put your stop at break even, and then just increase it to like, I don't know, 1 for 1 million. That of course is not going to work over the long term. So YouTube has sent me the 1 million play button, as you can see. Or like the 1K play button. You see? This is the 1K play button. Appreciate it, guys. We got the accomplishment finally ready, presented to StarTrading, as you can see. Saying StarTrading. This is what we do. It's hilarious. Robo Kelly was saying sure. Yeah, man. I thought about actually changing my name on YouTube though. The other day or so. So first of all, I was going for the previous day high, or previous day low. Probably we are going to go for the previous day high, because we already have established movement. Right? And now previously we have been tricked about this candle because we thought we are going to go into the previous day low. Hasn't happened. It's more of a confusing trade, but it happens, right? And also, what can you see? This is going to be what? An FAG. If you're going to extend it to the left, you have a PPR, because you have two FAGs aligning with each other. So this is going to be the previous day high. We want to trade into. It's going to be internal liquidity. So you can put it as that. Internal relative equal highs. Also made a full video on internal and external liquidity. Go watch it if you want. Previous day high, like plus previous day high, and this is going to be your external liquidity. That's going to be external relative equal highs. And then this one is going to be your BPR, balanced price range. 4 hour time frame, pretty much same scenario. From here, we have taken the position at 0 AM as usual. Something around the corner. Getting kind of dark, like something like that, but we have taken a little bit of a better entry somewhere in here, and then we have extended to take profit to the previous day high, if I remember correct. Let me see. USD, yes, we have extended it to the previous day high. That's how it's looking like. And yeah, so for years, for like all of our pairs, we traded like 5 or 6 different pairs yesterday, wasn't it? So all hit take profit besides USDHF. It's still hovering around. And yeah, we're just waiting out for that one. So, you know, no trades for me either way on this pair. Unfortunately, previous day high and also the external liquidity has also been taken out. But we have not traded all the way high in here. Now there is even more liquidity high and up in here, but then, you know, there's like a little bit of a concern because of this no-way candle. You see, there could be reasons to trade lower. Why is this so small? Why is my cursor so small all of a sudden? I'm still betting on USDHF to go higher. And there's reason now the daily time frame does not look too promising because we had projection off of this candle, but I still see potential to trade higher simply because we had this entire price action gap on the weekly time frame, and also, you know, I expect this low to be taken out, do a little bit of reverse stuff, you know, so like this candle might take out this candle low, preferably of course not, it's just going to shoot higher, but I'm just looking out for realistic scenarios. Probably going to go for this low and create a rejection candle like this in the case where it's a take profit, right? You never know, this can also like just be a stop loss hit. Then create a wick onto the upside, and then the next candle is going to shoot for the take profit. It's going to be right in here, you know, in our take profit hole. Okay, so let's go to GBP. Let's start the analysis. So USHF I have basically already touched on. We are not really interested in trading that simply because, man, Streamfly is back. So we didn't want to trade USCHF because A, we already have a trade going on for USCHF, and USCHF still a little juice in it. So USCHF we don't want to trade based off the reasons that I've just named. Let's go to the daily time frame on your GBP. Jay John was saying, have you ever ended a week negative? I'm gonna show you the entire history of the trades later on, then you can see it for yourself. Now, for your GBP, we don't really know if we're going to go for the high or for the low of that candle, so we're not going to trade it. Let's go to AUD CHF. We also can't tell if we're going for the high or for the low of that candle, so we're not going to participate. Let's go to AUD USD. Now, I didn't remove it yet because we had some trades to review. This was one of the trades that we have taken. This was clean take profit hit. They remove everything and let us start over. Let's go to the weekly real quick. So we are currently refilling all of these gaps, which is pretty nice. You know, we still have like a gap in here, but that doesn't matter as of right now. And we have a little bit of a problem because we can't tell if we're going for the high of this entire, for the low of this weekly or for the high. Now, of course, like a lot of people will be saying probably for the high because we're already trading upwards. But remember, at that point in time, it was not looking so obvious. When we were just in here, everybody would be thinking that we probably go for the previous week low and not for the high. Now, you know, the things have changed and everybody all of a sudden believes that, okay, we are going to go for the previous week high. But I wouldn't even classify it as that. I wouldn't want to aim for neither of them. So let's go to the daily time frame. Daily time frame is of course looking bullish. You know, we are shooting for the previous day high, not for the previous day low. Let's go to the 4 hour. What I don't like on the 4 hour right from the start is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially 6 candles into one direction of the same color. You see, it's the same color. So basically, like the color doesn't even matter. It's the same direction. You feel me? So it's just, and the more candles you have of one direction or of one color, as I like to say, the more likely it becomes that the price is just going to reverse on you because it needs to create a bearish candle at one point or the other. Let me see how the position will be looking like. Lots of same color. Yes, there we go, man. My man Ghost will already know what's up. Nah, damn it. Okay. Man, the slide is just so bright. That rhymes. The original position. Damn it. So the original position is barely overshooting our previous day high. Something that is okay. It's something that we appreciate in that sense. But, you know, like not too sure because we are just having that 4 hour, you know, same color type of behavior. That is something that's speaking against the trade. Let me go to the 1 hour time frame. We also have, okay, that's not a no-wick candle. Never mind. I mean, we have traded back into that FEG, so that is supposedly going to be your support, right? So all of this is going to be your protective lows. So P low, and then from here on, you could trade onto the upside, right? Now these are also going to be relative equal highs, right? So there is actually reason to trade onto the upside. Take a screenshot for everybody that wants to take notes. Yeah, but I'm like not too biased once again, because if we go to the 4 hour time frame, once again, there's just too many candles of one direction. I might take this as a high risk opportunity, but you know, other than that, I'm not really liking that. So let's go to AUD NCD. Are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Let us go to the 4 hour time frame. That's already looking much better because we're not having like multiple candles of one direction. We're not having multiple candles haven't hit yet. All in all, still valid to take in my opinion, right? I believe that we can put this candle. Yo guys, is it working again? So I just had some technical issues, but I hope it's resolved now. So USD CHF is going to be our best pair. We're probably going to trade into that entire FEG firstly though. So that is probably also going to be my entry, to be honest. I do want to trade into that FEG, and then from there on we can trade lower. And GBP USD is also a potential trade for us to take. Okay, so I'm gonna just take USD CHF and GBP USD because I already seen them looking pretty fine. So this was going to be USD CHF, right? So this is USD CHF buy, and we're just going to put 0.1 lots, 0.01 lots, and then for GBP USD, we're also going to take a trade. So it's going to be GBP USD, GBP USD. And there we go. No volume, bro. Do you mean volume by like audio? Do you mean volume by, you know, candle? Like by the charts, basically volume. There's no volume. I don't really trade off a volume. So you're probably talking about this one, you know, volume here, right? I don't trade off of that. I trade based off of what I see on the time frame. If you're referring back to that, like I don't really know what is it exactly you're talking about? Okay, so let's set our positions. So GBP USD was also something that we wanted to take. Position is going to be on here. Stop loss can reside right in here. Okay, this is going to be the stop loss. We're going to go to GBP USD, stop loss right in here. Take profit is going to be this one. Put it right in here. Protect position. Okay, so this is GBP USD. Then we also have to go to USD CHF. USD CHF. Was this a, man, I've accidentally taken a buy instead of, hang on. Okay, I've accidentally taken a buy instead of a short. Hang on, but I can resolve this. Go to entry, USD CHF. 1 second, I'm gonna do this. Take profit, stop loss. That's how the position will be looking like. It's going to be a sell. And also, like, basically we have two positions, right? The buy was just a mistake, but we can do it this way. So we're just going to put the take profit as a stop loss. And I assume that probably we are going to hit the limit order first. Now I can elaborate a little bit later, like I'll explain it to you, right? Because I assume that we are going to hit the limit order before we're going to hit the take profit of the, okay, I just can't explain it right now, like in my head. Hang on just a second. So basically the idea in here is, I assume that we are going to take out the a limit order, because I have set like a limit order at the FPG and we have accidentally taken a buy. So I believe that we're going to go higher first, so then the take profit for the buy is going to get hit, which is basically break-even trade. And then from there on, the limit order gets hit off the sell, and then we're going to go lower. In the case where the take profit gets hit immediately without us getting in, then we're just going to get out into a very small loss, which is also going to be fine. So like either way, we're going to be okay for this one. No worries. But let me see, like double check. So we have currently this going on. This is going to be our, this is like our buy. No, there's like something wrong. We've taken a buy. Now the buy position has to be right in here. Nice. Okay, so now it's set up. I'm gonna put the stop loss right in here. Because if we're going to get lower, then you know we are just going to get lower. So yeah, that's just how we're going to do it this time. Let me do something real quick. Alright, so now we're done with the homework basically. AUD, NZD, not. Now we had like a potential to also trade that pair. It was just a little bit less favorable than the other pairs, but it's also definitely something that we could consider. I mean, we don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day high. That's something that I like. The original position will be looking like that. Now we're going lower in here. I mean, I expect this trade to also take a little bit longer, to be honest. Also have relatively lows in here. There is potential to trade lower, right? This could get into like a deep drawdown. I can smell it. But it's potentially also a trade. Like, let me just think about it. Because also take profit like was pretty close, not gonna lie. But take profit is take profit. Like, take a screenshot if you want the full analysis on that one. Go check it out in the yesterday's stream. USDCHF. Getting on our nerves, man. No, but it's okay. It was my mistake. Yeah, man, I'm still thinking about AUD NZD. Let me look at the daily. I would rather prefer AUD CAT, to be honest, because it has way more liquidity lining up. I also wanted to take this one, but kind of missed it now. AUD CAT was no trade for us, wasn't it? No. So I'm gonna just put like a limit order in there, and if it gets hit, then it gets hit. If not, then not. And we're going to put it like right in here. Do you only trade AUD NZD? No, man, I don't trade only AUD NZD. I trade all of the pairs you're seeing, like almost all of the pairs you're seeing on the right. We're going to put a limit order at, nah, man, it's already at take profit. I swear I wanted to take that shit. Like, you remember it, me analyzing it, but we just missed it because then I had that mistake on AUD USD, no, on USD CHF, and then we just missed it basically. But this, like, also, there's basically the three pairs today: AUD CAT, USD CHF, and also GBP USD. Yeah, these three were the pairs for today. But it's okay, like, if we're going to miss it, then we're going to miss it, or at least maybe somebody has taken it also. But like about NZD CAT, AUD NZD, it's not as good as, where was it, AUD CAT. Okay, so keep that in mind. I would love this trade to go lower, to be honest, so because it's like a really good setup, but I'm not going to take it like that because the entry is messed up. So I've put an alarm in here. So Abdul Bari was saying, all good in India, first time to your channel. What's good, my brother? So if you're new, we're trading a negative risk reward in here. If you want more details, I have done a full masterclass for free for you to watch on my YouTube channel, okay? So go check that out if you want. You know, it's going to tell you everything. Like really great shit. So USHF, we're still rolling. Apparently we gotta get over it. Got it, ha. Got it, ha. So USDCHF, man, this would have been like a winning position right now. That's like kind of unfortunate. USDCHF, yeah, man, this would have been like a winning position right now if I didn't do that mistake. Ah, man. Dun, 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 dun. Let me see GBP USD. How much is that going to be? Like $1.07, and then USD CHF. Yeah, like they're basically going to cancel each other out, man. Like that's such a bummer. Even thinking about closing it right now. Let me see real quick. No, actually, I'm gonna leave it. Also, based on the 4-hour time frame, we need a bullish candle, so I'm gonna just leave it, like, for real. I believe in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably not going to be a 6. So I still do think that this price is going to get higher in here. USD was like also a good trade, but we had like too many up close candles in a row, so you already know what's up. So AUD and ZD is coming down. I want AUD CAT to come down, and then I'm going to take a position on that one as well. This will be good stuff for us. And USDCHF is also seeming to recover. Where is it? Where is it? Here, USDCHF. Like not even recover, I just wanted to get higher. And actually, I'm gonna put it like, okay, so it's already there. Okay, we're just going to leave it as that. So GBP USD is also running down a little bit again. Can't just hit take profit like that, right? We always need a little bit of fuckery into our stop loss, and only then we can go higher. The usual, guys. So Goso was saying took AOT and ZD. It is like a good setup. It's like definitely not the best out of what we have today, but it's definitely also okay to take, I think. Like USD CHF is going to be like pretty good stuff, and also GBP USD, and also like the most best probably, or like the second best is going to be AUD CAT.
I'm going to destroy.
No, I think everybody was able to hear that. Oh, okay. AUD CAT was that? Okay. Okay. Stop it. Stop it, man. So fun. Hang on. I'm gonna remove it. In just a bit. Okay. Yo, I already moved it. Like, come on. I wonder how that was looking like on the stream. Hang on. I need to see for myself. Okay. That sounds so funny, man. Stop it, man. Ah, man. Hilarious. I live in India. Anyways, hang on a sec. Alright, and we also got chocolate drink. Best life ever, guys. The strategy works also on crypto. So Ghost Whale is saying buy more. Ghost Whale is one of my students, and he has been killing it also in crypto. So if you want like advice on crypto with this exact strategy, you could ask him. Now if he's going to help or not, like that's a different thing, because you know that's like his decision. Ghost Whale was saying crypto is easy with the strategy. Yeah, man. Like I'm not, once again, a couple of times said it, I'm like not specialized in crypto, but I see the success you're doing it in. Nuruku was saying, India, what you doing over there, bro? India. So AUD USD still running, but AUD CAT was our preferred method. Amphetamine, never mind. Ghost was saying there are some things to keep in mind. Then Nuko, yep, 9 to 5, sure as shit. Yes, man, I'm going to talk about that in just a bit. Ghost was saying some nuances. Yes, that's how we're doing it. The nuances, you know, I love that word. For some reason, I really like it. So Nuru 2 was saying, yep, 9 to 5, sure as shit. Man, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Guys, like, although I already have the golden play button for like 1 million subscribers, still make sure to subscribe to the channel. So we're going to get to 10 million, alright? Subscribe to the channel, as I, once again, already have the golden play button. But yeah, keep the support up. Like, I've told it to you so many times, guys. If I'm just going to close my eyes, right? And yes, like, I am going to go somewhere in a variable, like position, let's just say something like that, okay? And I'm just going to copy and paste it over. Like, see, right now I have my eyes closed. I don't even see everything, right? One of these positions is going to hit that 1 for 10. Right, I can see it right in there somewhere. Hang on. See? Yeah, I've hit that 1 for 3.6. And eventually I will also going to hit that 1 for 10 or 1 for 100. But how many tries is it going to take me? Guys, I think if we're going to get to 20 likes, then I'm gonna do them like in the next stream. Like, I'm gonna just do them right in the beginning. Like, I'm pretty full, and I don't like to do, I don't like to move myself too much after I've eaten. Yo, so Deep Israel was saying, bro, I have a YouTube channel. Nah, man, no self-advertising. Unless, no self-advertising in my, sort of, unless, you know, we're talking about it, and unless, what's it called? Put it this way. Like, we have already, this was also my concern for yesterday, but I was still ready to take a trade because this is Friday. So basically Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, right? And we're just taking the previous day high once, previous day high twice, previous day high a third time, and this will be the fourth time, right? And actually we have been doing that for even longer. So like 5, 6, 7. You get my point? So basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and then this will be the 7th time, which can happen, but you know, I'm just not really sliding with that move. That's just a problem with me right now, you know. So let's go to your GBP. Let's look out for some other pair. Like, we have other pairs we can participate in. If we had established movement onto the upside, this would be like very fire. And the reason for that is because we have a bunch of liquidity in here, and also we have this price action gap. It would be like very good if we had like a big candle onto the upside. Goldster is saying, my favorite teacher. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words. And I would like to trade onto the upside simply because we already have like movement onto the upside. Like, once again, this hypothetical, not like that. This will be great stuff. Unfortunately, it's not looking like that. So once again, like, for everybody that wants to watch, this was the trade yesterday, right? And I'm going to remove it now. Sandu was saying, hey man, I did a trade on AUD USD by myself yesterday and won. The knowledge you teaching is priceless, man. I hope everything is good with you. Appreciate it for the kind words, man. I also hope everything is good with you. If you want like more infos, I've done the entire masterclass on YouTube. Watch it if you're serious. And also, if you want to copy my trades one-on-one, so you don't even have to wake up, you're taking the exact same trades that I'm taking, the very first link in the description is the very first link in the description. That's going to give you all of the details if you're interested. So AUD USD, let's go to the daily time frame. Okay, so I'm gonna show the positions real quick. These were the positions that we have taken. It was also take profit. You know, it was getting a little bit on our nerves. You know, it has gone into a drawdown. You know, especially because, you know, it has almost gone into a take profit here, but then also gone back higher. But it was a take profit, so all that matters. Let's go to the daily time frame real quick. So what I like is already this candle. You know, as always, I like to ask myself, are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Yushi Kid, what's good, my man? How's it going with you? I mean, probably we are going to trade onto the upside, not the downside, right? Yesterday positions, yes, I have showed them. You know, rewind into the stream, like I've already showed them, and they have all hit a profit. And also, you know, for you, if you haven't seen, like yesterday, I've set up the copy trading, first link in the description. So probably we are going to trade into the previous day high, but we also have liquidity residing in here, right? So this is going to be our relative equal highs. This is something that I like about this trade. Now, it's like not all buttery smooth like that, because there's still reason to trade lower in that sense. Judging off the weekly, I mean, the next weekly candle would have to go for the previous week high and not the previous week low, just judging from that alone. So we might as well also just take a long position on AUD USD. Let me see how the original position will be looking like. As always, we like to do that, you know. Okay, so we don't even have to reach all the way to the previous day high. That's something that I like. But I also have a problem in here. The problem is we have a no-way candle. So this entire candle is kind of a no-go for us, because we don't really like it in that framework. But the good thing about this trade, okay, you can barely see it. The good thing about this trade is that we have taken out liquidity in here. I hope the stream is not delayed. Is the stream delayed for you guys? Oh, like, how could you tell? Oh no, you can't tell. based off the time, you can't even see the time. Never mind. Yeah, we have already taken out liquidity in here, and that's something that we really like. These were relatively close at one point. And yeah, I basically like taking a trade onto the upside, but I firstly would like to see this no candle to be taken out. So this could be a potential entry, even like that. Okay. But aside from that, you know, it's like not the worst trade you could take. This was yesterday's trade. Also, we have taken a 0.5, like almost a 0.5 first two word this time. So we're also not just trading a 0.2. You know, if the conditions meet, we're also going to trade something better. Okay, this pair is way better. So basically, these are very correlated with each other, right? AUD CAD is looking better though. We have, you know, we're going for the previous day low or for the previous day high. Then we also have this liquidity, which is going to be relatively highs. Probably we are going to go for the previous day high and not for the previous day low. Let me quickly check the 1 hour. Okay, the 1 hour, even on this time frame, I mean, even on this pair, also has a no way candle. That's something that we not really like in that sense. And we're also going to fall back into this FEG. The next candle is probably going to go lower. So basically the next hourly candle is going to take out its candle low. Now we have also not fulfilled a premium to discount yet. So, you know, that's also something to keep in mind. I think we have already traded back into that, yes. Yeah, you know, we'll see. Let me quickly check AUD NZD. So we have already taken out the previous day low, so no trade. NZD CAD, it's like pretty much the same scenario on a lot of these pairs. You know, we have that no way candle in here, and I see price just basically going lower into that no way candle, right? And then from here on, continue on to the upside. This is something potentially that could happen. And I just don't like this area of the no way candle in here. That's like a little bit problematic as of right now. And the streamfly, like there's another one, Ghost Whale, remove it for me. There's another one in here again. So we have the daily time frame on NZD USD. We're trading for the previous day high, previous day low, as always. Probably for the high. Man, what is it today? Like we have a no way candle on every single time frame. Like this doesn't align. USD this was the trade that we have taken yesterday. Is also a good one. We've taken hit day, take profit. Probably for the low, but I'm like on this one I'm not too biased. Don't really like the price action in here too much. Yeah, not really feeling it. Let's go to GBP. Okay, we also had a trade in here. Take a screenshot or watch the last trade if you want analysis on that. But I'm gonna remove it. Okay, I will remove it. So we still have that weekly price action gap, which we have to trade back into. Like we have to fulfill it by like not even today, but by next week. Let's just let it be next week, right? So let's go to the 4 hour time frame. We also have relatively highs in here, external, internally. Ghostwell saying he's back. Frankenstein fly. Yes, man. That's crazy shit. Okay, so we are going to go into drawdown with these positions. Like, pretty sure this is not going to be like a smooth day as usual. Like, we need to go a little bit into a drawdown on all of these. Depending on which ones we're going to take. Like, let me see. I mean, by definition, your CHF is going to be the best one because of the established movement. I mean, like deciding myself, you know, we are not going to rush it, even though the time has come. I would like probably give AUD USD another try, AUD CAD, and then also, I mean, this has taken up both the low and the high. Let me see, has this fallen back into? Okay, that's something that I love to see. Okay, we're going to take this one. Yes, we're going to take NZD CAD firstly. That's the very first one that we're going to take. Hang on, let me see, original position. Let me put it like right in here. This is going to have a wick, don't worry, it's going to come lower, like most likely. Now we could even trade onto the previous day high, to be honest with this one. It's already trading higher, but it's going to go lower, pretty sure. Like I want to trade all the way to the previous day high. I think it's quite worth it to do with this pair. This is going to be NZD CAD, and even going to put it right below this candle low. It's going to be entry price. NZD CAD is going to be, but I wouldn't even say we have missed it, because like if it's aggressively going on to the upside, then a market order wouldn't have done like much better in that sense. Yeah, Frankenstein flying is back, man. Back from the dead. Crazy, man. Like these flies nowadays, you know, as of like 100 years back, I lived and they were differently. But yeah, nowadays these flies, they think they can do every single shit, you know, and get away with it. So let's place our market order. I mean, our limit order on NZD CAD. NZD USD is also an option. We still, we have probably already traded, yes. It's on the daily. Let me see on the weekly. Well, on the weekly, with this entire price action gap, we have not traded back into an equilibrium yet, and we also need to refill that entire price action gap. I am willing to take a trade also by long in here. This NZD USD. Let me see how the original position would be looking like. Not bad, to be honest. Like, we don't even have to endure that much price action in order for our take profit to get hit. We're already trading higher, like quite significantly. It's going to stay like that. Man, it's going to be like a straight up potential to take profit, even though we didn't get filled. Once again, I don't see this as missed, because usually what would happen, right? Even if you enter, you're not going to enter like right at that low. You're going to enter like right in, like, let's just say somewhere in here, because it's a market order, right? You are going to get a little bit of spread and just price action fuckery in that sense. So I would love this candle to go lower. It's also no way candle, so there is potential to trade lower first. And if I'm going to enter, then I'm gonna be entering like that. Which there's also no way candle in here, by the way. Like, let me see NZD cat. Okay, the no way candle is too far away. I'm not going to do something like that. But on this pair, this makes more sense, and I'm going to extend the take profit in here. So the original position, for everybody that's wondering, right? The original position will be looking like that, right? But we're extending the take profit and also putting our entry at a more favorable position for us. So it's going to be NZD USD. Today we're just into the NZD pairs, I assume. Let's go to StarTrading. This is going to be NZD USD. Go to StarTrading. And I'm gonna clean this up and just with NZD USD. Going to be like a buy. Here we go. Going to be the stop loss. Keep in mind it's a Friday. Okay, we're just going to leave it at that. And man, now I am going to clean all of this shit up. Like, this just way too much. Like, come on, man. Like, what is this even? This, like, a whole advertisement scroll bar. It's like Wall Street. We in Wall Street. Feel me? Okay. So NZD USD. And then NZD USD. Hang on. Here. These are the both trades that we have running. Or, like, not running, but we're waiting for to be running. And as always, guys, we're going to put our alarms just so in case that if the take profit gets hit before we're going to get it entered, then TradingView is going to let us know about that shit. Okay, like, still potential for AUD USD and also AUD CAD. Like, but AUD CAD was looking better for me. All right, so we're trading lower. I like that on AUD USD. To be honest, like on AUD USD and AUD CAD, if you're sure about one pair, then you might as well trade both. But of course, like I've said this so many times, if one of them is going to hit stop loss, both of them are going to hit stop loss, and you're left with two losses, right? So, like, that's the thing, you know? That's like the danger of doing it. Now, what I'm pretty sure we need to trade back into this FEG before that, but not on both pairs. So this is going to be on AUD USD, but not on AUD CAD, because AUD CAD's no way candle is quite far away, which we can also get back into firstly, but I see it rather happening on this one, you know? So AUD USD. Like, I'm gonna not confirm the order yet. I'm gonna I'll just set up the parameters. I want to look at your CHF and take a clean decision on that one too, because it's okay. See, I'm not placing place order, right? Because I'm waiting for your CHF to basically convince me in that sense. Now, once again, like, it is good. It is looking like a good setup. We have the relative equal highs. We also have the previous day high in here. We don't want to trade into the previous day low. Pretty sure to say, you know. It's just a little bit concerning that we have gone for the previous day high like a lot of different times. This is similar to the concept that I taught you guys about when you have candles of one direction of the same color. It's like basically the same principle. While in here, it's just that you're taking the previous day high, the previous day high, the previous day high. This has to come to an end at some point, you know? Like, out of definition, this is a good one to take. Now, I can see this playing out, to be honest. Like, I see this one. Go to 50 minutes. There's also not really going to be any entry refinement. You could put it below this low. Check out weekly USD CHF. Let's go to weekly. Check out weekly USD CHF to convince you. What is here to convince me? to be honest. Like weekly, you mean because we're just hovering around anywhere, or you're talking about the daily perhaps? Maybe daily, because weekly is just, you know, like currently indecisive candle. Probably also going to close near that. But on the daily it's looking bearish. Maybe they are correlated. Yeah, they are correlated. But like not, like it's definitely not going to be like a negative 80 or a negative or plus 80. It's going to be something much lower, maybe 50 or something. So they're like not too correlated, pretty sure. Because if you're also going to look at that, like there's like not much correlation going on between them. Yeah, this could be the potential position. Yeah, so yours, I'm gonna take yours CHF. I'm not trusting that pair rather, to be honest. Like we're going to take yours CHF. Like, you know, this is just more of a gut feeling, but I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm just playing with myself around, to be honest. Like this is a good one to take. Stop loss. Nah, not really sure about the stop loss in here. Let me see. It's like 1 hour time frame. There would still be enough like room for it to play out. I don't think that we're just magically going to reverse from there. Would there be like a reason for it to do? Okay, I'm gonna just leave it at 50, like close to 50. I don't see like that much of a logical level. So stop loss here, 50, and take profit is going to be right in here. So out of all of these analysis, we have actually only taken one trade. Crazy, isn't it? Because these trades are just hovering around. They don't want to get us into the trade. Oh my god, man. 0.01. Like I've already done the standard lot size, which is 0.01, but on some pairs it's just not doing it for whatever reason. I have no idea. I should rather not trust that, like standard stuff. So we still have the option for AUD USD. Dun, 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 we're probably also going to take AUD and AUD CAD, because NZD pairs are not going to hit, and so we're able to take these two. So we wanted, or at least I wanted to, you know, this will be the original position. Stop loss can be in here. Then that's going to be fine. Take profit is going to be in here. You know, we do have to get in on a little bit of a worse entry, but that's okay. When is that going to close? 3 minutes. Like, let me see how this 5-minute candle is going to close, and then depending on how it's going to close, we're just going to enter on it. And it's going to be in 3 minutes. And 3 minutes I have time to do some stuff. So it's going to be the full hour time frame. All right, so there we go. Then a couple of stuff. Let's go to AUD, USD here, AUD CAD. Yeah, we're already moving lower, something that we like. Depending on how the 5 minutes is going to close, I am going to adjust the position. I also think this is just some trickery, to be honest. Like, NZD CAD is just running without us. Like, it's crazy sometimes. Guys, everybody who's watching the video, make sure to like the live stream. At 10 likes, I'm gonna be doing 50 push-ups. Okay. So we have this trade going. GBP USD was actually also a good opportunity. Let me see on the weekly. Yeah, we just have to fulfill this entire price action gap. You know, sometimes I don't want to take too many trades, but they're just aligning pretty well. The 4 hour time frame is probably going to have a little bit of a consolidation going on in just a bit before it's going to take profit. And also we're going to trade into this candle firstly. That's how I see it. But this is going to be a take profit also. You have a variety of different options. So the 5 minute has closed. That's good stuff. Okay, so AUD CAD, AUD USD is that going to be? And then we also have AUD CAD. Let me see quickly. And then we're probably also going to enter on those. So AUD USD and AUD CAD were the ones that we're talking about. Like little worse entry in that sense, but it's okay. Like not a big deal. So AUD USD, AUD CAD, AUD USD 0.01 here. Place order, and I'm already removed like the NZD ones because I don't see them. Okay, I don't remove them yet. I'm going to look at them in just a bit, but probably going to remove them. AUD USD. Let's go to AUD CAD. Also going to take a trade on that one. AUD CAD, AUD CAD, and we're just going to get over it. You know, like last trading day of the week, and then we're done basically. So AUD CAD and AUD USD. Let us set up the trades. Once again, we got in at a little bit of a worse entry, so somewhere in here. Stop loss is going to reside in here. And then we're going to extend the take profit do a little bit. Now I can already see that we have like a no-way candle, or like this candle high at least. Somewhere in here. Like I don't know the exact price. AUD USD. Oh, just AUD CAT. 97295, 97295, 9729. Okay, so it's actually not that good. Like the entry, I've thought it's going to be a little bit better. Let me see real quick. It's going to be here. Now we can put the stop loss right in here. Like even on this trade, I am looking for the previous day high, to be honest. We have the relative equal highs. I wanted to do that earlier, if I can recall it. But we're just going to put it at that. Just to be like a little bit of, just to be a little bit safer in that sense. We also have the relative equal lows. They are going to be taken out, or potentially going to be taken out. I can't really like 100% tell right now. But yeah, we're also going to take a trade on this one. Remove the cat trades for now. Look, EURCHF. Yeah, man. Yeah, EURCHF is like a good one. Like objectively, it's the better one to trade today. I just thought that, you know, we have the AUD cats and stuff. They're like not bad options, but objectively, it's EURCHF. It's just the king of consolidation. So we have, hang on, 1 second. So we have AUD USD and AUD cat. Let us set up that stuff real quick. So it's going to be AUD cat. It's going to be the take profit for AUD cat. So here, AUD cat. That's going to be the take profit. That's going to be the stop loss. AUD USD. Here, AUD USD. That's going to be the stop loss. It's going to be the take profit. And then yeah, we're just going to let it roll. Man, I knew it. Like I just had to wait a little bit longer. Now we're going to get to the no-way candle. But it's okay. You know, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. That's how it goes. Also, GBP USD is like a good trade to take, to be honest. Because of the weekly gap, mainly because of the weekly gap. I see this also hitting a take profit because we don't even have to reach all the way to the previous day high. And I'm also going to take position on that one. This time we're going to do it from here, like the no-way candle. So it's going to be the original positioning on, like the clean position, and we're going to move it up in here. Stop loss, there's not really something besides this no-way candle. It's kind of similar. Like same situation that we had on EURCHF, man, I just can't talk today for some reason. It's the same situation that we had on EURCHF, but yeah, man, like pretty similarly. So we're also going to take one on this, and yeah, GBP USD, GBP. So this candle is actually going to trade lower. I might wait this out and maybe take it later on. Like maybe the stream will already be over. Everybody who's copying, they will still be able to take this trade, because I might not be live streaming up until when I take this, because I want to wait for it a little bit longer to trade lower and do some stuff. So yeah, it's going to be like AUD cat. And don't worry about swaps actually on your CHF. They're going to be positive for this time, pretty sure. Because most people actually only believe there's like negative swap. There's also positive swap. And I think it kind of even each other out when you're taking a lot of trades. Like it's basically the same stuff after like enough time. Oh, like this has tanked. Just like completely. But we have already taken out the previous day low on that one. That's why we didn't want to take it. Now there was something that I wanted to do on some kind of other pair. Yeah, GBP USD. Here it is. Let me quickly check that one out. Okay, that's trash for today. Yeah, once again, like GBP USD, I might take later on. Everybody, like I don't know if it's going to happen while we're still streaming. That's cool, but if not, then yeah. Like I see potential to trade still into that FEG, into that 1 hour FEG. Talking about this one. So fine, Liz was saying, bro, my first time here at your live. Why are your SL so low? Negative versus reward. That's how we do it, man. We're trading a negative versus reward. Like that's the entire like point of my channel, and so that's why I'm having such a high win rate. You know, you can go to CTrader. It's the very first link in the description. You can look at my stats also, and you can also copy the trades. You know, you can just go about it, and then you'll see like we have like now like 75% until we have doubled the entire account. Like 25% left, but we're 75% there, and then we have doubled the money basically. Okay, hang on. Does that count for? Can you analyze gold for me? Pretty sure. Like but you're not somebody new. That's like the thing. But I'm included because like MGC, like didn't have that yet. But I'm going to include it to the counter. Yeah, daily of course bearish. Like we are reaching probably for the previous day low, not the previous day high. Also, we have relative equal lows. So that's going to be your internal and external liquidity. Let's go to the weekly real quick. Yeah, this wick in general needs to be taken out. This wick just can't stay like that, right? And also this one probably won't also stay once it gets in here. Might take out some lows, liquidity, basically everything in here, right? I'm gonna do it like a wave, and then from there on it could push higher into this liquidity point, because that basically just needs to happen in my opinion. We need to trade back into that high, but as of right now we're just going lower, obviously. Hey, Sniper was saying have a look, good short. Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's what we're rolling with currently. Like we're basically just trading the continuation of all of these pairs. Like we're just continuing on to the upside, and we have gone for a Noe candle. Like I just knew it. But then if you knew it, why didn't you do it like the way you wanted? But it's okay. I just would like to have it a different way, but I'm still waiting for GBP USD. Like I haven't forgotten that stuff, and I'm still not entering, even though we have tapped into the Noe candle, like purposefully. This is very on purpose. Yeah, I mean we just have to go to the previous day high on GBP USD, and if not, then you know I'll be surprised, to be honest. But I just want to wait it out like longer and more, and then we'll see from there. Like some people might be thinking that okay, you took a long on GBP USD. Like that's the thing. They just join in, they immediately think that because it's just that position that I've drawn out just to, you know, have it in mind. But I'm not actively looking out for it as of like currently. Like maybe in an hour or so, we're still having all of the trades running. Yeah, guys. I also think that I'm going to stream less in the future. Like I'm not going to stream as often anymore, because I don't want it to have like that. There's like a must. I want to basically stream with pure enjoyment in that sense. I wouldn't want to like purely do it because like I have to or anything like that. Like I know people are watching, they're taking off their time, but maybe we could have like a schedule of 3 times a week instead of like every single day. Like I streamed like almost every single day last 1 or 2 weeks, and then there was like one day that I didn't, and the rest of it was really just stream, you know. So 88 Snap was saying good short. Yeah, man, like I do believe that we're going to trade onto the downside on this kind of weird pair. We just look out for these FEGs, right? We need to trade back into them, like definitely. But if you are catching, like if you want like very high probability entry, then you would look something in here, but by that time you might miss the move, so keep that in mind. I mean, I am not trading futures, so that's just a general thing for you to keep in mind. I said keep in mind like a lot of the times. I said like keep in mind. Yeah, that's what we're rolling with currently. Buy more. That's what we need. We need that kind of stuff. Yo, like, what about my, isn't it? Like NZD CAT and also NZD USD straight up into take profit, you know? Like, you would have loved to see me entering that one, but it just didn't happen. Like, usually that also likes to return back. You're going to have days like this. And a lot of times I also just enter on the market order. Yeah. Now we're still hovering around. Oh, the alerts got hit. Dun, dun, dun. By now our take profit would have been hit on these both. This would have been like massive day. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna leave it on to annoy a couple of people. Nah, never mind. Like, I don't want to annoy anybody. People gonna be leaving. Stop that shit. Okay, I'm gonna remove them like completely. I'm just forgetting that at times. Let me go to on the other pairs. Dun, dun, dun. Buy more. We're getting subscribers so fast lately. Like I started at like only like 4 days ago or something. We hit 1K or 3 days. Now we're at 1.04K. Like 40 subscribers. Or like 10 every day. It's like fire, man. Crazy shit. Yeah, man. And currently we're just going to wait out all of these positions. Probably gonna head off the stream just a bit. I'm gonna do the push-ups for the 7 likes. I'm gonna do them now. You know, I don't think that much likes are going to come in, so let's just do them now. Oh, and the lights aren't even on. I usually like to do that. Alright, so let's do it. Whew, whew. Those were clean ones. We're going to be annoying as hell, as quietly as possible. Shh. Okay, that's enough stuff. Drip is saying I'm thinking about switching to order flow. Like, are you talking about real order flow, like footprint charts, or are you talking about like price action order flow? Because price action order flow is, you know, I also consider it, right? When, you know, for me, something like that has to happen. So I just say we have a downtrend going on. For me, only confirmed order flow is at that point, once this has closed. When we have basically traded into an FEG, then after that FEG, we have respected it, traded into the previous candle low. So basically this entire leg, like I'm talking about this price action leg, this one, like these are basically leg, 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 right? I was just talking about this one. When a new break of structure occurs, and then what happens again is we're trading again into an FEG. So it has to happen 2 times for me personally. And then we're breaking structure again. And from that point on, this to me becomes confirmed order flow. That's just the price action version. Like, are you actually talking about footprints? Because those are actually interesting. Tuku is saying, yes, soon I'll be break even and pass the account. I hope so, man. Yeah, like only 1 hour. This is just only 1 hour. Look what's going on in here. This is just, like, I don't know, like so many unpredictable things, to be honest, you know. Like, look at this specifically. Like, what is this kind of price action, right? So after this low had been created, I would expect price to go lower for that low in forex. This is what I would assume for the next move. But on futures, it's doing like the complete opposite. It's trading into a price action gap, I guess, trading lower. Then this one is probably going to go for the high, because you have this price action gap still being in here, and also this FEG. But you know, I'm no futures expert. But I do know that the stuff works on both, basically all instruments for that matter. You know, this might be some tough love in that sense, but I really don't understand how can people fall for him to begin with. Like, seriously. I'm currently trading TGR with liquidity sweeps and all of that, but it is killing me. The strategy is just random, and although I won loads of trades with it, it feels so fake and senseless. Dude, Drip, like, just wake up. Wake up. This shit does not work. It does not work. You cannot trade TJR. And before he has been exposed, before that shit, you should already get into your mind that this shit does not work, man. Let me get the mic in. Probably can't hear me. TJR is scamming, and he has been scamming for a very long time. You don't need some kind of Iman trading for you to expose him. Like, you know, I know Iman trading for like 3 or 4 years now. Like, actually quite some time, or like at least minimum 2 years, or I would even say like 3. You don't need Iman trading to expose him. Like, how are you not getting into this? Why is he doing he's doing live streams where he's losing constantly, right? He's constantly taking loss after loss. Iman Trading has shown it to you in different multiple videos. But then also, why don't you just look at it yourself? Why don't you see, like, the guy that's doing these live streams is just hitting stop loss after stop loss, and he's not profitable overall if you're just going to add up all of the profits. If you're going to follow someone, and this also counts for me, go back to the live streams, go back to the videos. I'm not talking about BS. I'm actually showing a strategy that works. And for you to not understand this, like, I'm very surprised. You know, like, I'm not mad about you. I'm trying to educate you that this shit just doesn't work. And once again, you don't need like a guy making a 40-minute video on it for you to realize that this shit is scam. And whatever you're trading, even though you said that you had loads of wins with it, it also doesn't work. If it would have worked, then my guy wouldn't be in the live stream right now. You feel me? So it does not work. This is what I'm trying to make here. This is the point of why I have basically gone closer onto the camera and just talking about that shit. Brother, Drip was saying, bro, yeah, I started with his boot camp, and he kind of got me emotionally, and he had no clue of trading. And that's the thing with TGR. The more I see him trade, the more I lose faith in the strategy. No, that's the wrong path. Like, already completely wrong path. The more I lose faith strategy. You should already be losing the strategy, brother. Like, his shit already got exposed. Like, why are you still having even like a little bit of faith? Even having this little amount of faith? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, don't trade his strategy. Don't even trade my strategy, but don't trade his strategy specifically, because like I don't know about any other strategy in that sense, right? But what I know for sure is that TJR strategies does not work, right? I don't even think that a profitable trader can turn TJR strategies into a profitable strategy, because it's just so random. He's doing like, oh yeah, liquidity sweep here and there. He's pre-recording live streams and then just posting it on YouTube most of the times, right? Most of the live streams are really just pre-recorded shit. Like, and he's also not taking the position. Have you ever seen like an actual trade that he has taken on his broker or wherever it's going to be, right? I'm trading on a regulated broker, which is Fusion Markets. You can't fake that shit. He's trading on some kind of no-name broker nobody has ever heard about, and of course they're going to give him like a fake broker statement. They want that advertisement. The fact that you even have a little bit of faith into that shit makes me just concerned in that sense. Now, luckily, you have actually entered the real shit. You have joined somewhere like out of luck, out of coincidence, out of faith, out of I don't know what it is, into a place where there is no shit going on. And don't take it from me. It's like if it had to be a 40-minute video, 40 minutes, dude, explaining to you that he's not profitable, if that's what it took you to realize that he's scam, then I'm all for it. My point is that you definitely don't need that shit in order to understand that. Like, wake up, brother, man. Like, shit's not that hard to understand. Like, I've been saying for the longest time ever, and you know what the funny thing is? There's still going to be people like you believing that, yeah, you know, but, you know, shit kind of worked. Yeah, like, I don't know. That's exactly what he wants you to do. He wants you to believe that shit, right? The craziest part is that even people like you who still have like a little bit of faith in him, after he got exposed here, they're still going to be saying, you know, TJR the best trader ever. You know, he made me profitable. No, he didn't make you profitable, man. He did not make you profitable. He made nobody profitable. There has been like results. Those were either luck based or they have done their own twist on the entire strategy. This could be like a thing, right? Anything with a 1 for 10 just doesn't work. Long term, especially. So Drip was saying, yeah, that's sad. I also got reality check. That's why I want to start with order flow, bro. A friend of mine tried to put me onto it for months now. I'm a fan of order flow. Like, I'm not trading it myself, but I could see myself in the future maybe trading it at some point, right? I do believe that it's a good thing to do, and it also makes sense, right? So they always have to make objectively sense when you're doing something, in my opinion. So once again, I really don't understand why people believe this shit. Yeah, that's pretty much about it about this topic. I'm just surprised sometimes. Like, I'm really surprised people like this exist, really. So go to a saying smash that like TJR scam. Yes, man, TJR scam. But like not recently or something. Like I've been saying this shit for years. Like he's scam. Yet people like, I don't know, pre-recorded live stream, pre-recorded live trading. Like, come on, man. A different thing is if, let's just say, I'm putting this live stream also on YouTube. Right, like as a whole video, cut it. That's like a different thing because I've still taken the trade live, right? It's just like re-uploaded in that sense. But me sitting here doing like a live trade, like that can also work. You know, I'm not saying that I'm not completely against it. You can do like a live trade and then later upload it. That's not the problem. But if that's the only shit you're doing, then like, who are you trying to be kidding? And then in the cases where you are actually live, like actually live streaming for thousands of people, you're just losing. Like, I don't know. Your GBP has not hit take profit, so still potentially able to take this trade. Now this is quite of a like dangerous one because like out of experience, sometimes when this happens, it just doesn't move back. But I'm pretty sure it is going to move back, to be honest. So Clown Eye Asia was saying probably there might be an opportunity on your GPY too. Okay, we can check it out. It's going to be the daily time frame. It's looking actually fire, man. Where are we going? Probably for the previous day high. We have internal liquidity. We have external liquidity. It's actually fire opportunity, to be honest. Okay, what I don't like about this thing though, we have, okay, like it might be a record. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles of the same color in a row, right? The more candles you have of one color in a row, for everybody that is watching you, the more likely it becomes that the next candle is not going to be the same color. Get what I mean? Now we also have this price action gap, actually pretty good trade to take, but I do think that the pips move a little bit differently in here. Let me check real quick. So this will be the original position. Why is it saying 002 like on the bottom here? See, probably because of the pair or something like that. Maybe it's a bug. Like, I've never seen this so far. Now anyways, like, it doesn't even matter that much because this is going to be the 0 AM candle anyways. Like, because right now in UTC standard time it is 0 AM in that sense, and that's basically what we refer to. Yes, this could be an opportunity to be taken. Like, I'm not too biased because I haven't traded this pair. Oh, hang on, let me do Euro JPY, but I forgot to put that in daily time frame. Okay, still looking the same, so not really changing much there. I mean, you could take this like in two ways. You could either just take it off as it is right now, so basically like that, there's going to be a 0.6 risk reward, or you could like play it safe, do it in here and then just take profit for the pullback. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to do either of these, to be honest, because I haven't looked into that pair like barely any. Let me check like USD JPY real quick. Like, since we're already there for the JPY type of stuff. Okay, well, I've already hit the previous day high, so no trade. Yeah, so this is going to be like more of a chill one. We don't really have that much to talk about, or at least to trade about. Now, this trade on paper is looking, best trade ever you could have taken. It's just, once again, like on the 4 hour time frame, I don't like all of this. This candle might or may not be like a bearish one. Okay, so on the 4 time frame, because we were looking at a different exchange, it was like 1, 2, 3. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then potentially 8. But on this one, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially 6 one. Right, the 6th one is just potential. So yeah, like, not really too biased. It's not a bad trade to take. I mean, it aligns very well. It's just, once again, I would like to have the trade be looking a little bit differently in terms of the 4 hour time frame. Now, AUD CHF is quite of a risky trade that you potentially be taking. This is going to get higher, especially because it has taken out liquidity. Right, it's like almost for certain in that sense. Why am I so sure about this? It's because if you're going to go into the daily time frame, this has no wick. Rarely ever you have candles that have no wick. Even like this candle, although small, it still has a wick. Right, there was still at least a little bit movement onto the downside, and I might actually take like a risk trade on that one. But guys, this one's like for real only going to be for high risk accounts, which we're already trading away from it. Like, we would have to trade a little bit lower first, like something like that, all the way to no candle. This would make a lot of sense. Yeah, this could be like a potential trade to take. This candle is about to close on 5 minute. Why am I looking at the 5 minute? Just to see if there's potential for us to get tagged in. Like, right now there is potential. If we're going to get above these highs, then yeah, this is going to get a little bit problematic. And like, what am I exactly looking out for? You might be asking, okay, what is this guy doing on a 5 minute time frame? Like, don't get me wrong, I am not trading only 5 minutes. I'm also not doing analysis. This is just purely to observe, okay, are we going to trade lower in the next, like, approximately, let's just say 15 minutes or so, or not? And what am I looking for? Basically every single shit that I've explained in the masterclass, free masterclass that I've done on YouTube. Okay, of course, like, mentorship is a different story because you can directly ask me questions and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, here you go. Basically, you have the masterclass on YouTube. Okay, so now I'm pretty confident that it's going to get lower. Because yes, we have already traded lower, but also the way these candles are looking. So we're just going to take it. It's going to be entry price, AUD, CHF. Once again, guys, don't follow after me on this one. This is just on this account. This account is a different story. Don't repeat after me for this one. It's going to be like a buy. Yes. So we've already traded lower. I've checked it, and it's going to be the take profit. It's going to be the stop loss. Okay, there we go. Let me check something real quick. Okay, so this one is running. Once again, guys, please don't repeat after me on this one. This is just for everybody that this is, how do I explain this? Like, this is not a bad trade to take, but it just doesn't align with the with 100% of the rules. The reason why I'm taking this is an advanced trade, let's just put it that way. Okay, so do some stuff. All right, so I'm gonna check some stuff. So we got 5 likes. Everybody leave a like on the live stream. So that's how we currently rolling with. It's going to be your CHF. Your CHF is like a whole different story on itself. Like based on the daily time frame, we are just going to go on to the previous day low. To be honest with you, like I am just keeping it as it is. Like I would be surprised if this is still going to take profit. But I'm going to stick to the analysis. Like even if it's going to be a loss, not that big of a deal. Yeah, and also the reason why I took AUD CHF, like there's just a couple of reasons. No, I did have looked into it. That's just what I usually do, right? Before I start the live streams, I just look quickly all over the charts, like just to get an idea, just so I'm a little bit prepared to when I'm going to explain it to you. Now, actually, I am going to analyze AUD CHF. Like, why was I also confident to take this trade? So let me remove everything besides the, first of all, we have the daily time frame. Now, based on our rules, once again, I'm gonna repeat this last time in this live stream. Don't worry. Don't take this trade. Don't repeat after me. We've taken out the candle, right? So that's the first thing. Now we have already traded into the previous day low. So most likely, not even most likely, this is no trade for us for the entire day because it doesn't align with our rule. Now the reason why I still want to take a trade is because look at this candle. It's a no-wick candle, right? So we want to trade onto the upside. Let's go on to the, what can, remember previously I was talking about a lot of consecutive candles of one direction. This is basically the same, but this time it is favoring 5 in a row. So the next is getting higher and higher. Now the next one can't even be a bearish one, but then the 7, very high probability that it's going to be a bullish. It's very rarely you're just going to have 8 candles of the same color, so basically of the same direction closing. So and also, still not everything, the premium to discount has not been traded back into. Now, if the market is moving aggressively, then it's also going to, most of the times, aggressively move back. And every single trend, every single move into the time frame, into the chart, I mean, is going to have a pullback. And we're basically trading or taking advantage of the pullback. So you see how I want to draw it out as a box for the logic. So this is one box that we have to leave it as here. Now this entire box is also like pip movement wise, just as like big as this one, if you get it, right? However, the difference is like the entire time span, entire thing was this long, while this, like very recently is only this long. So it means that the market has been aggressively moving onto the downside very fast. Now, what conclusion am I taking out of this? Think of it as an elastic. If you're like stretching a band, right? And you're just stretching it by just a little bit and you're letting go of one, the band is going to snap back. So it's basically going to your pullback back, and like you haven't pulled it like too long. Like not too much, it's going to snap back. Now, but what happens if you're going to take that band, basically rip it apart, you know, you basically can't even hold it anymore. That hand is just fucking the moon, man, and you're going to get hurt. So basically what I was stretching the band like a very lot, so a lot of movement, it is going to snap back also, all right? The same amount. It's kind of a funny analogy, but the logic works pretty good to explaining people on why aggressive movement is going to be met with more aggressive, but it has to snap back. This is exactly why you're having price action like on FTMO, like this shit, right? I don't know when this exactly happened. I don't know what caused it. A couple of months old. Like aggressive movement onto the downside, aggressively went back up. But if you're going steadily onto the upside, then you're also going to the downside. But you can also look at this internally. Aggressive move down, in just like a couple of candles, we have basically refilled this entire FEG. We're aggressively going back up again. Now the exact timing of that, like that's the hard part. That's why we're training in negative diversity words, so we don't have to worry about the timing. Yeah, man, like we had this, basically this one in here. This was your CHF. I'm not gonna lie, you know, this has gone on our nerves, this one, right? Like we have gone into more of a drawdown than we would like to, right? We went all the way lower in here, had some fuckery. And I was even saying, you know, I was calling it out, all right, guys, you know, we are probably going to hit a stop loss because we have these relative equal lows. And then, you know, the next logical thing would be we're going to go lower and take out that liquidity. But surprisingly, We just went upwards and hit the take profit. And yeah, so that's good stuff. So Joe talked to sign. Last time I was here, you were at $26. This is what we do, man. Slowly but surely getting there. And also, like it's saying right below me, if you're interested in copying me, it's the first link in the description. Because I am not, like recently I have been streaming a lot, but I'm not planning on streaming every single day for, like, I don't know, the next year or so. So which also means I will not be taking every single trade that I'm taking in here in the live streams, because, you know, I'll also be taking some of them private. And I am going to mention that a little bit more in this entire live stream so people really get it. So don't mind me spamming, because when, let's just say, the last live stream account balance was at, like, let's just say 36 as of right now, and then in the next live stream all of a sudden it's 45. You might be wondering, you know, how do we go from 36 to 45 in one stream? No, the answer is just no, because it didn't happen in just one day. It happened while I was just not streaming. So that's the point of it, you know. So let's start the analysis real quick. So your CHF, are we going for the previous day high or are we going for the previous day low? As of right now, I can't really tell because we are kind of in the middle of nowhere. Now, if you want me to take a guess, we're probably going to go for the previous day high and not for the previous day low. But just out of that, it's just not strong enough for me. And also that on the daily time frame, this entire candle has also barely of a wick. I can still expect a little bit of movement onto the downside, right? So we have to create a larger wick, and only from there on we potentially could to trade onto the upside. Now another reason why this is also not a good trade is because, as you can see, what do we have in here? This is basically what we got super lucky on. Like, I'm not going to lie to you, we just got lucky on that one long. So remember, this is the previous day high, this is the previous day low, and these are going to be our relative equal lows, right? So this is also a reason why I don't want to take this trade, right? There is liquidity lower, so there's also potential for the trade to just run lower, and yeah, we're just going to get stopped out if we're going to take, you know, some kind of position like so, right? Even if we're just going to trade into like even less than the previous day high, right? We're definitely going to get stopped out on that move. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but just I don't like this entire framework. And I hope you can see the entire analysis due to the face cam. Yes, you can. Great stuff. So that's no trade for us on Euro CHF. Let's go to Euro GBP. Euro GBP has already taken out its previous day high. You're going to look at that. 4 hour time frame has already basically violated, and yeah, we just can't have an opportunity in here. Also, additionally, we have a price gap in here, so there's even more potential to trade lower, basically. AUD CHF, which this could even be like a very high risk trade. You know, you could trade this onto the downside, but I'm not going to do that. AUD CHF is kind of like a very interesting thing, and we were talking about, was it on the 4 hour? Yeah, we were talking about that pair the last time, and it's kind of a similar situation, right? It's not exactly like that, and basically the main premise of the last one that we have taken was that we had this no wick candle and we were somewhere in here, right? Somewhere in this little bit of price action, and we basically wanted to take a long because of this no wick candle. Now this has worked out, you know, perfectly fine. Now in this case it's not the same reasoning. However, in this one we're probably going to go for the previous day high. Now I know what you're saying, you know, how is it that we're going for the previous day high, and why are you trading this? Isn't this a doji candle, right? That's why I always say context matters a lot. Now this is not the most ideal trade that you want to take, and this is by far not everything that I like to have in a trade. I like to have a candle like this one, see, just like that one, and then you want to trade into its previous day high. This is what I like to see. But in this one, we're probably still going to trade onto the upside, because number one, we are just going to go to the previous day high because we're just close to it. Like, it's such a logical and such an easy way to understand. But also, if you're going to look at this, we have FEG in here, so that's a reason to trade higher. We also have another FEG in here. Like, I know they are small, but it doesn't matter that they are small, they still count. Also, premium to discount, we have not traded back into it yet. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame. This entire price action, and also out of experience, right? This is also going to be more of an experience thing. Weeks like those are going to be taken out, and funny enough, both sides are going to be taken out, right? If you are going to have a large trick like that, and this can be news but doesn't have to be. In that case, as I remember correctly, this was news, but it doesn't have to be news. most of the times both of these sides are going to be taken out. It's also so easy to understand, yet nobody really talks about this. Like, I just seen this pattern happen a lot of the times, right? So we are also having another reason for that. And remember, we're also having the premium to discount just somewhere around in here. I'm going to market it out one more time. On the 4-hour time frame, what I love, right? This is basically the last conviction for me that, you know, I'm ready for this trade. We have relative equal highs in here, and we can even take this entire high. So basically I'm going to readjust it, because on the 1-hour time frame there's going to be swing high. As you can see, swing high, swing high, swing high. Okay, this doesn't count anymore because it has been taken out. This one. So you have 1, 2, 3 highs being relatively equal, close to each other. So these are what? These are going to be our relative equal highs, right? So the next candle could potentially trade onto the upside. Now keep in mind, we are just in somewhat of a downtrend right now. But since we are just having this entire framework of trading onto the upside, I am willing to take a trade. You see how we're building an entire framework once again? Like, I've talked about this a couple of times in previous streams and whatnot. But you know, at this point, it's like almost just fun doing this, right? Because it all just adds up and it all makes just so much sense. Let's go into the 1-hour time frame real quick. Ideally, I would like this candle to be a bearish candle, and then the next candles could potentially be bullish ones. Now we have also traded into this FEG. So that's additionally for us just to protect the flow that probably is going to be not taken out before the take profit is going to get it. Let me see what the original position will be looking like. So let me see what the previous day high is. It's going to be the previous day high. And we can definitely trade, basically extend the take profit into here. Stop loss could reside actually in here. I don't believe that. I don't really see the reason. Like, this is a more of an extreme what's it called, more of a extreme, like, aggressive stop loss minimization. But I do think in that case that it's okay. Like, let me think about this. Like, let me see the difference. It's just, I don't really see something to base it off from. You know, maybe this low, like this candle low, but it's also not really logical. I believe that if we're going to go lower, we are just going to go lower, and it's just going to be an ass trade, right? So I do not believe that these pips are going to save us. And that's more of an exception, by the way. Like, usually you want to have it a little bit differently. So AUD CHF, we're just already going to take it. Okay, so AUD CHF, it's going to be market order buy. We're going to do the stop loss in just a second, guys. We don't want to rush ourselves. So the only like logical thing would be this no way candle, but there's not really a logic attached to it because a no way candle likes to be traded back into, right? We have talked about this a couple of times, guys. Remember, we like to trade into them, not away from them. And as always, like, as soon as I'm doing trades, people just start leaving. Anyways, so we want to trade onto the previous day high and also probably higher. Now, I don't really see a reason why price should bounce off this entire price action and then higher, right? So I am going to put it at here, and I'm going to observe the price action. If I see potential to trade onto the upside again, like, let's just say that we're going to get into a drawdown in here somewhere. If I see potential and valid price action, not just random price action, valid price action, then I'm going to readjust the stop loss and, you know, give it a try. Because either way, if we're going to lose, then we would really just be losing the original amount, which we would be losing anyways. But this way, we're at least having the option of having a minimized loss, right? Because let's just say this is going to tank for no reason because of news or whatever, then it is guaranteed also going to go to the original stop loss, which is like somewhere in here. Okay, so that's like kind of my logic behind this. Let's go to AUD USD daily time frame. Similar situation, probably we are going to trade onto the upside, like to the previous day high, not to the previous day low. And also like this entire thing that we have in here, I just like to see that. Like, I am being also a little bit careful about trading AUD CHF and AUD USD together, because obviously, like, they are positively correlated. They move like similarly, like not the exact same shit, of course, but similarly. And so if one is going to be lost, the other one is also going to be lost. So I like to be careful on those. Let's go to AUD CAD. Let's look at some other pairs, and then I might decide to take it or not. I love how this is looking like, and we're also probably going to trade onto the upside. Let's go into the 4-hour time frame. Oh yeah, this is beautiful. I love this. We have not taken out this entire price action gap. Now, for anybody that's watching new, price gaps like to be traded back into with a body closure. If you're going to pay attention here, we have not seen that. right? This has not happened yet. It's also creating a no-way candle. No, even if it's going to trade into this FAG, I'm fine with that. Like, I am open to endure that. Even potentially trade all the way. I'm not going to trade all the way to the previous day high, only to the gap closure. We're going to put it just like that. And we're even gaining lower, so I'll love to see that. I'm going to take an entry in just a second. Okay, this is going to be AUD cat. Okay, I have to make some space again. AUD cat. Bye. Let's go to our next pairs. This is like a no-brainer, like this entire trade, and there's like so many reasons for this one to work out, but we just unfortunately already have taken out the previous day high. Like, sometimes I'm okay like ignoring that sort of rule, which, by the way, like, I am keeping it real with you. If it doesn't align with the strategy, then you shouldn't take it. Now, once again, I'm doing something differently in here, right? I'm having a high risk account. I am also already having built up a very great buffer. So I am allowing myself, this is basically connected to risk management of like trading, right? Like the part of, so Loki was saying, Roger, and also Loki, what's good, bro? What's up, bro? How are you guys doing? What's up? I hope your weekend has been great. You know, we are keeping it rolling. So this kind of applies to the risk management of trading, right? So if you're already having a buffer built up, then yes, you don't want to give away that profit by doing stupid trades. But at the same time, we're already trying to flip that account. And since we have a buffer built up, we are still going to be a little bit more open about also having here and there a higher risk trade that can also give us a great reward. NZD/USD, let's go into the daily time frame. Okay, this is like here, I just can't tell anything. Like, I can't base anything off of this because of the previous day high and low, right? We're pretty far away from low, from the high. Now, if you want me to take a guess, probably we're going to go for the high because we're close to it, and also because of all of this liquidity. But it's just like, I don't know. Let's go into the daily. It's also the trade, like, I can't tell you. In this one, this feels like a tricky one because out of logic, you would assume, okay, we're probably going to go for the low. But I think this day is a trap. And actually, let's go over this tomorrow if I'm going to stream, or just look at it for yourself. I do believe that this is going to be a trick daily bias trade, and then we're just going to go for the previous day high, just based off discretion. But I just can't be wrong, and since I can be wrong, I'm not going to take a trade. Simple as that. Now, of course, you can be wrong anytime, but you get my point. It's just not a high probability setup. You don't want to participate in it. Okay. So Robo Kelly was saying, cat CHF, you have so many exotic pairs. Like, what are you looking at, man? Like, so many. Now, you see how, okay, this is actually interesting. Not in terms of that it's a good trade, but just interesting. Let's look at this one, right? So we've taken this one, pull out this entire screenshot. You see, this is the screenshot. You see the difference? Like, I want to educate you on this one. So this is both on the daily time frame. You see how on the right side, our screenshot is kind of inverted. Like, maybe it's hard for me to explain, and it's hard for you to understand how I'm explaining it. And hang on, I have to do this like way smaller. You see how it's kind of inverted. So we have the wicks onto the downside, right? So I'm gonna count this one, this one. This one doesn't count, right? This one is just it contributes to the movement to go lower, basically, and also clearly showing you that, okay, the next day is going to go lower, so it doesn't count. But we have this day, then potentially this day that is still printing, but it's the opposite. You see the candle wicks. So basically, I'm gonna do the big wicks in red. So big wick onto the downside, big wick onto the downside, small wick onto the downside, small wick onto the downside, big wick onto the downside, to the upside, and also big wick onto the upside. You see how it's just inverted, and then we have to do this one. You get my point? So this one is what you rather would want to have, right? So I'm gonna put it like that. This one is what you like to have. Not this one. Simply because this is going to show you movement. Okay, there is reason to trade onto the upside, right? Because we are trying to go lower. And well, we have actually gone lower, because otherwise this would also not be a good trade, because going lower means liquidity has been taken out of these lows, and then from here on we're trading onto the upside. Like, this is a masterclass basically that I'm doing in here. This is peak price action, to be honest, and I'm not joking. Like, I wish I had these kinds of analysis when, oh, what the hell is this? when I started out trading. Like this explains it pretty well. Like it's pretty cool that you also brought up that entire pair to begin with, although it's not a high probability trade to take, but it's like a good case study, you know. So a wick tells you the entire story. It tells you that we try to go lower, but we're not able to go lower. There's movement to go onto the upside, but at the same time we've also taken out liquidity, so that is going to be our fuel to now go for the previous day high and whatnot. Like take actually a screenshot of this. Like, I'm going to give you a couple of seconds and you can take a screenshot if you want, guys. Like I don't know if anybody even takes screenshots. I'm pretty sure that nobody even takes a single screenshot off of the things that I'm showing. Why? Because they just don't care about learning. Like they say they want to learn, but they, you know, people say a lot of things, but they don't actually mean it. Or some people don't even know that they don't mean it. Some people believe that they want certain things, but they don't know what it takes to basically work for them. No, anyways, like we don't want to get too much into the real talk. You get what I'm saying. NZD CAD. Oh, we have actually already looked at all of that BS. So, I mean, for us, it's pretty much just AUD CAD and AUD USD. No, AUD CHF. AUD CAD, we are revisiting that FEG. Like it was expected on that pair more than this pair, because here we already had an FEG, right? You get my point? And so I wouldn't really count on this one also going back into that FEG. No, like on this one, it's like expected to go onto that FEG, but on this one it's not. However, you can still basically expect it, because on the other pair it is going to be very expected and high likelihood, and then it's also going to be on this pair. Like it's kind of weird logic, and it might, maybe this logic doesn't even align fundamentally with something. Like don't get me wrong, which is also like an interesting topic. Your trades or your analysis, they don't have to follow something fundamental, but they just have to follow something that repeats itself, that is doable and that is practical in the market, right? So the fundamental, the reason of that could be, you know, I don't know, because oil at 133, at 131, so basically the time that we're having, so at 0.32 right now, is pumping crazy every single day, and that's why it has gone lower, or some kind of reason. You get my point, right? So my point basically is that you don't have to know the reason why certain things happen. You just have to know, does it happen like more than often? Can I build a framework off of it? That's all you really need. So we got 10 people watching. Guys, make sure to like the live stream if you haven't yet. Like today, this is more of a low-key stream, not gonna lie. Like for some reason, this is like such a chill live stream today. You know, sometimes I like also to be a little bit silly in the live streams. But today I'm not really into that, you know, with the buy more and shit. Like today I'm not really up to that. And yeah, that's like kind of just a low-key stream. Like we're just talking about general things. And you know, like also the analysis that I've done previously, like skip like, I don't know, to a minute 15 of the live stream, I don't know. I've done the analysis and also showed you the, like I've shown you the weeks. Like for anybody that has been watching up until this point, they know what I'm talking about. I've shown you the comparison between the 2 weeks. That was peak, to be honest. Like this is such valuable information. I really believe that. And I know, you might be saying, well, it's so simple and it's so obvious. I already knew that. No, you didn't already know that. People always like to say that shit, that I already knew that, you know, like it's so obvious. The wicks to the upside and also the wicks to the downside. Don't come at me like that. You're not seeing the price in the way that I'm doing. Maybe you do, maybe there is similarities, which, like, don't get me wrong, I am also not seeing the things that you're seeing, which you may or may have a better idea than me, right? Because I don't know who's watching, but I assume that not somebody is watching that has like 1 million unfunded with prop firms. Like the likelihood of that is pretty unlikely, right? And so people always like to say, I already knew that, man. No, you didn't already know that. You don't see the market in the way that I do, and you don't draw the conclusions that I do when I see price action. That's the key difference, and it's a major difference. Like, I'm not trying to be cocky here, but just based off facts. I've had this so many times where I was explaining, you know, the most simple shit that you can imagine. You know, we have taken out liquidity in here and then something else, and they'd be like, man, I already know that. No, you don't already know that. You don't know it in the way that I'm explaining it. Or maybe you do like very simple shit. Yeah, you know, something like that. We have taken all liquidity in here. You know, that was the reason why we've gone on to the upside. And like, this is just an example. This doesn't even make any sense. But if you would really know everything that I'm already showing in these live streams and also videos, then you would be already at your dream point that you are basically working towards right now, right? So understand that like there's levels to it. There's like literally levels to all of this shit. Which like my way, again, this like not to be cocky, but I have not just seen somebody having this approach to the markets. I mean, don't get me wrong, 99% of YouTube shit is just garbage anyways. So like I am kind of looking at the wrong place. But also just like, let's just say in a Discord group or something like that, where it, like the trader that is showing off his trades, they don't even have to be profitable, right? They can also be unprofitable and still have like a similar sort of mindset towards the markets, right? I'm not even talking about somebody profitable in here, but I just haven't seen somebody that's doing it this way. Of course, there's always going to be similarities because my roots are also coming from watching videos, but they mainly also come from me observing the charts and just seeing things that, oh well, you know, we have a no-wick candle. For some whatever reason, they like to be filled out. And also there was one pair who I was saying this like sort of a trick fake daily one. It was USD right? And this is an interesting one because out of the idea, we would have to go for the previous day low, not for the previous day high. But just like there's the certain gut feeling in me that we are just going to trade onto the previous day high, even though it looks so obvious that we're going to trade into the previous day low. And it's, by the way, like such an interesting part also. Sometimes I hardly can explain to you these reasons, right? It is just like hours and hours and hours, like observing the charts for the past, yeah, like 2 years or something like that. For the past 2 years or 3 years, I would even say. There has not been a single day where I have not looked at the charts, unless it's weekend, right? Or some kind of day where you're just not looking at something, right? But like every single day, even if I know that there's not going to be trade, I'm still looking at the charts. It's like almost, I'm obsessed with this shit. Like once again, you know, are you going to let your emotions, your habits determine your next move, or are you just going to stay disciplined? Like that's what we want to ask ourselves. It would be crazy if we catch something like that. Like that's always the question. It's number one question. Are you going to let that determine your next trade, or are you just going to stay disciplined? For how long has the stream been going so far? I want to check this out. Oh, so we're already 1 hour in. That went pretty fast. Like we're going to wait this out a little bit more. Maybe we can catch a live trade on AUD CAD. And there's actually going to be like a full summary. Like I am going to do a video. I might even get like an editor for this. Because it's going to be rather a long video. And it's going to be something like I doubled my money, or like some kind of like good idea with a good narrative that I can think of. And I might even like really get an editor for this. Because I want it to be like really good. And it's just like an interesting video for anybody that, even like for the people, like let's just put it this way, I want it to be also interesting even for the people that have been into these live streams. And so you're basically getting the entire rewind, the entire documentary of, okay, you know, we went from 20 bucks all the way to 40 bucks. Pretty interesting stuff, you know? I mean, the material for it is there. Like I have also some where I've recorded it, yeah. And then, yeah, basically just the live streams. Like 90% of it is just the live streams, yeah. Which I guess you just have to download the live streams, which is going to be as like I thought about always recording and also doing the live stream at the same time, basically. But I just haven't got into it yet. Which I got one step closer on streaming. Yo guys, actually, can you hear me well? Like obviously you can hear me, or else somebody would already be typing in the chat, yo brother, I can hear you type shit. But can you hear me well? Can you hear me also loud? Because like tell me like approximately what are you having your volume on? If you're watching on phone, then just tell me, like, is it at the center? Is it like 1/4, like 3/4? Is it at max because you can't hear me? I'm quiet as shit. Like approximately, because I've done some audio settings again. Like I'm always tweaking with the audio. I'm just kind of a nerd in audio for some reason. Yeah man, so like hopefully we could get the outcome of AUD CAD. So I just noticed for all pairs that you're seeing in here, I'm always saying GBP USD, USD SGD, Euro USD. Right? I'm basically always saying every single letter. But on AUD CAD, I'm never saying AUD CAD. This is also some BS type of bullshit. There's something wrong with you if you're saying it this way. You gotta say AUD CAD. Nah, of course not, but I'm just so used to it saying it this way. So Goats Whale was saying, my brother Goats was saying, that feeling of closing early, then TP sucks. Yes, worst feeling ever. Like imagine the trade runs somewhere in here, so you're basically at negative 50% of the entire position, and then you're going to close. But then what is going to end up happening next? Shit runs into your take profit. Like that's the worst ever. You have lost, and technically you're actually down, like let's just say 60%, because this would have been a win. So you have gotten all the way from the potential win all the way to the loss that you have suffered, basically. Like don't get me wrong, you have not lost like these additional 10%, but you get my point. We have this price action gap, don't really like that. So I'll be starting the analysis, 2 minutes or something like that. Let me quickly scroll over it. Okay, so hang on. Okay, so right now we're on the daily time frame. Let's look at EUR/CHF. As always, we want to ask ourselves, are we going for the previous day high or are we going for the previous day low? This is one of those trades, like it doesn't fully align with the rule set, right, of going to the previous day low, because we don't really have that established movement candle in that sense. Like out of risk, you can still basically trade onto the downside because it's just very likely to go lower. But I'm probably not going to do that today. Let's go to EUR/GBP. Are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? Now, usually you like to see established movement, but this already counts as established movement. The reason for that is because we're like pretty much already close to the previous day low, and this is enough of a body. Now, this wick is concerning, of course, but it is relative to this entire body in that sense. What I don't like about this opportunity in that sense is that we have a price action gap right in here. This is preventing me from taking a trade, and also even more liquidity higher. So basically all of that. So this is also a reason why like I'm not too biased on EUR/GBP today. Let's go to AUD/CHF. AUD/CHF is still running, potentially going to go for the previous day low. However, there is still potential for it to just reverse back and basically like end up going for the previous day high, because this wick has barely a wick to the upside basically. So there's potential for it to reverse or take out the previous day low, and from there on throughout the week is going to get higher up. Like I can't guarantee you that, of course. We'll just have to see. Previous day low has already been taken out, so which also means we're also not able to take a trade on that one, right? Now this would have been a very nice trade if the previous day low has been taken out, because we have relatively good lows in here combined with the previous day low, and you know we have the established movement onto the downside. Pretty much everything that you would like to have. AUD/CAD. As always, we want to ask ourselves, let's go to the 4-hour time frame. Now AUD/CAD was a stop loss, it was quite an unfortunate one. This would have been a take profit if we had gone for the original take profit. It is what it is, it happens. Go watch the analysis for that one if you feel like. What about XAU or BTC? Did you analyze yet? Yeah, we haven't yet. Hang on. Gold counter 3. So you're probably new, or I don't know, but we're basically having like a gold counter. If somebody's coming in here and just asking for gold analysis, then I'm just basically adding one to the counter. So AUD/CAD, are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? Probably for the low, but I would like to see more established movement. What I also don't like to see is a bunch of liquidity residing in here, and also this candle high. Now I've told to you previously, if you're having price action like that, a lot of the times it is going to get traded back into this candle high, this candle low. Most likely we are probably going to take out both sides. Now which one of these is going to be first? It's probably the low, but I don't really have enough confirmation for that. So AUD/NZD, let's go into the daily time frame. Previous day low has already been taken out, so no trade. NZD/CAD, yeah, pretty much 50-50 scenario. I don't really like that. This is not enough. We're not close enough to the previous day low, also not close enough to the previous day high. It's just no trade for us. NZD/USD, previous day low has already been taken out. USD/CHF, it's basically our pair trade today. I've already seen it previously. Yo, but JFDs, I could potentially look out for gold and also BTC later on if you want. So on that pair, are we trading for the previous day high or for the previous day low? right? Probably we're going to go for the previous day high and not for the low, because we're already having this established movement onto the upside. Now there's also going to be external liquidity, internal liquidity. So this is going to be your X, this is going to be your internal liquidity, okay? So yeah, we'll look at this closer on the 4-hour. JFDs03 was saying, great explaining, keep it up. I know your fan base will grow. Appreciate it, brother. You know, that will only work if you're going to support me as well, brother. So there we go. But appreciate the comment. So and as you can see, if we're going to zoom in for everybody that's watching on the phone or whatever, as you can see, the previous, like this entire high has not been taken out by this high. So these are confirmed relative equal highs. So we basically want to trade onto the upside. This is like the best pair for us to trade today. Let's go onto GBP USD. I also very much like that. There's going to be established moon onto the downside, relative equal lows, right? Liquidity has been taken out. Let's look onto 4-hour time frame. We're good timing wise. Now I don't like that we have 1, 2, 3 candles, but this is fine. 4 can happen, potentially even going for this low. What I like about this entire framework is that basically we're having the previous day low, but we're also having the, so these are the internal, these are going to be the external liquidity points. We're aiming for the previous day low, remember that. And yeah, I just pretty much like to see everything that we have right now in here. So contenders for today is pretty much USD CHF, and potentially I also saw AUD USD. AUD USD has already been taken out, but this would have been a great one to take if it would align with the rules. So JFDs was saying, yeah, we'll do. Alright, man. So yeah, USD CHF and GBP USD are pretty much like, let me see, can we do some entry refinement? Let's go to USD CHF 1-hour time frame. Not really. Let me see how's the original position approximately going to look like, because we don't know where it's going to be. Okay, so stop loss can definitely be lower in here. Then yeah, we're just going to take the position as it is right now and shoot for the previous, you know, overshoot the previous day high by a little bit. It's going to be fine. Yes, that's going to be fine for real. Weekly, we've already taken out the low. That's like not favorable. GBP USD, preferably I would like to see a bullish sort of what's it called, a bullish signal, but we can really get that because we have this price action gap, we like to trade back into it. But like the very short term is just to go onto the downside. Let me see how the original position will be looking like on GBP USD. So this will be looking something like that. Okay, so we are overshooting the previous day low, but that is fine. And I'm even going to overextend the take profit all the way in here. For entry refinement, there's like not pretty much anything to base it off from. Cannot really see something. We're just going to take it as it is, to be honest. We're just going to roll with it with the momentum. We want to trade lower. That's just basically the plan for today. While GBP USD is a little bit more risky, I recommend for everybody that wants to follow up, go for USD CHF. Real. Hang on a sec. So Raj was saying, bro, do you not think the strategy will work 9 to 10 p.m? Maybe it will, but like I've done back tests on this specific time, and so I do recommend also trading it on that specific time, which doesn't mean that it's impossible to also trade it at that time of the day. But yeah, man, like there's potential for it. Like I'm not fully against it in that sense. So we're about to take the trade. It's going to be USD CHF. Hang on. So we're going to take a position on USD and also GBP. I think it's quite fine. Which perhaps for GBP USD, I'm going to wait for this candle high. Yeah, quite worth it to do in my opinion. Let's give it a couple more minutes and then we'll be rolling. I mean seconds actually. We're talking about seconds in here. So I'm going to enter USD CHF firstly, and then we're going to enter GBP USD. Yeah, so about the strategy, like it could potentially work around that time. But again, like the entire back tests and whatnot have been done on certain times, right? So there's that. Like they have been done on 0 AM UTC standard time. And so I just trust that the most in that sense, because that's what the data says. Okay, so USD CHF, go CHF, it's going to be a buy for us. And then for GBP USD, I want to wait for that candle high. So this is going to be the open price. We want to optimize it a little bit. Take profit in here. Stop loss is going to reside in here. Entry right at that candle. Entry price is going to be GBP USD. Keep in mind, guys, GBP USD, GBP USD is a little bit more risky. And while USD CHF is pretty safe to take today, guys, like pretty good one. Ah man, like already trending lower. What? Come on, stop loss. No, come on. This will be like the, I don't know how many times that this has happened to us, but it's quite okay to still take it because our entry has been optimized. We will still be getting pretty much the same reward as the original position. So I'm just going to take it as it is. Hang on. With the market order, GBP USD, sell. So I'm gonna do like the parameters and all. So GBP USD is going to be GBP USD. It's going to be the stop loss. Then in here we have to take profit. There we go. Then we also have on USD CHF, we have in the stop loss. For USD CHF here, it's going to be our stop loss. It's going to be our take profit. And yeah, we're just pretty much rolling with that. Now there's potential for AUD CHF to run into a loss. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. But yeah, we'll just be sticking around no matter what is going to happen. Like, there's no point in backing off. Because I trust the analysis, even though, you know, it looks miserable in that sense. They have been, like, recently, for anybody that has been watching, which, like, I don't know. People are maybe not watching every single live stream, but we had that one trade where this was the exact same one that we have taken. Look, it was miserable, looking like shit, especially in this specific point. Like this one, you would have said, okay, we're just going lower because we're having these relative equal lows, liquidity, we're just trading lower, stop loss getting hit. That hasn't happened yet. So no matter how miserable it's looking like, you have to stick to the analysis. Unless you really know what you're doing. Most people don't. So there's that. Now what I like also about USCHF is that we have not traded back into an equilibrium yet. So also like, but that's way more of a risky position to take. Like once the account is a little bit bigger, I am going to start taking quite interesting positions. I'm going to take basically positions where basically you can still take the trade, even though like it's less probability, but just with minimized risk. You get what I'm saying? So like that will be fire, something like that. Yeah, so this is how it's currently running. Like I'm guessing this will be more of a quick live stream. Also like not many people watching, but I'll still be going around it. I think it's because I was just spamming live streams. And so it's not going to get recommended to a lot of people. Like, I started a live stream, then I close it. Started a live stream, then I close it. And so people, or like YouTube believes that I'm just like trying to bot, or like, I don't know what YouTube believes. Yeah, compared to if I'm just like starting a live stream, that's it. This is quite interesting what you can see. This is basically what I've been talking about like the last couple of days now. You see something like that? This is like pretty interesting because we're having, let me put it smaller. We're having 1, 2. I'm gonna do it in blue so the contrast is better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it's really going to create like 9 different candles onto the downside in a row. Probably, but the next one is like for sure going to be a bullish one. Like I can bet all of the savings in the world on that one. Now, of course not, like you never know 100%. But like this already is pretty interesting. Price action on its own. But yeah, we're going to stick to the analysis as always, which it is also creating liquidity in here. It's just that the overall move is to the downside, but there's still potential to trade higher. Where was it? USD CHF, hang on. Where was it? USD CHF, I want to check something. Oh, actually, there is something interesting. So Roger was saying, yeah, bro, after a bit, the notifications stopped coming up. I had to look for the live. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know, brother. That's exactly what I mean, man. So in the last live stream, or like second last, nah, it gotta be in the last live stream, I told you guys, remember, I was saying that this candle, that in here, it looks like we're going to go for the previous day low, but I told you this is going to be a trap. We're not going to go for the previous day low. We've actually gone for the previous day high. Now, I don't want to be a genius in hindsight, because like, of course, in hindsight, I'm the smartest man on earth, but this was just basically an experience thing. Now, this could have also gone the opposite way, and I would have still said, okay, my sort of intuition was telling me that we're going for the high, even though it looks very obvious that we're going for the low, right? So we have actually gone for the high. Interesting, isn't it? Oh, I love GBP, actually. I love it. Like, we need to trade into that fucking FEG, man. If that doesn't happen, then, like, I don't know. Yeah, so Roger, thank you for confirming. That was what I was thinking, you know, if you just start like 10 different live streams, you be just thinking, you know, that the guy's just trying to spam or whatever. Yeah, man. So that's what we're currently rolling with. So your GBP unexpectedly going on to the upside. I would like rather expect it to go lower and just tank within the first couple of hours. But, you know, that's still going to happen, like most likely. But just a little bit later on. Oh, what is that, man? Can't tell, but probably going to happen, and we're not going to go for the high, you know. I think this, okay, this thickness is good. Man, if the thickness is like so small, then the arrows are just like off. They're just off. Look at this. Anyways, which the weekly actually looks bullish on your GBP. Like as of right now, I would see this entire high getting violated with momentum, fulfilling out this entire FEG that is in here, because this is still all unbalanced, right? And also fulfilling out the premium to discount. So that's like also another reason why not to trade your GBP, even though it looks quite obvious to trade lower. And also, like, remember, we still have like the 4 hour, right? We have like an entire price action gap in here. I want to like just out of interest see how this will be looking like. Like, we're not going to take this, it's just out of interest. Now, so the idea behind my way of trading FEGs is just differently. So, what is everybody else doing? So let's just say, let's take this FEG. It's a good example, right? This is an FEG. And so what is everybody else doing? They want to basically, I'm gonna do it like that for the shorts viewers. They want to basically trade into the FEG, and then from there on, they are going to target previous liquidity such as this low. And then basically they want to short it, right? This is not wrong. And I also do this sometimes if the buys aligns and this and that, yada, 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 we get it. But the problem with that is just, if you're going to trade onto the downside, you have basically missed out on the very first move. This is like a thing in general. Like, don't try to predict the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth move that the market is going to give you. You really only want to know the next move. And by the way, also there's no meta in trading, right? Even what I'm doing, this is like not a meta. This is like not a video game, brother, right? There's like no meta, like no meta in terms of that like one certain weapon is better than the other, because, you know, one weapon got nerfed and the other one got buffed, so you're going to play the one that got buffed. There's like no such meta. Things work in the market or they don't, right? So I like to trade or basically take advantage of this candle, right? So everybody of you try to take advantage of everything that's coming next. So basically the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the 10th, the 11th candle. I really only want to know, you know, this candle, where does it go? Probably to the FEG. That's already it. Now, of course, I am also going to trade all of these candles because this right now is on a daily time frame. Doesn't mean that, you know, I just don't care about anything that happens after that. But just like in general, I like to focus on the very first move, the market, and not the second move. So this is just what I do, you know. So Smokers is back. Why is a 3-step too much effort for you? No, it's not too much effort. So InShot Studio was saying right. Then Raw Fox was saying open your Discord general section G. General section G. Right. Rox FW was saying I'm back StarTrading, but this time starting with 5 can challenge. Was on drawdown, but I kept faith in negative RR. Now the good days are coming back. Thanks for keeping me motivated through your YouTube videos, brother. That's how we doing it, man. Yeah, brother, like, you're always going to have like drawdown periods. This is going to be inevitable, right? And I really, like, I like that you got back on the track, basically. But that's what I've been saying also, like, at the very beginning when I just started out the YouTube and whatnot. It's not going to be like as crazy as it was a few days ago, basically. Not a few days ago, like at the very beginning. You're also going to have losing streaks, although there are only going to be 2 at like absolute maximum. If you're like super unlucky, it's going to be 3, but it's never more, basically. That is okay. But you need to also endure the bad trading periods, right? That's basically what I'm trying to say here. And so InShot Studio 3 was saying your stuff makes mad sense. It's how I built mine, just lower time frame and indicators, you know. That's great shit, man. InShot Studio 3 was also saying I also zone of a lot of confluence in trading with the trend. That's great stuff, man. If it works, then it works. Like, that's all I can say to it. And also, like, this misunderstanding. Oh, so once again, like, to row FX, it's cool that I kept you motivated throughout this entire journey, and also being in drawdown, and it's like completely normal. That's just how trading works. You know, this account that we're currently on, we are at 35 bucks currently. Have we always been at 35 bucks? Of course no. There had been drawdown periods. There have been periods where we're just losing money, simple as that, right? It is not always going as smooth, okay? You will get into drawdown, you will have also problems in that sense, but as long as you're able to recover from the drawdown, as long as you're able to basically still win, then you're good to go. Simple as that. Like a lot of people really just see the current moment. They're caught up in the current moment. They just see, okay, I'm on drawdown, strategy doesn't work, scrap it, you know, let me find something else. And then the whole cycle of just strategy hopping over and over again begins. Like that's where most are just messing up. Rolf Fox was saying, how can I keep my mind stable in drawdown? So what I like to do is simply just look at my entire equity curve, even if it's on the back test, right? For me, it's a little bit of a different story, to be honest. I am like, not mentally sort of affected by this anymore because I've just done it for so many years. But that also doesn't mean that I'm a robot. We had this in the last couple of live streams where you shouldn't be a robot, right? Accept your emotions, accept that, you know, being a drawdown sucks. And this comes from a trader who has been doing this for a lot of years now, right? I haven't just started out trading yesterday. And also to me, being in drawdown sucks. And I don't think that to anybody in this world that is also trading, professionally trading, right? Not talking about Discord kids. They also don't like it when they're in drawdown. Now, the question is the drawdown going to determine your next decision or not? So like my overall tip would be, when you're drawdown and when you start feeling shitty, and when you also start, because like feeling shitty is not a problem, but feeling shitty and also letting your emotions affect your decisions, that is really crap. So what I just recommend, look at the entire equity curve. If your equity curve is looking something like that, right? So you haven't made a lot of profit, you know, but now you're in a drawdown period, right? And it's kind of hard to recover. Just look at the entire equity curve and like tell yourself, and also accept it. I hope everybody's seeing it, like also the short viewers, that eventually this is going to get up if the strategy works to begin with, right? So yeah, okay. So in Shot Studio 3 was saying, the only thing I kind of would say is mid about mine is it's the same set 0.3 RR. Should I maybe adapt it to the market structure? Yeah, definitely possible. Like adapting it to the market structure, I've just like basically kept it as a rule of thumb. I like to go for a 0.2 reward at the absolute minimum, and then from there on I am going to refine the entry, like either the entry, the stop loss, the take profit, or all of them three. This is what I like to do, and then usually I am able to squeeze out like a 0.22, sometimes a 0.25, maybe a 0.3. I think we even had like a trade where we had a little bit of a bigger risk to reward than usual, something like at least 0.3 it was, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so gold, you can basically, like I recommend just trading on to the upside. Hang on. I recommend trading higher. Why? Because like this currently is on the weekly time frame, where is basically MGC. What was the MGC again? Like I forgot it. Are we going for the previous week high or for the previous week low? Probably for the high. So that's most likely what is going to happen next, right? We're trading onto the upside. So on the daily time frame, that's basically also confirming it. Like once again, I am not going to trade it, and especially because I also don't like this stuff, right? Ideally, this candle should have taken out the previous day low, and then from there on, that's basically the liquidity fuel to now run onto the upside. Like all in all, I still recommend taking it long, simply because you already have that established movement with the current previous day candle. But yeah, definitely trade onto the upside, and then the entire target for that week could be the equilibrium. And if you want to take it to an extreme level, even this FEG on the daily. But as always, you have heard this a couple of times, lowest hanging fruit and this and that. Always go for the previous day high, because like that's the nearest target in a day trading perspective. So we have Sleepwalker, yo. What's good, man? We have 888 Sniper. Can you analyze MGC? Like I forgot what MGC is. Like I think you gold, I guess, micro futures. You asked it in the last live stream, or somebody else asked it. Pretty much same scenario here. And here it's a little bit differently because we still have that gap, price action gap. We like to trade into it. It needs to get filled out with a body closure, and then from there on, you know, same scenario as usual. Hero Prox said, yes, I only did it because then the counter goes up. Okay, you got me there. Okay, let's do the analysis real quick, guys. So are we going for the previous day high on your CHF right now, or are we going for the previous day low? As always, we want to ask ourselves that question. On a daily time frame alone, what can we spot? We have this price action gap. Price action gaps, as always, if you're new, like to be filled out with a body closure. If that hasn't happened yet, even if it's just going to wick down and the body's looking something like that, and that is not going to count. I want an entire body to basically trade below it. Now, this is like confluence number one that probably we're trading onto the downside, but also you cannot neglect the current movement onto the upside. Like, we are just trading onto the upside right now, so logically we are going for the previous day high. And this is the point where a lot of people are saying, well, you know, decide yourselves. Are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? This is exactly the point. You don't want to take any position today on your CHF because you're basically having that dilemma of the gap, but also the established movement onto the upside. So like no trade for today on this pair. Let's go to your GBP. On your GBP, the previous day high has already been taken out. This is one of our trading rules for everybody that doesn't remember. If the previous day high has already been taken out before the 0 AM candle, like I don't know if you can see it, probably not. Like the time is like right in here, like right there. But I guess you can see it on the stream. Anyways, like right now it's almost UTC standard time 0 AM. And it has already been taken out, so that's also an opportunity for us. Let's go to AUD CHF. Are we trading for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Can't tell. Why is that? The reason for this one is a little bit differently compared to USCHF. Remember, here we had reasons to trade onto the downside, also reasons to trade onto the upside. And if there's like a dilemma, you don't want to take neither position basically. On this one, it's a similar situation. Like not similar, it's a little bit differently, but basically we're in the middle of nowhere. This current candle, right, is just basically in the middle of this entire price action as of right now. So we can't tell if we're going for the high or for the low. Now you could, like in theory, just basically follow the entire momentum and potentially trade for this candle low. You know, and let me put it like that. So also the short viewers see it. You could potentially go for that low, simply because we're just trading onto the downside, but I don't recommend that. And also don't do it. So we don't know if we're going for the high or for the low. So no trading day for us on this one. Let's go to AUD USD. Ghost was saying, brother, what's up? What's up, my brother? How's it going? Haven't talked to you in a minute. So these were a couple of trades from last week. Go check them out if you're interested. It was like a pretty good trading day. Like on Friday, I took a bunch of trades, but I just haven't showed them to you, or like I couldn't because I wasn't streaming. For that, once again, only able to basically copy all of my trades if you're copy trading me. Like it's basically saying under the face cam right now. If you want to copy trade me, it's the first link in the description. You're going to be taking every single trade that I'm also taking. So the next one is going to be, hang on, Roger. I've been backtesting your strat at 0.25 RR on your CHF. I'm very much a beginner, so don't take my word for it, but it seems to work just as well, bro. That's how we're doing it, man. That's how we are doing it. Like, of course, you're also going to have basically drawdown periods. It's going to be completely fine. You have said it yourself, you're a beginner in this. But with a little bit of practice, you're also going to get there. Also, once again, make sure to like the live stream, guys. Let's get to 10 likes. AUD cat, how's that looking like? It's the same scenario. Okay, I'm gonna look at the chat in a second, respond to it. So at AUD cat, are we trading for the previous day low or high? Even if in that case, right, the previous day low has not been taken out, I would still not take this entire position. Why? Because the previous candle, so basically that one, has traded nowhere. It was indecisive. It couldn't tell you if we're going for the for the upside or for the downside. So like no trade. AUD NZD. 8A Sniper was saying, where do you think GBP USD is going? Okay, in just a second, I'll check that out. Roger was saying, word, I meant maybe. It was like MB maybe. I think so. So are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? As usual, we have already taken out the previous day low. So that's also no opportunity for us. Let's go to NZD CAD. So this was also one of our trades. Like take a screenshot, maybe watch the oh no, like actually not like the last live stream, because I haven't taken it on a live stream. So yeah, there's like no analysis on this one, or like no active analysis. Let's go to the daily time frame. Are we going for the previous day low, for the high? We have already gone for the low, so no trade. Let's go to NZD USD. We've also already gone for the previous day low, so also no trade. This was also one of the trades that I've taken on Friday. No, it wasn't. This was just a test trade. This couldn't be it. Let's go to USD CHF. This was one of the trades. Yes. I'm gonna also remove it. Are we going for the previous day high, for the previous day low? Can't tell. Or like we have already taken out the previous day high, so no trade. Let's go to GBP USD. Also already taken out the previous day low. And speaking of that, somebody was asking where is GBP USD going, like definitely for these lows, simply because we're just trading onto the downside. Like it's just something very obvious to observe. But also what I don't like is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles onto the downside. The more candles of one direction you have, the more likely it becomes that you're going to have the opposite side of candles and it's just going to reverse on you. But like as of right now, not only because we're just already trading onto the downside, but also because we're just having liquidity in here, right? All of these are liquidity points. Now granted, like this one and also this one have already been taken out, but still I'm rooting for this low. But are we going to take a trade on this pair? No. Roger was saying it's my bad. Okay. And yeah, so like today I don't really see any trading opportunities. The very closest thing for me to take would be USCHF, but it's also nothing that I really like currently. Also this no wick candle, because the overall trend, right, the overall bias, let me put it like so, is simply trading to the upside, right? Like somebody that is blind could see this. We are just making higher highs, higher lows. The reason why I'm still not willing to take a trade is because primarily like 3 different reasons. Like the first one is just that we are likely to go onto the upside based on the current trend. But the second one is going to be that we have a price action gap on the daily time frame, right? I can show it to you in just a second again. And the third one is going to be, the third one is going to be, if you're going to look closer, we have a no wick candle in here and also a no wick candle in here, both on the 4-hour time frame. So that's also something that I don't really like. There's like reasons to trade lower, but also higher. Where are we really going to go? I don't know. I can't tell you. So like for today, there's not going to be any trade so far, which like I already know everybody's about to leave. But that's just how it goes. And this is also teaching you not every single day is going to be a trading day. Simple as that. Like surprise, surprise. And you guys already know this shit. You know that you're not supposed to trade every single day. Yet you're making the same mistakes over and over again, and you're just forcing trades and you're just regretting it afterwards. Like also, by the way, can somebody tell me if you're hearing me well? Because I've done some audio shit again, and I just want to ask you, like, is it clear? And the way you can basically tell is not only by the quality of the microphone basically, but do you have to bump up the audio all the way to max so you can hear me clearly? Or is it like at half or like 1/4 or something like that? Okay. Okay. So, okay. So everybody was, hang on. Okay, so here we're probably saying EM. What is your setup looking like? EM? What do you mean by EM? Like established movement, what we like to say. Then Goso was saying no trade, time to chill. Like perfectly. This is what I'm talking about. If there's no trade, don't stress yourself. Man, there's like no trade today. Just chill out. Like that's basically, peace for that entire day. Because you don't have to look at C-Trader or MT5 or whatever you're trading on to basically watch a trade. Because like even I do this, like during the day, if I have positions open, I am also looking out for it. Especially for the ones that are copying me. Because I know that I'm responsible for X amount of money. Because sometimes people will be asking, how do I identify the right move basically? And how do I know where liquidity actually resides? Like it's sometimes also a little bit out of feel, but a lot of the times you can basically just explain it like that. If there's like a lot of candle wicks, so basically equal lows, right? That's what I've been talking about in almost every single video. Equal lows, and also you have an FEG in here. This is a lot of the times where a lot of liquidity resides at, and also above these highs. Now the reason why we don't care about that as of right now is simply because we are just trading onto the downside. Because you don't really care what is that far up onto the price action. We also don't care what is in here, right? That is all just useless information. That is way too far away. Look how far away that is, right? So you only care something that is like at least decently close. You see, this entire price action here is decently close, right? Compared to, these highs. Like, what are you talking about, these highs? Or even like here something. So like probably we are going to trade onto the downside, but as of right now, I don't really have a bias for this one. I would just like take a guess and say, okay, it's going to continue lower. The reason why I just like don't have that much of a bias is simply because we don't really have enough to support a framework. I need information. I need ways to tell me, okay, now is the right time that we're going higher or lower. For this pair, I would just say that it's going to continue, but it might as well just reverse, right? Let's look at the weekly. And if you're having a target for, like, let's just say you're having a target to short that, then don't short all the way to this FEG on the weekly time frame. Only short to this candle, like at max, right? This should be your max target for the entire week. In my opinion, at least, you should always try to have the target as simple and as close as possible. Don't do something like that where you're going for this price action gap. You see that there is an actual price action gap in here. Don't do something like that. That's way too far away. It doesn't matter anymore. It has no value as of right now. Once we're getting closer to it, yes, then it has value. But yeah, this one's just going to be more of a low-key stream. Like, we don't really have trades to look out for, to be honest with you guys. And I'm certainly also not going to force something. Now, the weekly time frame on USCHF is looking like quite fire. We are probably going to trade onto the upside, but I wouldn't want to risk it, basically. I would rather just like to stick to the rules, stick to the framework, and yeah, not worry about it. Now, why are we not going to take a trade on USCHF, right? Or, right, the better question would be why, or are we trading on USCHF or not? But like, I've already revealed it, that we're not going to trade USCHF. But you tell me why, okay? Just type into the comments, write into the chat, why are we not taking a trade today on USCHF? That's like basically a task for you guys. Gozo was saying, that's how we do. That's how we doing it, man. Robert Kelly was saying, do you trade future prop firm? No, I don't trade future prop firms, but you can also trade the strategy on future prop firms. It's no problem. So EUR/GBP, guys, once again, like last time, go to USCHF and you tell me why we are not going to take a trade on USCHF. So EUR/GBP, how is that looking like? So first things first, let's zoom in, because we really want to focus on what is currently happening. Currently, we have established a movement onto the upside, clearly. You know, one candle trading higher massively, second candle also trading higher massively. So the current daily candle, where's it more likely to go? Are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Probably we are going to go for the previous day high and not for the previous day low. Now, what else can we spot? If we're going to look at this, we're going to have relative equal highs. These are going to be internal. Where are the external relative equal highs going to be? You know, I'm gonna give you like 3 seconds. Just watch the chart and tell me where's the external liquidity going to be. Don't make it too complicated. It's actually like pretty close by, basically. The external liquidity is going to be right in here. Now, this on its own, great setup. You know, I would already just hop into this one because I just like how it looks like in that sense. Now, there's also something that speaks against us and also another very good reason that speaks for us. So basically, like, we have something bad, but also something really good. I'm also going to get into that in just a second. What you can see in here, also BPR. Yeah, also the BPR, you know, you have catch that right. This BPR, like, doesn't play too much of a role. Why? Because it's pretty far away. But like, you're not wrong on that, right? We have also this BPR, we like to look out for it. What I was about to say, the reason why, you know, this is also something that we don't like as much is that this candle has barely wick onto the downside. So there is potential to trade lower first, create the low of the entire day, and then from there on we're going to shoot up for like either the previous day high, the internal liquidity, external liquidity. You know how it goes. This is something that speaks against us. But now there's like ultimately something extremely crazy, right? And like the BPR is also like a good reasoning for that. It's not something that is speaking against the trade. It's just something that is a little bit far away, and that's why I don't care about it too much as of like logic. But it's like not wrong, you know, we like to look out for it. And it's basically that entire thing. So if you're going to measure this entire range, right? So basically all the way from the high all the way to the low, what can you see? The 50% has not been hit yet, which means that probably we are going to trade higher into the 50%. Not out of experience, but also just out of logic and even statistics in that sense. Price, if it gets so close onto its equilibrium, most of the times it is going to trade into the equilibrium, since we already have liquidity supporting our entire bias. So basically liquidity point in here, liquidity point in here, we want to trade onto the upside, right? And then potentially also reach out for this entire BPR if we're having an expansion. But once again, guys, we don't really care about step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only want to know what's the next step. That's it. Okay, so we want to trade onto the upside. Your GBP is definitely going to be an opportunity for us today. Let's keep it a little bit shorter because we have spent 3 minutes on that pair alone. Let's go to daily real quick. There's going to be a DCHF. Now once again, Robo Kelly was saying, okay, I'm gonna respond to the chat in just a second. So we have a DCHF. Are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? As usual, guys, I just can't tell you. Why? Because we're in the middle of nowhere. We're also starting to consolidate. Out of experience and also out of intuition, if you're going to take this day, you're going to win, like, in either direction. You're going to win, and also, yeah, you're going to win if you're going to take a long, and you're also going to win if you're going to take a short. But don't take that. Why? Because it does not align with the rules. So don't basically participate in that one. This is just out of intuition, okay? Not something that I'm personally going to be taking. Let's go to AUD USD daily time frame. Now the daily time frame, to a lot of you guys, this will be like, okay, you know, perfectly, we are trading onto the downside. We might as well even have relative equal lows, which we don't even have relative equal lows. I'm going to zoom in for you. As you can see, this low has already been taken out. But this will be something potentially in that sense. And some people would still be basically shorting. And this is kind of tricky in that sense, and maybe it's also confusing, but this is not good enough. Why? You want to participate in a trade and also establish movement if the established movement has just started. Just look at your GBP. The established movement, which is basically like this entire candle right in here, was responsible for initiating the move on to the upside. This one was responsible for it. So we're at the third candle of the established movement. So we are like fairly early, right? Ideally, you want to be in here, like at the first one. But yesterday we couldn't have taken that trade because X and Y, Z reason. Watch a live stream if you want to repeat it, basically. I've already done that, right? But we are like not far off, right? Because the current candle is basically just 2 candles away from the original expansion. So yeah, but in here, we're like very late to the party. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's don't count this one. 1, 2, 3. And then even in here, you're starting to see weakness. You see this entire candle. What is it telling you? I'm starting to be weak and I don't want to go to the downside anymore. AUD CAD, are we trading for the previous day high or for the previous day low? Can't tell you because we're in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if we go for the high or for the low. Based out of intuition, I would say the high, because there might be some liquidity in here on the 4 hour, but we don't really want to participate on that one. AUD NZD would be more of a tricky one, potentially something that I'll be interested because of this BPR. See, goes with the last one where we had a BPR. I said, you know, we are quite far away. That's why we don't care about it too much. This one, we are like pretty close to it. Now we also have another one here. It's actually a good example for a lesson. You see, we have another BPR, but about this BPR, we don't really care. As of right now, at least, because it's far away. But about this entire BPR, so basically this one in here, we do care because it's like not that far away from where we currently are. So probably we're also going to trade onto the upside. So once again, are we going for the previous day low or for the previous day high? Probably for the high. The reason why I don't completely like this trade is because we have already taken out those clean relative highs. Now we have a no-way candle onto the 4 hour time frame. Really like to see that. Let me see how the original position will be looking like real quick, just so we get an estimation. Okay, so we don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day high. We have also taken out liquidity with this candle, traded into basically a protective, like we have created a protective low, taken out liquidity with that candle one more time, and now I do believe that we can go on to the upside, right? Because liquidity has been taken. So also like a good opportunity for us to take. Like most safest trade, I can already like tell you it's going to be your GBP. And then NZD CAD, similar situation. We're in the middle of nowhere, so not really interested. NZD USD, USD CHF, also in the middle of nowhere. You know, last day, this will be like an opportunity, but we haven't taken it because XYZ reason. Once again, I'm not going to do the analysis on that one again. We have already done that in the last one, but also no trade on that one. GBP USD, yeah, we could be trading onto the downside. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame real quick. Okay, like we have a lot of overextension basically. We're just trading lower and lower and lower. I would like to see a pullback at some point. Let me see, like the original position would be looking like that. Let me show it to you real quick, which means we're also overshooting the take profit. Out of intuition, this is going to be take profit, but I'm not going to be taking it. Okay, And then, you know, the rest we are not really participating in. Although your USD is quite looking fine, but also like too many down close candles. So, you know, it is going to be basically your GBP. Your GBP it was, and it was also something with NZD. Remember, guys? Here. Oh yeah, AUD, NZD. So these two pairs are basically my favorites. So I'm going to set it up real quick. So we're going to be AUD. No, it was, hang on. It was Euro GBP. So Euro GBP. And then we also finna be going for AUD CAD. No, AUD NZD. AUD NZD. Oh, so it's like not. Okay, now it's going to be AUD NZD and Euro GBP. So in Euro GBP, we're already going to be taking the buy, 0.01 lots, buy. And then also AUD NZD is also 0.1 lots. We're going to be taking a buy. So these are going to be our positions basically. I've just straight up gone with a market order. I wouldn't want to risk it. There could also be like potential entry refinement being done. But like especially for GBP, I don't really think it's worth it. Because if the setup is like very great quality, I don't really want to miss out on it. For NZ, where was it? AUD NZD, yes, you can do like a little bit of entry refinement. Perhaps, you know, on the 50-minute time frame, trade a little bit lower. But like, I'm also not going to do that on this one. So this is basically what we are up to for today. I'm gonna do the entire stop loss and take profit real quick. Stop loss, you know, is pretty good, like right in here. Yes, it's going to be the stop loss. This was AUD NZD. It's going to be the stop loss. It's going to be the take profit. Yeah, so lately I don't even see like many opportunities on EUR/CHF, to be honest. And here we go. You know, we're also not going to be extending the take profit by any much more. It's not really worth it. And then for Euro GBP, you can basically aim for these lows, right? Because this is consolidating. I don't really believe that it's worth having an extended stop loss in here. And also like to take profit. And yeah, we're just going to layer on. So that's what we are working with today. Let's go in here real quick. Okay, so once again, I'm gonna repeat it. If you want to take a trade today, go for GBP. Don't go for, or like you can go for NZD USD, but just know like it's not as high probability as GBP. Okay, hang on a second. Yeah, so Yushikid was saying, yo, what's up, my man? How's it going, man? GBP USD, but lots of same color. Yeah, that's also what I don't like. Ghost was saying, yeah, also got this one on my chart, but I find it a bit tricky, this one. You were talking about, pretty sure AUD NZD, right? Yeah, man, it's more of a tricky one. It's also like not the absolute best that we can take. The best is like by far GBP. You know, it's like, I mean, we also have like this a daily gap. The only thing that is missing for this to be an A+ setup, because like surprisingly, Robo Kelly was talking about it, an A+ setup last time. The only thing that is missing for an A+ setup is a pure FEG, just onto the upside, and like very close, like not somewhere in here, just very close. This will be like A+. Like unfortunately, we don't really have that, but you know, it's like quite fine. So Yushikit was saying, as a beginner practicing trading, and when I found you with your strat, I was like, that is a big SL zone. Yeah, man, it is, like, compared. But at the same time, you know, you already know how it works, right? It comes with a greater reward in that sense of not losing 10 times in a row. So yeah, like this entire trade, if you want me to rate it, this is like going to be an A setup, not A+, if you want it like that. A+ is if we had some kind of FEG onto the upside, and like an FEG zone. This is what I would love to see, but we don't really have that, unfortunately. So yeah, but it's a really good trade to take. Even if this one is going to lose, it's one of those trades where I will be completely saying, okay, I would have taken that like another time. You know, I would have taken it every single time just because it looks that good. Okay. And this should be your mindset for every single trade that you're doing, right? Not only the A+ setups, but just in general, if you're taking a position and you know the consequences of you losing that trade, then rather look into it twice. Understand that you should only take high probability setups in that sense, right? Now, of course, I am also saying, sometimes, okay, this is like not the best trade that we can take, but I'm still going to take it. But the difference is also most people that are watching, they're in here for like 1 year, 2 year, or whatever it's going to be, right? And even for the people that are already like longer into trading, you have now been into my strategy, into my way of trading for that long, simply because I'm just not like doing it for that long in that sense, right? I am on YouTube for like 8 months now. And like many people that are watching haven't even been like around for 8 months, or maybe 4 or 5 or even less. Some people are just like, they see me the first time. So you're not as familiar with this way of trading, because there's like a big difference also. Somebody can be trading for 10 years, so even longer than me, but yet they might, they could be saying that, okay, I have a lot of experience, so I'm also going to take some kind of trade that is like potentially a bad trading setup, but I still believe that it's going to work out of intuition. Yes, in their strategy, but not in my strategy, because they haven't experienced my strategy, they haven't learned in my strategy. Yushiki was saying gold is still accumulating since yesterday on the daily time frame I entered, because the FEG hasn't been taken out yet. Let me go to gold. Guys, gold, like yesterday, I've also told you don't trade that pair. Like, I've also told you that we are going to go for the upside, if I remember correctly. We are going to trade higher. I guess we have done that, but once again, I don't really recommend it. Like right now, it's actually not a bad time to enter. But only if you're trading a negative risk reward. If you're trading a positive risk reward, please, like, don't think about entering today. So the size of Dev was saying, is all your trading directionary, or do you ever involve algos? I never involve algos, and something that is 100% automated does not work in the live markets. Because if I would be able to basically automate my entire strategy 100%, then I would just all basically give you the bot to it, right? Like there would be no point for me analyzing the charts and having discretion, right? This discretion in general is just very important in trading. And discretion mostly only comes with experience. I mean, not even mostly. This is like the only part where you get discretion is by just having experience, right? This also differentiates the beginner from the beginner trader from the trader that has been there for a long time. So let's just say that you have two persons, right? And person A has been trading for 8 months or something, but then person B has been trading for 5 years now. But let's just say that both of them are unprofitable, right? Which the 5-year guy, you would expect more to be profitable, which, like, don't get me wrong, everybody has their time, and that just means that your time hasn't come yet, but it will come eventually if you're going to stick to this. But my point that I'm trying to make is that the guy that's trading for 5 years, at least he has the experience. At least he has some kind of discretional way of thinking. Okay, this high is going to be taken out because of this and that, because I've seen it like 1,000 times. The guy that has only been trading for 8 months, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have these eyes in that sense, seeing these things that I'm trying to explain to you. Or also that you're seeing in general. It doesn't even have to be me that I'm explaining it. So Ghoster was saying, now we chill. Now we chill. Buy more. Buy more. Guys, everybody who's watching the stream, buy more. I've thought about, like, again, everybody that is watching these live streams and they newly just came in, they probably be thinking that we're some kind of meme coin rug pull live stream. Which, like, I guess we're not. 7 people watching, guys. Everybody who's watching live stream, like the live stream right now, okay? Smash the like button if you want to like that. UGBP, buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more. Yeah, like imagine we will be enough funds to basically move the entire market. This would be like hilarious. But now that's not going to happen. You need like trillions to move it a significant amount. And also, even if you're going to move it a significant amount with like $1 trillion or whatnot, that is also not going to have this like large of an impact, because it's just going to basically recover, right? I don't think, like, there has to be something that has more of a long-term impact, like some kind of like oil tank or something got flooded or some kind of shit, right? 10 billion goes without saying. Yeah. So even if you're able to basically move the market by like whatever it's going to be, by like 1%, which is like, you have moved the market by quite a lot, actually. If you really did it on your own, in theory, I guess it's not really possible like that. then also the market would quickly recover, because the funds just didn't came from a place where it's like longevity of that price action going to be occurring. Because if, let's just say, there is some kind of, oil problem in some kind of country, for EUR/GBP, right? They're taking oil from, I don't know, from Russia, and then Russia is basically not giving them oil anymore. Well, then this pair might as well just go lower and lower, like as an example, just, right? Because this has more of a long-term effect. Yeah, this has more of a long-term effect, and that's why even if you had that kind of money, it's not going to be that much of a difference over the long run. Like, you might move it, but it's just going to recover because it came from no place, basically. Kind of if you like just print money and print money and print money, like that money loses value, right? That's how inflation works, but that's like a different topic. We don't even really want to get into it. Also was saying, if we can move markets, then we already on a big yacht with bitches. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, if we have so much money, we don't even care about moving the market for a couple of percentages. What's even the point about that? It's crazy, ain't it? At the end of the day, I am never saying like bullshit in that sense, right? And also in the back test, that is just repetition. I've told it like so many times. And by the way, the back tests, they are repetition. I'm just basically explaining the strategy and also trading it. But there is like a caveat to it, because the market never looks the same every single time. Like, of course, the pattern, right? So basically an A+ setup, everybody who has watched the masterclass, you will already know about what I'm about to basically show you, right? This is an A+ setup, right? Like, we have your previous day high. Like, I'm not going to mark it all out. If you want like the full explanation, go watch the masterclass. It's an A+ setup. Like, previous day high, internal liquidity, then we have external liquidity, then we have the equilibrium, which we have not been traded back into, like very close onto it. Then we have an FEG in here, like maybe even some kind of BPR, but this is not needed for the A+. And then you simply just want to take a trade onto the upside. That's going to be your trade, basically. Like, for anybody that is like confused about this, once again, go watch your masterclass. But yeah, so the pattern is going to be the same, but the market just does not look the same, right? And also, people need to train their eyes, especially somebody who has been not into this for long. Like, goes well, I know you already see this kind of stuff, right? You're in the mentorship, you have also basically trained your eyes. We do these weekly recaps, this kind of stuff, and also like private backtesting sessions. You already know that. But like, for the other people, they need a little bit of time, seeing it with their own eyes. Ghost was saying 4 trade last week on Tuesday. Yeah, then it was 4 trades, I guess, which was the max that we had so far. Pretty good stuff. Like, I'm never trying to force trades in that sense. If there's no trade, then, I will also not be taking an entire trade for an entire week. Oh yeah, about my food. So we got some, like the usual, I really love that food. You know what I like to call this food? Like, seriously, I really called it like that. I call it go-to. Literally, I just call this food go-to because it's simple, it's delicious, it makes my day, it fills my stomach. This food is, there's a reason why I call it the go-to. Dress was saying copying is cool, but definitely want to learn for myself. Believe in learning how to fish rather than someone giving me a fish. I completely get that analogy. Like, there's the saying, just like you said it. Colonize Asia, I'm gonna get into that in just a second. Yeah, like, teach a man how to fish and you'll feed him for the rest of his life. Give him a fish and it's only going to be for a day. That is completely true. For the copy trading, that is, like, I wouldn't suggest that somebody is just like fully copy trading me and nothing doing on their own. Although that can work and that is also going to work. I mean, look at the results so far. But like, I definitely get what you mean. Copy trading is just so everybody who is copying, they're just getting a side income for free, basically. Like, it's literally passive income in that sense. You don't have to do anything. But like, I completely get it, I also believe that everybody, even though they're copying me, there should be some interest to also learn them for themselves. But once again, they just really want to have a good side income. GBP. And I remember not taking this one. It's so crazy. Oh my god, man. This was the exact same trade that so Michael saw. You're my witness. Like, thankfully you have joined this live stream. Michael saw, you just tell everybody, or like just confirm if what I'm saying is true or just I'm BSing or not. In the mentorship, I have said that like a student of mine, a different one, wanted to take Euro GBP. I told him, don't take this one. This was literally yesterday. Don't take this trade because we have an overextension here, and this would have been a straight up stop loss, right? Because you would have entered, okay, we gotta hurry a little bit with the analysis. You would have entered right in here at the 0 EM candle as usual, 10 pip take profit and all. This would have been, or like it's running into a stop loss potentially. But either way, even if this is going to run up, this is not a good trade to take. Like Michael saw, you tell me, am I bullshitting or is it really true? Oh, Jamie's here. That's the guy that I'm talking about. It's so crazy. Okay, so hang on. Roger was saying, how did you learn such good English, bro? I forgot you're German. Just like listening a lot of music and just like growing basically up with it, and always just watching YouTube videos on English. Appreciate it, you man. So Russell was saying, nah, no man's land. I didn't really get what you were talking about there. So Mohammed was saying, Jamie here saved me a loss. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you're going to get in the mentorship, and only in the mentorship. Mohammed is saying it's me. That's the guy that I was talking about that is in my mentorship. Michael Saw was saying exactly. And we took AUD-CHF. What happened to AUD-CHF yesterday? Take profited. So, True Brother, what's up? Ghost Whale also, you know. Okay, let's do the analysis real quick. Euro GBP. Let's go on to the daily time frame. Ironically, I would actually say let's go on to the downside with this because we have relative equal lows. Most likely, we are also not going to reach into the original take profit. I do believe that this is probably going to be, Euro GBP looks like a sell. Yeah, man. Like, most likely this is going to be a win if you're going to short it. One thing I am concerned about is the original position. You know, not that it plays that big of a role, but just the original position sort of has a little bit of weight, that there is still potential to hit a take profit, right? But I do believe that this is just going to be a stop loss hit. Let me put it like this real quick. Have we traded? Yes, we already traded into the equilibrium. It's more of a tricky one. Ghost Whale, bro, printing money right now. Ghost Whale, you know, he's literally on fire. I'm gonna leave this one out for now. Let's look at other pairs real quick. So we got AUD-CHF also in the basement here. Preferably, I would have liked to trade all the way to that equilibrium point. We have not done that yet. Let's go into the 4-hour time frame. So in here, we probably want to go on to the previous day low. Let me see this BPR. Fortunately not. Let's go into the 4-hour time frame. Have we traded into an equilibrium? Yes, we did. This trade could be looking better, to be honest. How many pips is that? Okay, so we would also have to overshoot the entire take profit by quite a bit. I'm also like not quite a fan of that, to be honest. And there's still potential to trade into this entire equilibrium, right? So it might as well just do that. Take out the previous day low, but not run into our take profit. And then from here on, just completely reverse on us because it has to go into that 0.5 equilibrium, right? So here, Q. So that's kind of the reason why I wouldn't really participate on that one. It's more of a tricky one. This would be like more of the ones where you would get a typical loss, which like maybe it's not going to be lost, but it's just not enough high probability. AUD-USD quite far away from the previous day high, and I also don't like this no wick candle in here. These are kind of like my problems for today, right? Because this no wick candle, we might as well just push lower. We create a large wick or like a fairly wick onto the upside and then just continue onto the downside, which I don't really like. AUD CAD real quick. That's actually looking quite the opposite. I think that's one of those days where you're going to hit a take profit no matter what you're going to take. Even if it's going to be a long or short, there's going to be a take profit. But I still wouldn't like to participate in that one, and preferably also a sell, right? Just shorting firstly into that FEG, and secondly also we have relative equal lows in here. So this will be like more of a riskier trade to take if you would really participate in that one, but there's just as many reasons to speak against it because we have this daily gap. Like all in all, I don't really like most pairs. Okay, this is looking like way better. This is also one of the trades that I have taken for the copy trading guys. So what I can okay, this is something that I really like. This AUD-NZD, yesterday it has already printed for us. I think we have already traded. Yes, we have already traded into the equilibrium, which was also like the main reason. Like I'm not going to spoil too much. For that, you would have to DM me, basically. So what I like already from the start, you see this entire price action gap. Okay, we have to hurry a little bit. This entire price action gap has not traded onto the upside. And I might just take it, hang on. Then I will do the rest of the analysis. AUD and ZD. AUD, I think it's already in here. AUD and ZD. Okay. Okay, I'm actually going to put the entire entry right in here. So this will be the original position. This is how it's going to be looking like, but I'm going to put the entry right in here. And then stop loss. This is like too much of an extension. Like too much. Is there something? Not really. You can just put it in here. It's okay. I'm gonna put the entry a little bit lower because I do believe that we're going to trade onto the downside first. I do believe that there is significant reason, even potentially for all the way for this low. We could even trade all the way to the previous day high. Let me quickly check this out. Okay, no, we're not going to trade all the way to the previous day high. The reason for that is all I really want to look out for is this price action gap, right? So we're basically overshooting the price action gap by this much, but everything above that is still in green. Why? Because this is the previous day high, right? So everything up until this point is pretty safe to take. But I'm just going to put it as that. This is going to be AUD and ZD. I'm going to do the analysis in just a bit. And let me put up the order. It's going to be entry, NZD, USD. Limit order, price, stop loss. It's going to be the take profit. Okay, there we go. So this is pretty much like what we want to participate in for today. Okay, this pair is like, how are you really going to trade this? NZD, USD. Also not really my favorite pair. Like just off looking at it, these are relative highs. I like that combined with an FEG, but we don't really have to establish movements, so no trade. USD, CHF. Oh, like this is more of a tricky one. Like, don't get me wrong. To me, it's very obvious you're not going to take a trade. And it should also be like obvious to some of the mentorship guys that are a little bit longer in here. But even for them, I do get it if this is going to be a tricky one, because it looks like we're trading onto the downside. So you would say, okay, we're trading for the previous day low, and like that is not dumb. That makes sense. The problem's like almost no wick candle. I like to see a bigger wick in here, and also we're quite far away, right? So basically there's two reasons. Number one is going to be, so I'm gonna put it as that. Number one, it's going to be this candle has not a large wick, right? It needs to have a bigger wick. Keep in mind there is like a very small wick in here, but preferably it has to be a little bit bigger. The second reason is going to be that the wick is pretty far away, right? So this is going to be reason number two. So that's why we're not going to take a trade. You see how simple I'm explaining it? That's how trading should be. And I know I also sometimes get into the mood and explaining things, you know, and I'm talking, but I'm really trying to get you into my mind so you're understanding it. So your GBP would be like quite an option, to be honest. Oh, with you guys, like we have 4 hour time frame. Don't really like this FEG. Probably also going to trade lower first before we're going to trade higher. Let me see how the position will be looking like real quick. So we were starting in here. Okay, so we don't even have to like go all the way higher. I like that a lot, to be honest. This is something that I see me taking, to be honest. Like we could be. So Goldster is saying you can of course use no wick candles to trade into it. It's like an extra plus or minus, of course. Yeah, man. Yes, exactly. Like sometimes it's something positive, sometimes it's something negative. Like if it aligns with the bias, that's like mainly what we're looking out for. If it aligns with the bias, then it's like confirmation. If it doesn't, then you know, it's like sort of a minus point. Like, so for today, I really only recommend trading AUD and ZD, and let me put an alarm in here. Guys, always work with alarms. You don't want to be looking at the charts the entire day. That's not what we got trading for. We didn't get into trading to look at the charts the entire day. We got into trading because we want to make fast and easy money. Anyways, so this limit order is going to be staying like that. I do think it's quite worth it having a little bit of a refined entry. Where can I find video from Goldster with 44 win streak? 44 win streak? Like, was there a 44 win streak? Ghost Whale, I think it was lower or higher. Dude, like, I don't even know. There's like so many people, because Kelowna Asia was talking about a 44 win streak. Now I think you're talking about Kelowna Asia. However, like Michael saw, you're in the mentorship. Just go to I think profits or testimonials. Ghost Whale has sent like an insane winning streak on his like MT5 account, or was his crypto broker? I don't remember like correctly, but yeah, there's also like great results there. So yeah, like your like GBP USD is like an option. Either way, I would like for it to return back into because what is this? This is basically a no-way candle. We don't really appreciate that. We don't want that. We wanted to trade lower first, create some kind of movement onto the downside, and then from there on we can trade higher. Now this has not happened yet either way, so I'm willing to basically wait for it out. So there's more of a, like, we are quite far away, but like not to the point. If it would be a little bit, you know, lower, then I would not like to participate in this one. But since it's like borderline close to the previous day high, that's why it's a trade that I pretty much like. Also, we have liquidity being taken out. So if you're going to look at this perspective, liquidity has been taken out. We have your external liquidity, this massive gap. Now keep in mind, that's quite far away, so it doesn't matter too much right now, right? This is all just additional information that you would like to look into, but not a valid reason alone that you want to take a trade on. Also, this entire gap, which we have not traded back into with a gap with like a body closure. So there is significant reason to trade onto the upside, onto the previous day high. And yeah, I just need to see a little bit of down movement, and I'm gonna actually also put a limit order. You know, I don't know if we're going to catch it still in the live stream, or if I'm just going to take it like later on for only the membership and also for the people that are copying me, right? Either way, this is something that we would like to see basically. So, and also in these situations, you have to stay patient. Don't panic, you know, like just enter into the trade just because you want to basically not miss the move. Stay patient. Like, I have already made my decision, and don't get me wrong, sometimes I'm even thinking, okay, I'm going to change my opinion, right? Because sometimes I was missing something, right? If you missed something and now you saw something new, okay, that's good. But people also start to hallucinate a lot of times. They be thinking, oh, well, you know, I've not seen this and this and that. Although there was nothing to begin with there, and they're just starting to hallucinate basically, right? But if you're truly seeing something new, like something that you missed, then yeah, it's okay to basically change your opinion, change your mind, and take a different decision. Like in here, I have made my decision, and I'm pretty sure that I have not missed out on something important that would change my mind. So I'm going to stick basically to this entry. Mohammed was saying, problem with GBP USD is volatile. Easy can drop 50 before going up. Yeah, like that's also something to keep in mind. Like, you're right on that one. GBP USD is just naturally more volatile, and so it could definitely trade onto the downside and only then return higher. However, the reason why I will be willing to participate is if we're going to look at this from perspective like this, just on a daily time frame. I am going to zoom in real quick. As you can see, most likely this candle is going to create a wick that is high enough to go into our take profit. Like, I don't know if you can see it. Let's go into the 4 hour time frame. No, let's stay onto the daily, and I'm gonna just extend the take profit so you can see it properly. You see, basically this is what I'm talking about. The entire daily candle would have, or it would be pretty logical that it's going to have a large enough of a candle wick, right? Just the wick to trade into our take profit. Now, of course, like, it can wick all the way lower, but I think before that it is going to get up, because even if we are wrong, right, and the trade goes lower, then most likely it is going to go onto the upside. This is basically going to be the trap. It's going to trade higher. Everybody is going to buy, right? Everybody and their grandma is just going to say, buy more, buy more, buy more. And then from there on, they believe that we're going to go onto the upside. But this here, so basically this entire move was just a trap, right? To trap traders into believing we're going to go onto the upside. But then the real move is going to be onto the downside. But by that time, our take profit has already been hit. So that's like sort of what I'm referring back into. You get what I mean? And in the case where we are just fundamentally right, onto the trade, then it is just going to go onto the upside because we have the liquidity higher, and also previous reasons that I've already named. But don't get me wrong, like, you can have the best analysis, you can have the best logic, and it's still just going to be a stop loss hit. Like, we had that also in backtesting sessions. You know, I was talking about a trade for a straight up 10 minutes, and then it just hit a stop loss, right? And the problem is, or sort of the key here, is not to be discouraged, but to understand, okay, I can have the best analysis in the world and I can still lose. And that's like how it's supposed to be. That's like the most normal thing about trading. So yeah. So Clone Asia was saying, bro, I just uploaded the backtest data on Discord with 41 win streak. Clone Asia was saying actually 2 backtest results of forex and futures. Okay, let us check it out real quick. We go to, I mean, that is just hilarious. Just look at these results. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, you're Gazi, man. Like, I didn't know that you are Gazi. Like, you have been active also in Discord and so on. Like, you're fire, man. Like, in general, I admire you, man. I just didn't know that that was you. So yeah, fire results as always, guys. He has made some gains, 41 trades in a row. You're never going to see this kind of shit in any different strategy. You're not going to see this kind of shit in like a positive versus reward. Not gonna happen. Okay, so I'm also just put a fire in here. So stay motivated. 1687. What about current NQ? Go up or down? Brother, I'm like not a futures trader, but we can look at it probably onto the upside for the previous day high, and also for these relative highs. It's going to be internal, it's going to be external, but this is not a high quality trade idea to begin with. Why? Because first of all, we have this FEG. Second, there's going to be a BPR. So basically, to mark it out for you, it's going to be looking like that, right? So we have this BPR, strong magnet onto the downside. But then what is speaking for the upside is that we have internal liquidity, external liquidity, and also something that I don't like, but is more typical in futures than in forex. So the analysis are like not 100% translated. Keep in mind, after all, it is a different market, but it's still able to basically apply it. Here's going to be a almost no wick candle, and I would like to see a little bit larger of a wick, because that means that there was reasons to basically take out liquidity from the opposite direction, because it has been trading higher, but it needs to take out liquidity from the opposite direction, so lower, and then from there on it can go higher. So like either way, I wouldn't really touch it, not only because I'm just not trading futures, but also because it's just not the best trading day. But if you're forced, you know, like gun onto your head, if you're going to take a trade or not, then trade rather onto the upside, because short term I believe that we're going to get higher. So yeah, like currently we be rolling. AUD and ZD, don't let us down. Let us get tagged into the trade and then don't do some fuckery afterwards. That'll be fire as hell. So yeah, that's how we are rolling with. There was like some kind of reason why we didn't want to take a trade on AUD CHF. I don't remember. We're not basically going to take it. I don't like this entire equilibrium. We were pretty close onto it. There is reason for me to trade higher into the equilibrium, right? The entry yet, let me look at your BUSD. Your BUSD is starting to return back. I wanted to return lower, you know, we still have like 40 minutes left to go. Once again, like if I'm going to end the live stream, don't be wondering why I still took the trade or not, because yeah, I just then took it off stream. Like that's just what it is. Nah, man, but lower, oh, dang it. But like the black Spider-Man was like the most fire shit ever. Dresbo saying he had a Spider-Man onesie pajama doing the first New Year run, and remember getting one of those gloves with the fake webs for Christmas. Good times, man. Those were beautiful times. Like I can just imagine it, how fun that was you as a kid, and I just feel it so much. Like that's when the kids get out of us. Like unfortunately life's a little bit different now, but like looking back at this and like having a childhood actually is pretty fire. I also believe that for children in general, it is important to have a childhood, you know. For me it was Star Wars, for me it was Spider-Man, for me it was that kind of stuff. You know, I don't believe that, I don't think that kids should basically do all kind of nonsense the entire day, because I seriously also believe that school is a bunch of nonsense, like mostly. Something valuable that I do appreciate about school is, you know, you learn how to read and write, you learn the basics of math. For example, in trading, we also need a little bit of math in that sense, right? We need to understand what is 1% of 100% basically, right? 100% is the max in that sense, like that kind of stuff basically. So like school is not shitty completely, but I don't believe that children should just be doing like homework the entire time, or just learning for an exam, which nobody gives a fuck about anyways in the real world. Okay, so I love what I see in here currently, basically. This could also like drop a significant amount and also just keep on dropping, but I just like the two no-wick candles in here. I love seeing that, right? Two no-wick candles. Also the second one, so basically this candle, that's going to be the second one right in here, has not taken out the previous one. So that's even additional information. Like that's just a pattern that I personally like to look out for. Don't look too much into it. It's just something that I personally like to see. But like we're going to have more of these like niche examples more and more often. Kelowna Asia and Dress Boy, I'm going to address your notifications, your chat messages in just a second. Let me see the equilibrium real quick. Let me go to okay, so this is currently running into a take profit. Like, we haven't taken the trade, but we're just going to stick to it. 10 likes. I'm gonna do the push-ups in just a second, guys. And then we're going to look at GBP/USD real quick. Hang on. You can still write into the chat, guys. I'm going to look at it in just a second. I'm gonna do something real quick. Okay, so hang on. So I wanted to look at GBP/USD real quick. Like on the 1 hour time frame, this looks like on the 50 minutes I'm a little bit concerned, because there's like a bunch of consolidation which I don't like. So this could drop a significant amount and only then go higher. But based off the daily time frame, I am pretty confident that this is going to get a little bit higher at least. So I am going to take it. So GBP/USD is going to get a little bit lower. I'd love to see that. We're just going to take it as that. GBP/USD, GBP/USD, GBP. Going to take 0.1, 0.01 market placeholder. It's going to be the stop loss. It's going to be the take profit. It's going to be like a 4.47 loss and basically $1 win. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now I'm going to address all of the different things. So we got and Keith Matro saying, bro, I cleared funded account, but unfortunately I lose that account due to drawdown, bro. It's because you're trading a positive versus reward. But if you're interested, I'm also passing prop firm challenges on my website. It's basically the first link in the description. Just go like on the top. It's going to be say services. Like, I'm gonna just show you real quick, okay? So here on top, you're going to go to eval passing, and then in here, if you want your prop firm challenge to be passed, then I'm just talking about explaining you the process. There will actually be an updated version of this video in here. And then, yeah, I'm going to pass your prop firm challenge if you're interested in that. But like, no pressure, of course. So Dressboy5 was saying like a window, like how you start looking at 0 AM. Do you have a set time to stop looking for entries, or is it just if your TP hasn't been hit before you limit order? I don't have like a time, but I react on price. I don't really have like a set in stone time where I like to look out for, basically. So what I want to basically see in the charts, which like potentially you can take every single trade at 0 AM, do 5 minutes of analysis, close your entire PC, and you know, basically don't care about that shit anymore. Sometimes I just like to have a refined entry, such as in this one, where we're just going to wait it a little bit out. But I don't have a set time. If I really felt like I don't want to watch out for this trade anymore, then I wouldn't do it, basically. That's how simple I am taking my trading. I don't want to be attached to the time frame to the chart for multiple hours on end. But yeah, Clona Asia was saying, in my case, I don't have any friends from my childhood. I mean, it's not like I don't want friends, but I'm not good at conversation. And that's the reason I don't have any friends from my childhood. Yeah, you know, like back in the day when I was a little bit younger, like I don't know how old you are. You're now 27. Clona Asia was, Dressboy was 27, yeah. Like, I don't know how old you are, but like when I was younger, I also had like problems being like more extroverted. Like there's introverted and extroverted, right? And I was just like naturally a little bit more shy, right? But this comes with time. You just really have to. It's basically like any other skill, like trading, like learning the guitar. You know, you just have to do it a lot. Talk to people, talk even to like to strangers if it really has to be, right? And you're basically going to get better at it. That's just what I did. And now like I have no worries whatsoever talking to anybody in that sense. But like it comes with time, with experience. Of course, like I don't know how old you are. You can also be like double the age as me and still have problems with that. That's also okay. But like, you know, it's like a process in that sense. Everybody has their time. In that case, a school with good kids plays a good role, I guess. Yeah, man. Like if it's a really good school, a really good class especially, then it's great shit. 10 likes. I'm gonna do the push-ups in just a second. Clone Asia, the thumbnails are looking great these days, bro. Appreciate it, my brother. You know, I put some effort into it, and it's also looking like very natural face-wise. Because the previous ones, right? We're going to look at this. The previous ones, they're like kind of looking washed out. You see? You know, they're like a little washed out. And this one is like, you know, realistic type shit. Which, you know, to this day, I don't know why it's doing this. Can you even see this in the live stream? If anybody has an answer to that shit, then just let me know. You see how it's just pixelated and it just creates random pixels and black spots and whatnot? I don't know. In the original, it was not looking like that. If you have an answer to that, please let me know. High vibration, Alkin was saying, why don't you trade with algo? Because algos 90% of the time don't work. The reason for that is because discretion is most of the time going to be your edge, right? And discretion can only be learned by experience or obtaining it from some kind of other place, which basically you're doing right now because you're in a live stream. You're obtaining the discretion that I'm giving you out of experience for free in that sense. So algos don't really work. What's your best strategy? That's my best strategy that we're currently trading. It has a, like it depends. We had a 95% win rate. I'm just going to round it up as always, guys. 95% win rate when we're just trading one pair. Now we're achieving like at a very minimum an 86% win rate, which is of course going to fluctuate the more or less trades we're taking. Drespo was saying, okay, gotcha. All right, man. It means you were introverted too, bro. Yeah, man. At one time, I was introverted in that sense. But like I got over it, or I don't believe that I was naturally introverted. I do believe that it was just like a phase or whatever it's basically going to be in a human being that is going on. I don't believe that I'm naturally really an introverted person. It's just that I was younger in that sense, and so I didn't basically speak a lot. Because like, so we're going crazy. Guess it has hit a take profit already. Okay, it's like, so for everybody that has already catch this trade and has not basically put it into an optimized entry, congratulations, this would have been a take profit for you. Like for me, unfortunately not. We're going to remove it, simple as that. But so I think Dressboy it was, or Clona Asia, one of you guys, you said, do you have like a time frame, or was Dressboy? That's like not a time window that I'm looking out for, but you see the original take profit has been hit, although I didn't get into the limit order. So basically right in here, right? Didn't get into the limit order, but we reach a take profit, or like almost reach a take profit. We're going to get there. So that's why I'm just going to cancel the order, because the original take profit has been hit. You get what I mean? The thumbnails are getting compressed, I guess. I mean, the chances are 90.99999. Yeah, man, the thumbnails are getting compressed, but they shouldn't get compressed and demolished. Like they got demolished and they're just looking pixelated. Which also, it's like so unprofessional of the YouTube platform. Why do they just allow 720p thumbnails? Why is it not at least like 1080p? Like, come on, man. Like, we're talking about multi-billion-dollar company, yet shit's unprofessional as hell. Akit Mahatra was saying, you agree too confident now. That's great. I don't really like completely get what you're I don't really get like completely what you're meaning here. But like that I'm just confident in my trading, like I don't know, but if that's what you meant, I am really confident in my trading, and not only because I believe in the system, it has been backed out, it has been back tested by a lot of data. So I just really trust the data and the analytics and statistics. Clona Asia was saying, by the way, the streamers are more engaging these days. Are you talking about like me specifically, or like just in general? I don't like really watch a lot of streamers in general, but like great to hear that people are just more engaging. So yeah, once again, for everybody that has been taking this trade, this would have been a take profit for you already. Once again, I have missed it. That's just what happens. And yeah, we're just going to move on. It's going to be our GBP/USD trade. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? I wanted to go in here. I need to pull up the live stream real quick. Okay, so there we are. So yeah, you know, we're just going to keep it like not even short, because we have been live streaming for like what, at least an hour, I'm pretty sure. Minimum an hour. So this has been, yeah, like an hour and 10 minutes. I am going to close the live stream in just a bit. If you have last couple of questions, oh, remember like the push-ups. So we're going to do it as usual. Last couple of questions, last couple of chats, whatever you want me to ask or anything in that sense. I'm going to do the push-ups, come back, answer if there's going to be chats to begin with, and then I'll be closing the live stream. For everybody that is already leaving, appreciate you watching the videos, like the live streams, and also make sure subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell so you're not going to miss out on these live streams. We're making free money in here. It's literally free money if you're going to join these live streams. So rather just join them, and by never missing, turn on the notification bell. Okay. mean, there's also some other options in here. Options. 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 Okay, man, I should stop doing that shit. People might believe I'm crazy. I'm just doing fun in these live streams. Like, let me have some fun, guys. Come on. It's all about fun, isn't it? At the end of the day, don't you want to have fun? Don't you deserve you? And now quiet when I'm coming home. My own. I can say I like it, like it. We going crazy. What's the name of the song, guys? Can everybody guess it? Let's start with Euro GBP. No, Euro CHF. So on Euro CHF, what can we spot? Basically, I'm going to zoom in as always, guys. We have this previous day candle, which hasn't really gone anywhere. Well, yes, preferably it has gone onto the downside. Well, this is like the first impulsive move of, okay, let's trade onto the previous day low, not to the previous day high. Possible to do because we also have relative equal lows in here. So this is further confirming our buys. No, but there's one problem. Jaden was saying, it's good to see you fucking around a bit. Don't hold back. Alright, my brother. I won't hold back. So what do we have on the 4-hour time frame? What I just sort of don't appreciate about that entire trade. Let's go into the 1-hour time frame. If we would be taking a trade, so approximately in here, it's not going to be exactly in there. And I think we have to readjust our time. Yeah, we have to readjust the time. Oh no, we don't. You see, oh dang it, we're only going to take a trade in like 1 hour. Like, let's see, maybe I'm just going to do a outlook for you guys, put it like that. Right, so I don't really have enough gifted movement. Oh no, hang on. Oh shit, man, I completely forgot that I was, hang on 1 second. I just repeat, it's just that candle, right? Basically that is hashtag number 1. Reason why I don't want to take a trade. We have this candle. Hashtag number 2 is basically right in front of your nose as well. It's going to be relative equal highs in here. Now this entire movement onto the downside, right, is not going to be like 10 pips or something. Like, I've already checked it out. This is like 4 pips or something, right? So I also don't really like to participate in that trade, simply because there's not enough gifted movement. See it as that. There's going to be gifted movement, all of that, trading into the previous day low. Everything that comes after that is not gifted. So let me see how the original position will be looking like to further demonstrate it to you. You see, basically everything below in here is not gifted. I don't really like that too much. If this candle, if the previous candle high would be looking differently, then I would be taking this anyways, because there's simply this FEG and I see a reason to trade lower. But there's internal, external liquidity in here, and also the reason that I've just named you with the hashtag, right? You don't really want to participate in that one either. Stream is lagging. Stream, like, for me, it should be fine. Is the stream really lagging? Is the stream lagging for everybody, or maybe only for Able Memo? Let's go to AUD-CHF. Yeah, for AUD-CHF, guys, like, we don't even have to bother. As you can see, like, all of them is. We can't tell. I mean, for me, it's going fine, man. Like, I don't know. AUD-USD, that's something that we like. So let's start freshly. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. What's the pair? Currently, it's AUD-USD, brother. Like, you always see it here on the top left. You see what the screen is? Okay, so here, are we going to go for the previous day high, or are we going to go for the previous day low? It's good now? Alright, good to hear. Are we going for the high or for the low? As always, guys, we want to ask ourselves that. Probably we are going to go for the high and not for the low. Now, what else can we see on the daily chart alone? We do have relative equal highs in here. So most likely, we're also going to trade there. Preferably, this would also be relative equal highs, then this would be like a great setup. No, not talking about that this is a bad setup, but would make it even better. Now we're going to measure out the Fibonacci level, which we have not been trading back into yet. Let me look at the weekly real quick. Weekly is also starting to look bullish. Why? Because this is basically our pullback, traded into this FEG. Now there could be the time to trade onto the upside, fill out these two gaps. Now that is going to be further confirmed onto the daily chart and once we really see it. What I just really like and what I appreciate about this entire trade is that the equilibrium, right, did not get hit yet, but we got pretty close onto it. So that's something that I like. Let me put it in yellow type shit. Or is there also orange? Yeah, orange. Then what else do we have? We have the previous day high, right? You see how we're building an entire framework? I told you this a lot of times. Don't just trade one concept. Don't just trade into the previous day high. It can be done. One student is actually currently doing it. He's only trading the previous day high and previous day low. But I also told him, in theory, that can work. But if you want to like really maximize profits and avoid losses, then you also have to go into the 4 and 1 hour time frame. But I'm also open for everybody to figure it out themselves, right? Because sometimes people may find something that works for them better. Also happens, right? My student Ghostwhale is trading crypto, but I'm not trading crypto yet. He is successful in it. Okay, so we want to trade into the previous day high, not to the previous day low. And that is pretty much a framework. We also have these relative equal highs in here. Right, so let me quickly mark it out. I'm going to put it like that. So we have previous day high plus relative equal highs. So we have the liquidity. We have also the momentum, right? This is a momentum candle, heavily shooting into one direction compared to its previous two candles, right? That's what I like to see. We want to... Ibn was saying screen is zoomed. Yeah, that's on purpose, brother. You know, I'm purposely zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out. That's good. So Jaden was saying it was a bit off. Probably not your side, the problem. Oh, with the lagging, yeah, could be. Nah, I think it was actually my problem because I had a VPN on, but you know, if it's like good now, then it's good now. One concept fades away after some time. Yes, man, exactly. I need to watch a new video. Haven't done it yet. You know, go watch it, brother. It's pretty good. Like, I made an entire checklist for you to have an A+ setup. I really hope that you like it. I like that video, to be honest. Nothing's better than confluence. Yes, man. Alright, so we want to trade on to the previous day high. That's pretty much going to be the main pair. 4 hour also looks pretty fine. Why? Because we have been trading back into this FEG, which actually has been a BPR range. Traded into it, moved higher, has taken out internal liquidity. So that's an internal break of structure to me. Okay, so let me just put it like that. BPR 4 hour, there you go. And then from here on, we want to trade on to the upside. You see how easy it is? Like, really, sometimes people be coming up, like also in the live stream, maybe some of you guys be saying, you know, this sometimes it's getting complicated, but guys, you really just have to repeat it a lot of the times. That's why also I'm repeating myself that many times, because I want you to learn it. I want you to understand it, and that only works by repeating a lot of this stuff. Okay, so we're having an entire framework. You see how it just makes sense in that case. We have the equilibrium, so that's like hashtag number 1, right? The EQ. Hashtag number 2 is just simply going to be previous day high. Right, the previous day high. It's going to be the EQ. And I'm gonna put it like that. Right, then hashtag number 3 is going to be the relative equal highs. And then yeah, like hashtag number 4 could be also that we have rejected off of a BPR. You see how it just makes sense? So the next conclusion, Sherlock Holmes would be saying, we are going to go onto the upside. Okay, simple as that, guys. Nothing too complicated. It's all pretty easy stuff. Able Memo, if you want, you can also watch on horizontal. I recommend watching on horizontal. Right now you're watching on the vertical live stream, that's why you can't see stuff. Go watch the horizontal. There's 2 live streams. So you'll basically go in here to my channel, live. There's going to be 2. Go click on this one. And everybody who has been watching the vertical, go watch the horizontal live stream, guys. That's why I've put it like right in here. Like here, streaming horizontal too, it's saying. So go to this live stream. You're going to have an easier time. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Let's go to AUD cap. Are we going for the previous day high or are we going for the previous day low? You know, like first things first. What I already don't like is that this entire candle is pretty far away from its next candle open. So basically the candle opened right in here and we are significantly far away from the high of it. So that's something that I don't like. Now what I do like is that we have relative equal highs in here, as you can see. These are going to be internal, these are going to be external. Let me market them out more clearly. You see? So most likely we are actually going to trade onto the upside. we have internal and external, right? And even more external, but they don't really matter for right now. Let me see the premium to discount. Here we have already traded back into it, so it doesn't really matter. Now, what I also like about this trade is, as you can see, we have price gaps in here. And these are quite significant because we have two of them. We have one price gap, so number one, and we have second price gap, number two. These both are working hand in hand because now the market like basically created a second time that it was not able to rebalance. All the market really does the entire day is rebalance imbalances. So your job as a trader is to find the imbalances and then have an estimation of when that is going to happen, because I can have some kind of imbalance in here that happened a couple months ago last year, right? But it's not really much of a lot of value because I can't time it. I don't know when that is going to happen. So of course we're not going to trade all the way lower because there's some kind of fart FEG down there, okay? Fart FEG. Anyways, I'm almost saying just switch to horizontal better. That's great, man. Always watch horizontal. So that is the reason why this will be a niche case where I would be willing to participate in a trade. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly looking fire as hell. It's just completely fire. You know what I mean? It was perfect, right? We really like to see that. What is the reason for that? Massive, like literally massive gap onto the weekly time frame, right? We like to trade back into it with a body closure. If you haven't seen me doing it yet, go watch the masterclass. For everybody that has watched new quickly, go watch the masterclass on YouTube. I've done a full masterclass. It's free for you to watch. There you go. So what do we have in here? We're probably going to trade onto the upside. Now this is not the best trade that you could have taken, and the reason for that is pretty simple. Because we're a little bit farther away from the previous day high than comfort in that sense. But we're still able to take a trade based off what we have seen on the weekly, daily, with the gaps. I really like to see that. Also, what's quite of a benefit is we don't really have to move a lot, okay? So you see, I'm gonna put it like this. Alright, I'm going to extend the entire position. You see, we have the daily time frame. We want to trade onto the upside, and remember, this is the previous day high. And look, we don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day high in order for our take profit to get hit. So that's something that we also pretty appreciate about this entire framework. We only have to trade like a little bit onto the upside, boom, take profit hit. Now this entire trade is going to get onto the downside first, though, I'm pretty sure. Why? Because this candle needs to have a larger wick onto the downside first until it's going to continue higher. Also, if you're not familiar with this kind of logic, what I'm basically saying right now, go watch the masterclass. Jonathan Mikobo was saying, what's the current balance on the 20 USD? We're currently at 39 USD. Now, if there's going to be somebody saying, oh, well, you know, but you're going to 10K, why is it only at 40? Brother, we have doubled the entire account. And I'm also doing copy trading, as you can see. If you would have started to follow my trades from the very beginning of the Star Challenge, you would have made like almost $800 by now. For nothing. Like, you have not moved a single finger. I have traded for you. The link to that is in the description, first link. Anyways, so, you know, this is definitely potential to take, but more of a higher risky scenario. Let's go to AUD and ZD real quick. Daily time frame, I don't like it at all. The reason is simple. Now, somebody will be saying, well, but we have these strong relative equal highs, and trust me, brother, I also like these relative equal highs up there. But if you look at that closely, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And then it's about to create its 8th candle, potentially onto the upside. Remember, guys, the more candles we have of one color, the more likely it becomes that it's just going to reverse on you. And if it's going to reverse on you, then it's pretty bad as shit, right? So we don't want to participate in that one, even though it is looking like we're going to try onto the upside. What I would rather like to see is a candle lower than the next candle taking out its previous day low, right? And then the next candle, so basically the third, this would be like a Thursday, Friday, something like that, a big bullish candle onto the upside, and then from here on we can trade into the liquidity and also into the previous day high. I'm a bit confused myself. You wanted to look at USD CAT, but GBP USD, like aside from that, now we're already in here. Oh, this was a different time frame. Never mind, guys. I was on some kind of different time frame, I guess. So on the daily time frame, this could be looking a little bit better. But probably valid to take. Okay, since we're already at this pair, let's do the analysis on it. So we've already traded into an equilibrium. Not like to see that. Like for this trade, there's like not really much going for this trade beside the daily time frame. That's pretty much all that goes for this one. So hang on. USD CAD, you said we can also look at that. Sure. Daily time frame. It's also looking like quite fire, to be honest. Like we can't trade onto the downside, right? There is potential to trade lower. Now, like keep in mind, we have been coming from a massive uptrend. What I don't like is that the previous week high had not been taken out. If the previous week high has already been taken out, I would be way more willing to take a trade. But since it's looking like that, I am not really interested to participate in. Like on the very short term, this might go lower, but I think there's way better trades to take. We don't really have to get risky. GBP, JPY, daily time frame. Yes, we want to trade onto the upside. Have we traded into like barely? Like if this didn't get into like a equilibrium, like perfect trade. Okay, so GBP USD, yeah, we want to trade onto the upside based on the daily time frame, but it doesn't really have much going for it aside from the daily time frame. I like to see a little bit more confluence for me to appreciate that. Hello, brother, watching from Nigeria. What's up, my brother? How's it going? How's it going there in Nigeria? What's up, my man? So, my brother Clonai Asia was saying GBP JPY was interesting, and it was in fact interesting, but we have not traded into this shitty, like we have already traded into this equilibrium. I would love to see not for that to happen. This would be like amazing, and I would be like immediately into this trade. But since things are looking a little bit differently, it's not that easy of a decision. Like we have a lot of pairs to trade today, to be honest. Like you could potentially be trading 5 or 6 different trades today, right? If you want to trade every single trade. But I'm not going to do that. I like to focus on the best pairs, right? AUD USD, potentially this is like higher risk AUD CAD, but I think there was something else. NZD USD is, to be honest, also like not the best high probability trade, because we're basically catching a falling knife and we are counter trading if we're going to take it. So USD CHF real quick. Let me look at GBP JPY real quick, because GBP JPY I like more than GBP USD. Let's look at GBP USD. The difference here, like once again, we're basically catching a falling knife. We are trading onto the downside. We can't neglect that, and then we could potentially revisit one more time these lows. Probably not going to happen because this candle right in here, so this one has already taken out liquidity, so now there is time to go onto the upside potentially, right? So we're going to go for the previous day high, but still there's like all of this, basically like all of this like Dead Sea scary area that we don't want to trade into. Okay, we got 10 likes. I'm gonna do the push-ups in just a bit. GBP, but the difference between GBP JPY, 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 the difference in here is that we're basically not counter trending, right? Like arguably we are even trading with the right momentum because we're trading onto the upside, but I don't even care what recently, like what that far away has happened. I like to focus on what recently has happened. We're trading onto the upside, higher highs, higher lows. We have made a shift onto the downside, but I do believe that this entire imbalance needs to get filled out greater. So there's reasoning to trade onto the upside. That's why I like this more, because we're not catching a falling knife. On GBP USD, it's basically looking like that, right? Hang on, like lower, 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 and then from here on we want to take a trade onto the upside, right? With our take profit, our stop loss. That's like sort of the problem. But in here, GBP JPY, GBP JPY, GBP JPY, GBP JPY, GBP JPY, GBP JPY, GBP JPY. I'm going crazy, guys. We want to trade onto the upside, because we're not basically catching a falling knife. And if we're also going to take the position, like just imagine it, we don't even have to trade all the way to the previous day high, which could very well be done, right? If you're going to take it like very high risky. I'm not going to do that though. And also what I like, no way candle in here on the 1 hour. Hang on, here, no way candle in here. So also something that we really like to see. Yeah, I think it's an interesting case study in that sense, right? It is also like our better alternative for right now. Keep in mind, I haven't taken a trade yet. I'm always taking the trades live in these live streams, no BS going on whatsoever. All right, so everyone was saying, what's your view on GBP JPY FEG on the 4 hour? Okay, which 4 hour FEG? Oh, like no FVG, just in general 4 hour. What I see in here is that we have this entire FVG that we haven't filled out fully. Now we have already traded back into it, so it doesn't hold too much weight, but we have still room to go. On the 4 hour, also, we have a FVG close by, right? So there is potential to trade onto the downside first in here and only then onto the upside. That's something that we don't like, of course. We're also going to base our entire stop loss most likely in here, right? Because the trade, if it already runs that deep, or like not that deep, if it already runs all the way in here from, hang on, so basically from here all the way in here, then it's also just going to get lower and we're just fucked. Okay, JPP, JPY I always hate because of its nature. In general, like for some reason the JPY pairs are just they're pretty volatile, to be honest, and they can also be unpredictable at times. But if the setup aligns, if it's looking good, then I'm willing to take it in that sense, you know. We can also put the chart like that, you know. You see, now we have a clean chart. So we want to trade onto the upside pretty much. So I'm going to read the chat in just a second. I'm going to run you down Squirrel, okay? And also for like further analysis, so like the fully breakdown onto the strategy, go watch the masterclass. I've just put it into the chat. So are we going for the previous day high or for the previous day low? That's basically what we want to ask ourselves every single day. If the answer is I don't know and you can't tell, then you're not going to trade that day. That is how simple I am basically approaching the market. If I can't tell, no trade. In that case, we pretty surely can't tell. We're going to trade onto the upside, most likely, not to the downside. So we're going to market it out. It's going to be 4 time frame. From here on, I basically, or let's stay on the daily, I like to look out for imbalances. Usually, I like to do that. And if we have not traded into an equilibrium yet, then that's a really great setup to take. Now we have already traded into an equilibrium. It's not the end of the world, but preferably I would have liked to see that, right? Because that means there's still momentum to go onto the upside. Now, so there's that. And besides that, there's like not really much to say else about this trade. There's just overall a good moment to basically take the position, like not right now, but a little bit later. And yeah, that's basically the rundown. GBP, JPY doesn't have much going on for it, but the things that it has going for it are looking quite promising. So, Wokes was saying, great setup, bro. GBP, JPY. Appreciate my brother. You know, I hope you can also learn from it. You know, Wokes reminds me of Willy Wonka from Breaking Bad. Anyways, Shadra was saying GBP, JPY for our time bullish scenario if the pair maintains support above the 209.50. Oh, you're talking about that, brother? Like I'm not trading like this. You know why? Because I am way more short term. I don't really like to look out for that. I'm not interested in a trade that is going to go for days and then we're going to go on to the downside for that case, basically. Not really caring about that. I really just want to know the next move for right now, basically. But, you know, sharp observation anyways, you know, this is going to be a major support level or even a magnet, depending on how you're going to put it. AUD CAD has too many continuous bullish candles, but it still somehow looks good. AUD CAD, we looked at it. Yeah, that's true. You know, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles, but it's still looking fine, right? For whatever reason, or like now for whatever reason, because of this gap. Now, this pair, so what I sometimes like to do with these kinds of scenarios, if I just want to further be a little bit more confident, I like to go on a different broker. We already know about this, especially you. If it has too many candles of one color, we are not willing to take the trade most likely. Now, in that case, if the framework still looks fine, only then I'm doing this kind of stuff. I'm going to go on a different broker and I'm going to look at their chart. That is going to tell me, okay, like some kind of other broker, they already had a down close candle and the entire consecutive up close or down close candle rule was basically already been reset. You get what I'm saying? So GBP, JPY. Able Memo saying risky AUD UZ or AUD CAT. AUD CAT is more risky, rather, of course. Like or like not of course, but you see we have like way more confluence going for this trade. We want to trade onto the upside, establish movement, internal liquidity, external liquidity, previous day high, relative equal highs, you know. Equilibrium has not been it, but this trade already has going for it is this entire gap. that we haven't traded back into, which is fair enough. You know, that's also something that we appreciate. We like to see that, but it's like not the highest probability trade that we're willing to participate on a day-to-day basis, right? So yeah, pretty much like my favorite pair is going to be AUD/USD and AUD/CAD. For anything else, yes, you can take it, but I don't really recommend it much. Like, there's better opportunities. Devo Gaming was saying how long it took you to become a profitable trader. So brother, I've been trading for 6 years now, and I'm profitable for 3 years. Hang on, so one thing at a time. The risk management, like I told you previously, once we're at like 60 bucks or like approaching 60 bucks, then I'm willing to increase the lot size, right, to like 2. Because look at it this way. If we're going to have it like that, so the account is at 20 bucks, right? And I don't care. I know that the dollar sign is in here, but I don't really give a fuck about that because it doesn't make any sense. You're American guys. Like, it doesn't really make any sense. You're saying $20, not $20, okay? And we're basically always putting in 0.01 lots. If we're now at 40, right, and we're putting in 0.02 lots, then basically we're risking the same amount, right? We're still basically hovering around that edge of losing the entire account in that sense. But if we're at 60 bucks and now we're starting to go with 0.2, now we're not risking the now we're basically not having this same risk as we had in here and also in here. Now the entire risk is kind of split up. We're able to make more profit, but we're also able to endure just more drawdown. So that's more of a smarter approach, you know? Hey, like we also had a different pair, was like JPY. It was also something potential for us. Hang on, JPY, we're going to be taking the trade in just a second or two. I just quickly want to see how the position will be looking like. Alright guys, so everybody get ready if you want to participate. Our analysis, we have already done them, we have already prepared them, so we're going to be doing AUD, USD, and now let's firstly do AUD, USD, and then from there on I'm going to decide. So AUD, USD, let's get to StarTrading. AUD, USD, AUD, USD, AUD, USD, here we go. Already traded a little bit lower, that's good. It's going to be the original position, kind of like that. AUD, USD, that's going to be a buy, double checking the pair. There we go guys. Okay, this one has been taken. Look, Earth-Tree wallpaper, yes my brother, Earth-Tree wallpaper, man. You know what's up. AUD/CAD, what do you think about it, man? Want to trade onto the upside. It's also like potential to take. For this pair, if I'm going to take it, I'm definitely going to be optimizing the entry by a little bit. It's quite worth it to do, because I've told you previously we are going to trade onto this candle low, most likely. This will be the original position. And even like all the way in here, like I see this dropping even further, to be honest. Even further dropping. And if it goes in here, it might as well go in here. Like, we just keep increasing it, but like still tied to logic. Yeah, I'll be willing to take this one, to be honest with you guys. Hang on. So this will be the original position. Okay. There's like not really something to base it off from. Maybe this candle. Yeah, like not really much to base it off from, to be honest. But I'm going to take it like that. It's going to be AUD/CAD. If it's going to be a loss, it's also going to be a minimized loss. AUD/CAD. And we're going to go to the stop loss. Yeah, we're going to be losing like $3. Like, that's so acceptable, to be honest. That's like so acceptable. I'm pretty happy that we have already built up a buffer. The risk to reward is pretty good. Like in general, you know, I really like customizing things. You said it with the Earth-Tree. So we had Earth-Tree wallpaper. Yes, can't quit, don't even have 10 bucks. Kinda sucks. This shit is only way out. Yes, brother, you know, you're going to get there. It's like quite hard. Oh, also like with surviving with like low money, I know how it is, my brother, you know. Not having enough money to pay your bills, not having enough money to even buy food, you know, that's that kind of shit. I get it. Clone Airshell saying, to be honest, job is not fun. The amount of time a guy invests in job is not worth. Mine is work from home, and it's maybe 1 hour a day technically, so it's okay. Brother, like, that's a dream. That's, to be honest, like, this, even for me, would be a dream at that time, right? Now, of course, I'm living that dream, but you're saying the money is just not worth it, right? Trading would even take less time of you, like 10 minutes a day, basically, at least with the strategy, because we're having a set time. And, you know, it's even going to be less. But, you know, like, that's already pretty, like, good. Queen Wrath, of course, like, I don't know, like the different details. There's like some kind of catch. I don't know. Queen Wrath was saying, what do you think of Euro USD over Asia session? You can look at it. I don't trade Euro USD, guys. I'm not like really a big fan of it. But of course, like, you can still trade it if you know what you're doing, but I personally don't like it, especially for this day. The reason why we're not able to take a trade, we don't know if we're going for the high or for the low, so no trade in that. AUD CAD waiting order, yeah man, AUD CAD is going to be a limit order. Once again, put an alarm in here. If the take profit gets hit before we're going to get entered, the trade is going to be closed. Okay. Queen Wrath is saying, I'm in short on Euro USD or what? Can you walk through what you did? I'm trying to follow. Which one, on AUD CAD or what? AUD CAD, you're saying, okay. AUD CAD, basically, we're having daily time frame, okay? I've done the analysis before. Make sure to join a little bit earlier, so you're going to get the analysis. But here you go, brother. Basically, what we have is we want to trade onto the upside. Now, usually we don't really like to see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles of one direction, because the likelihood of the next one becoming bearish is quite likely. We don't really like that. But I've already seen on a different broker, it is looking fine because this candle was already reset because it was a bearish one. Now we have 1 candle, 2 candle, 3 candle being similar in height. So these are going to be relative equal highs. So we want to trade onto the upside, if it's not clear to say, right? We want to trade higher. Usually we don't also like this kind of trade. Why? Because we're quite far away from the candle wick of this entire candle, right? So we don't really like that. However, if we're going to go to just stay on the daily, we have this entire price action gap in here. Price action gaps like to be traded back into with a body closure. That's why I'm still willing to take this trade, because the candle has to look something like that, or at least like trade towards it. Then on if we're going to go into the weekly, this like a hole of a mess, basically. Like last week, this was a hole of a mess. This time it's actually looking quite good. We're having the same scenario with the gap right in here, and gaps like to be traded with a body closure. Since we already have a lot of different liquidity, such as these relative equal highs and whatnot, we want to trade onto the upside. Now, the reason why I'm setting up a limit order like that, which maybe I'm also going to just review it and do it differently later on, but as of right now, I'm going to stick to this kind of trade, is because if we're going to look at the daily candle, I do believe that we need a little bit of movement onto the downside first until we're going to continue higher. So take a liquidity, go lower, and then from here on, take off to the real move. But that might as well never happen, and our take profit gets hit before that, and then I'm going to close the position and not take it currently. But we have traded AUD USD, so that's what we're in right now. So the reason why I'm not like immediately taking these trades, because I always like to take the very best setup first, and then from there on I am going to take a decision. If this will be getting into drawdown, I will be quite interested in that. Since already trading higher, not really interested in that too much. Ooh, I'm a freaking tomato, guys. Nah, I'm just white as snow. I'm just white as hell. I look like a tomato. Man, like today, this was kind of hard, man. I'm gonna lie. If you would have taken the exact same trades that I did from day one of this entire challenge, and you have put 1K into it, by now you would have made $700 within almost 3 weeks. Making $700 for basically no reason within 3 weeks. Quite far, isn't it? So yeah, that's what you're going to get when copying me. And yeah, for everybody that has been watching live stream, appreciate it. So there we go, guys. This was the last trade that we have taken before we got to the $40 mark. As you can see right now, this is the exact same trade that I've taken in today's live stream, which was like 12 hours ago. We have analyzed it, done the analysis, this is the result. Now let's go to the account balance. As you can see on the bottom left, we're at $40. We started at 20, now we're at 40. So we have doubled the entire account within a span of 1 month. So after 30 days, these are the results. We have doubled our entire account. We have gone from 20 all the way to $40. Now, and I know what you might be saying, this is not where we have flipped $20 into thousands of dollars, but this is exactly why this matters. Because this is exactly what trading is about and how real trading should look like. Slow, professional, steady, but most importantly, consistent. It's just a system applied over and over again. You saw the entire live streams, or maybe you just skipped all the way till the end of this video, but I really just want to tell you that all of this is authentic. I've live streamed almost every single day, and at the very minimum, I've live streamed 2 times a week. I've presented to you almost all of the trades that I've taken, and like if you're really eager to want to see every single trade that I've taken, then go to the copy trading. It's the first link in my description. You can, by the way, also copy my trades if you didn't know, and from there on you're going to see every single trade that I've taken. You cannot fake the shit, you cannot make it up. It's impossible, because I was literally live streaming this shit. Now, more importantly, if you would have followed me with 1k by the start of this entire challenge, you would have had 2k by now. Simple as that, without moving a single finger by now. You wouldn't have to do anything because I'm copy trading for you. Now, but don't get me wrong, many people also want to be able to catch fishes themselves. So that's why you can follow my mentorship. It's also in the description down below. So the next step is going to be, we're going to scale the account beyond the 40 bucks. And if you want to follow up on that for free, subscribe to the channel, make sure to turn on the notification bell so you're not going to miss out on the live streams that I'm doing pretty much every single day at the same time, which is going to be at 0 AM UTC Standard Time. Thank you for everybody that had been participating in the live streams. It was such a fire journey, and see you in the next one.